on the air.
Heck, even rhetorical questions will be great. Appreciate y'all listening to us today.
Sorry, I did post a chat, and someone had said that it's not playing for them, and I actually, candidly, cannot get it to play for me. So hopefully it'll be up in just a second. But hopefully they'll be able to catch up with that great interview with Lincoln and his family.
Well, Chris, you need to push the play button harder.
Well, the ONOFF actuator isn't working.
Error between keyboard and chair. All right, thank you, Chris. Down in Victory Lane, next group of cars we will see on track is our LO206 Cadet division. Same basic cars, the difference, these drivers a little bit younger, age 8 to 12. And, Bill, something else we can really see, they have narrower tires in the back. These karts are a little bit more snug than what the juniors run.
That is all to keep them slowed down while they learn the racecraft. Those narrower tires, less grip. And, well, let's see how that serves them going into 1 and 2. We saw a spin
they
early
canceled
on in the last race. But
they called off that start this time, so they want the field side by side, even through those tram lines. You could see they weren't, so the field takes that little cutoff, and all of a sudden they'll be back for. Oh, we got trouble already on the parade lap here.
I didn't speak too soon.
And that might have been 122 Ryan Perez. Will try to get a closer look at the number here as the field is coming to the line. That's actually number 11 that was out there. We don't have a number 11 listed in the system. We'll find out shortly.
I was going to say, I'd surprise you if that were Ryan Perez, as experienced as he is. And now we got the green.
Yep, Will Taylor brings out the green flag to get our second race of the day underway, the LO206 Cadet division, and now they're going to try 3 wide down into that signature turn 2. Field's able to get single filed heading up the hill. They're going to swing by our vantage point. You can really see how overcast it is in the background. Normally we see beautiful vistas of the North Georgia mountains. Not so today at the moment. 1 leader breakaway. We might see a tag team pass here in the battle for second.
They are dicing it up there for second and do have a pass to the inside going into turn number 9 as they now head into the S's in 10 and 11 and come down on the backside of the track heading towards that 14 and 15 combo before the last couple turns and the home stretch.
The driver to beat yesterday, Isaac Carvalho, swept both the pre-final and the final. We'll see as the drivers come past timing and scoring who is leading, but that color pattern does look like Carvalho. Lap number 1 goes into the books, and it is Isaac continuing his dominance from yesterday.
Side by side for third, though, as Bo Stowers beats Brian Perez to the line as we complete 1 lap. So if that's 1 lap, imagine what the other 9 are going to be like.
Yeah, 62 seconds. These drivers yesterday, that when it was dry, they could run those times. When it was wet, we were seeing times up closer to 70 seconds. So good to have dry conditions back. And, Bill, several of the drivers grateful that we're in the dry today. The wet just makes everything more difficult.
That'd be a question I'd have for, say, a Lincoln Massey as to how much feel do you have for adhesion on the track in these damp, wet, or dry conditions? Can you tell right away, or do you have to go off the track to find out that maybe you ought to back off a little bit?
Oh, we were seeing chaos at just about every corner, Bill. Normally we say, oh, we'll see action at 2, we'll see action at 9. We were seeing karts spinning out in turn 4. We were seeing turn 16 and 17. We were seeing somebody off turn 14 even spun. So karts going every which way in the wet yesterday.
Well, your top 4 spacing it out fairly evenly. Carvalho, Canach, Stowers, and Perez, your top 4. And here they come. Again, past our position out of 4 and 5 into the king.
You can see Dean Saunders in 5th place in that blue cart. He got real loose coming by our vantage point in turn number 4 as our top 4 relatively close together. Camila Canache trying to find a way to get to that rear bumper of Isaac Carvalho. She pressured yesterday, but was not really able to find a way by when it counted. Let's see what she can do. Bill, hopefully she made some good adjustments in the overnight time frame.
Well, as we learned from Lincoln, there's a big difference from yesterday to today. You may see drivers that did well yesterday not do so well and vice versa. We already did, in fact, in the juniors. And that top 4 They were spaced out a bit. Now they are nose to tail now, going down that treacherous hill into 2. And remember, since that's a steep downhill, it doesn't look as steep on the screen as it does in person, but it is a steep one, and you get a lot of velocity and momentum going into that turn 2. So you really got to take that into account as we have a challenge for the lead.
Yeah, that's Camila Canache looking to the inside of Isaac Carvalho. They're on the brakes. She makes the pass. Ooh, contact there as Carvalho turned down on Bo Stowers. So Stowers might get stuck in that soggy grass there. He's losing wholesale track position and time as Camila Canache goes to the lead. Bill, it was a textbook pass. You could see Carvalho turn down to try for the over-under maneuver, but in the process, he ended up clipping the front of Bo Stowers.
Well, Stowers looked like he was trying to take advantage of the pass himself and follow in behind and kind of freight train Carvalho, but he did make contact.
Oh, what a great shot there. You could see Carvalho pushing Canache through turn number 1, the off-camber left-hand turn. Now they work their way up that giant hill. Boy, you can see Carvalho hounding the rear of the 126 of Canache.
The fact that she was able to pass and then he's able to stick behind him means they are pretty equally matched. And it's going to be a matter of who makes the best move or who makes the fewest mistakes in these last 6 laps.
Camilla tapping her helmet saying, hey, let's just ride together for a few laps. Bill, always interesting. It's the cart ahead that's just made the pass that then starts tapping their helmet saying, oh, now let's work together. Now let's play nice. We'll see if Carvalho does. He's continuing to just wear out the rear bumper of our leader's cart.
He's under no obligation to follow instructions from the cart in front of him. And he looks to the outside coming out of 17 as they come down to the line. They're going to finish lap number 5 now.
Yep.
Let's see, what's that margin? Gosh, it's less than a tenth of a second.
Yeah, I'm going to call it a coat of paint out there right now. Cross flags were held up for our starter, so 5 down, 5 to go. Carvalho looks to the inside off turn 2, but that puts him in the non-preferred line coming up the hill, so he falls back in line. Let's see if he can mount a charge as they head to the back straightaway.
And that hill is no place to lose momentum because that's the biggest sapper of momentum. And he goes looking to the inside now, thought about it. Maybe he's just setting her up for later on, making her think about it.
Yeah, sometimes they're playing a little head games out there, maybe force an unforced error from the driver ahead of you. But for now, Canache holds off Carvalho, and they've opened up a hardy gap back to Ryan Perez. Bo Stowers was able to get refired and going again, but he is running in the 7th spot.
Looking again outside, getting up there into that rumble strip is Isaac Carvalho. He's committed to using as much track as possible, looks like, to get around. He has a few laps left, though, has better part of 4 laps. Do something about that second place position. He's sticking right there on the rear bumper as they come back by us again and down into the kink.
Yeah, they had some good battles yesterday on track. Carvalho came out on top from both of those, but Canache, I believe, led at some point, so they each had some practice passing out there as they make their way to the far end of the speedway. That's turn 9, 10, and then 11 and 12 through the S's. Here the drivers flat out on the gas as they head uphill through turn 13. Right about there is the high point of the track, then turn 14, still full gas through that little bend 15, and right about there they'll lift and be on the brakes. Turn 16, a great passing spot. Turn 17, and then they're down the home stretch, heading back uphill towards turn number 1. So that's the back half of this course.
Well, one gets the feeling that if you're going to make the pass, you don't want to make it too soon because that leaves your opponent too much time to plan the counter move. Kind of like scoring too soon in the 4th quarter in a football game. You don't want to leave them time to come back down the field.
Or a basketball game. You want to make sure you get the final shot and the final shot only. So Isaac Carvalho seems like he had a good run, but it's just going to again fall right into the tire tracks of Canache as they head to turn 9. That's a great passing area. We see a lot of passes, some over-unders, and that strip of pavement there with the blue and white stripes on it, Bill. We saw several karts in that area yesterday. They call it Rainbow Road, and it's not supposed to be a Mario Kart shortcut, but several karts were going there as part of evasive action. Drivers can be penalized if you're making passes through that area, so it was wouldn't want it to have been a course marshal yesterday. As Camila Canache defends the inside of turn number 1, we still see these two nose to tail as they dive down the hill. Now Carvalho's going to try almost a crossover, but he's in the wrong position up the hill. Bill, just so hard to be on the outside at turn 3.
Right, but Isaac Carvalho is starting to show the desire to make a move, and he has less than 2 laps to do so. And here he goes, inside, outside.
Canache a block a little bit down to the inside, so the outside's open for Carvalho. Under braking, he has not the best line. Will he try an over-under? Cannot make it happen. You can see that little wiggle in that little short straightaway. Otherwise, Bill, I think he was setting up for a crossover move.
Got a little squirrely going through there. That cost him, but he's gathering it back up, making the challenge again as they come into that turn numbers
16
15,
and 17.
Yep, down to 16 and 17.
And again, he was on the outside. Now he goes for the crossover, so they're side by side as they come to the white flag. Officially at the line, Carvalho, your leader, and he's going to squeeze ahead past turn number 1.
Now, did he pass too soon? Let's see what Camila's got for him as they head up the hill and then down the hill and back in our position.
Couple of kart length gap now. Carvalho's best part of the track seemed to be up that hill and then back down towards the kink. Let's see if Canache can mount one final charge as we are on our final lap. As Canache looks to the outside, defensive by Perez. Canache goes for it. She's in the lead. The crossover from Carvalho. They're side by side through the S's. So Carvalho able to fend off and parry the attack of Camila Canache. And Bill, I think with that gap, it's just about academic at this point.
But man, the racecraft involved in that for both of them. That was 2 clean passes, one after the other. Nicely done, especially for Carvalho, but an excellent race there as we get the checkered flag. And Isaac Carvalho will hold on. Camila Canache will be your second place finisher. Then Ryan Perez, Clayton Stiles, both Stowers recovers, comes back all the way up to 5th. Nico Corpita will be 6th. 7th, Dean Saunders. 8th, Roland Smith. And Luke Rauer and Grayson Waite will finish out the top 10. Excellent race. Great little duel there between our top 2.
Yeah, you have to figure they're going to cross swords for 12 laps when we get to our finals a little later in our broadcast. Well, coming up next, after we have a chance to visit down in Victory Lane, our tag seniors will be on track. Business really will be picking up these karts we just saw on track. A good lap would be 60 seconds. Bill, when the tag seniors really get up to speed, we'll see a lap of about 50 seconds. So quite a bit of speed will be piled on.
Well, speed is one thing, but getting around the guy in front of you is another. And that's the real challenge here. This kart racing is being able to find that opportunity, to take advantage of that mistake, to close that door. And we looked at Camila Canache was able to make the move, but Carvalho was ready for it and came back and immediately passed her back, and that was a fun one.
I'd love to see a replay of that you could see Carvalho somewhat of a defensive line, so Canache was almost on the inside curb. That really forces you wide when you're coming in so flat into that corner, and Carvalho was able to set up the move that we call the crossover. Should be a cross under, actually, because you cross underneath them, but we're not going to quibble on the terms. You can see the next group of karts rolling on for their parade lap, trying to get up to speed, up to temperature. Those are our tag seniors in this race, something we will look forward to. I imagine shortly, though, we're going to go down to Victory Lane to Chris Conowall and see we'll see what trouble we can get Chris into this time, Bill. How about that?
All right, sounds good to me.
Yeah, we'll try to stir up some trouble here. We've got Isaac Carvalho. We've got Cami Canache here, and what a great race. There were some lead changes. I'm going to start with you, Cami, because you led most of the race, and then Isaac, you can tell us how you were able to sneak in and take the pre-final flag here. So, Cami, talk to us about the race today.
Well, it was a hard race. Isaac and me were working together to get away from the other drivers. But it was a harsh race because I was blocking, he was blocking, and then he crossed me over, and then it was a super fun race. And we're gonna try to get away from the others 2 next race. Just work together, and then like the final 2-3 laps, we're gonna like start fighting.
Awesome. So when you tap your helmet, so for those folks at home who are watching who don't know what that means, there was a time during this race where you reached up and you tapped your helmet and you sent a signal to Isaac. So what did that mean?
That means follow me, don't pass me, so we can go away from the other drivers.
And it worked out. It worked out. And so I'm going to pass the mic over here to Isaac Carvalho, our pre-final winner. Isaac, let's talk about the race and talk about the strategy that that Cammie's been talking about.
It was pretty hard, not gonna lie, but like in the start, I came, and then I think Cammie like curved into me, and then she followed me and then she passed me, and then I said she was defending on the last 2 laps, and then she went wide, and then I went low, so then I got the better inside, and then out of that, and then on the back straight defending, and then came back, and then she almost passed me, but then she just she did pass me, and then I over and under her, and then I passed her and win.
Yeah, so who are these folks over here? I want to bring them on camera. Would you guys come over? We've got people watching at home posting their comments today. Would you guys step on over and let's do some introductions, because kart racing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is a family affair. So we'd like to get you to introduce who these folks are. So starting with you, Isaac, who do we have here?
My sister.
What's your sister's name?
Annabelle.
And who else is here with us?
My mom
And what's your mom's name?
was Lane.
Awesome. Did you know that we're on YouTube right now and people are posting questions and comments for you? So if you've got folks at home that are watching, tell them to jump on YouTube and they're going to see you guys. So Cammie, who do we have right here with us today?
My mom's here supporting me.
And what's your mom's name?
Flavia.
Flavia, it's very nice to meet you both. I want everybody to give a wave out there to YouTube and tell folks today to jump on there, and we're going to definitely see you guys in the final, so they'll have another opportunity. So congratulations to both of you, and we're going to send it back up to the booth.
Well, and Chris, just before you head off, one of our comments in the chat says, "Vamos, Mikami." So we have a
Vamos, Mikami. I wonder who that was. Who do you think's out there watching?
That was,
we'll
say it was Danny that put that
Hola,
comment
Danny.
in.
That's my grandma.
Oh.
No, it's her abuela.
Abuela.
Abuela, yes.
Okay.
Chris, I got to tell you, I'm working my Duolingo Spanish, so I probably,
muy bien,
speak
mi
like
amigo.
a 5-year-old at
Okay,
this point.
adios. Hasta
right.
luego, amigos.
All right, gracias. Chris Conowall down in Victory
I
Lane.
was saying something too.
Go for it.
I want to thank my mom, my sister that are supporting me, my dad, my dad, and basically me for racing here, and my friends, Cammie and Ryan, all of those friends that I have that are here today.
Okay.
And my team.
And your team.
And my team and the guys that are in Indianapolis right now.
Excellent. Well, guess what, guys? You guys are what make it all possible. So we thank you for some great racing, and we're going to see you back here in just a little bit. All right, so go get ready for the next race. Let me get a fist bump there, fist bump there. All right, sending it back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. You can see from our split screen that the tag senior race is on track. They were screaming behind our victory lane setup. Our current leader, Mateo Rubio Luengo, no surprise. He was the winner in both the pre-final and the final yesterday, and then backed that up with a final victory in LO206 Senior. So, Bill, Mateo really seems to have this track figured out this weekend.
Excellent, although he's not too far ahead of Junior Blevins in second or Kellen Spears in third as they come down to the line. He's only got a 0.3 of a second advantage, so this one is still anybody's race here early on as we complete 4 out of the scheduled 10 laps of this pre-final.
Yeah, quick times already. We're seeing 50-second laps. Yesterday when it was dry, they were 50.1 seconds, so we're nibbling, just flirting with that 49-second barrier. Bill, we talked about the weather. I know when we've had cool races in the fall, when you get that cool dry air, we have seen some 49-second lap times. Sometimes humid air makes the engines bog a little bit. I know they like that cool dry air. It's cool today comparatively, but we are far from dry.
Well, Georgia is not known for its dry air generally any time of the year.
Yeah.
So if we ever get that, excellent. We just keep the talent happy. That is a good strategy, I think.
Yeah, speaking of keep the talent happy, our Blazers wings have arrived. So we do want to give another shout out to the sponsor of our LO206 Junior division. Basically, if you don't hear Bill and I for a while, we're just enjoying some wings down there. That's a beautiful spread down there. That's how you do it right there. Blazers wings out of Hull, Georgia. So our top three working their way back up to the top of the hill. Mateo Rubio Luengo continues to lead. In our action here, you're enjoying round number 9 of the Championship Kart Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Now, Bill, we haven't really mentioned much about where we are. We're located, for our viewers, about 3 miles west of the proper city of Dawsonville, Georgia. We're about an hour north of Atlanta. So if you think of Georgia, the Atlanta metro area, we're about an hour north, nestled in the North Georgia mountains. Bill, such a rich history of racing that Dawsonville has, and we're sort of adding another chapter to that history.
Absolutely. This facility here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is terrific. It's what could be called a country club for motorheads here, where the main track you can bring your exotic sports car or whatever high-performance vehicle you have, and with a membership you have access to track days where you can get out there and open it up. What's the good of having a car that'll go fast if you can't drive it legally at speed?
It's almost like the lawyers make us put that word in. Well, speaking of open up, we're going to open up our broadcast booth to one of our first guest commentators this afternoon. You heard him and saw him already on the broadcast. It's our LO206 Junior winner. Welcome in, Lincoln Massey.
What's up, guys?
So Lincoln, you got a chance to rest and refresh. I see you enjoying a drink and some potato chips. Yesterday, you didn't have an opportunity to have ice cream. Is that what rattled your driving yesterday?
Yes.
He's over there. You're enjoying a Blazers wing over there, aren't you? Yeah.
I would like one. Probably give me a couple.
John's got that waiter's talent for being able to ask you how things are while your mouth is full.
Yeah. Or like a dentist, they ask you long questions when there's the hooks in there. So
yeah, they were asking me very long questions while they would put my braces on, and I just kind of nodded my head, and they were like, "Oh yeah, why you can't talk?"
How do they not know that? They do that every day, right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, they can understand open mouth talking too.
Yeah.
They can actually make when you do it enough, they can understand what you're saying.
By the way, we got some good blocking going on here.
Yep.
Mateo Rubio Luengo holding off J.R. Blevins for the moment. Both a little bit of a defensive line down into turn number 9. Now, Lincoln, in your race, you were comfortably ahead enough you didn't have to go defensive. At what point do you, as a racer, say, I just want to, work together versus, all right, the switch is flipped. When do you get defensive, as we see the white flag in this race?
I usually get defensive on the last, 4 laps.
Okay.
And,
You don't want to talk about this, do you? Oh, no, he's nodding his head as if, Dikembe Mutombo came in and said, get that out of here, I think. As now we're seeing some aggressive weaving and bobbing down the back straightaway. Mateo Rubio Luengo covers that inside attack. No way for J.R. Blevins to get around. That lets Kellen Spears get right to the rear bumper. So one proper passing spot left, and that's going to be turn number 16 as we are coming down to the finish here in our tag senior race. And a little crossover for second there. J.R. Blevins a little wide on the corner. Checkered flag out. Mateo Rubio Luengo does it again. J.R. Blevins holds on for seconds with Callan Spears coming in third.
Well, Blevins took a look on the inside, but I think that's what ended up costing him as far as the win, but he almost cost second place as well, as Spears had him side by side but was able to hold on.
So the rest of the field will continue to cycle through, and they will head to the scales, make sure that everyone is legal. So Lincoln, we're not gonna probe too deeply because we know your competitors might be listening. But we'll go with yes or no's in this case. Do you have an idea for changes that you might make to your car for the final?
No, I don't think I'm going to make any changes.
Okay, Yeah, pretty strong answer there, Bill. Just right away saying that I'm good.
When you were talking Victory Lane earlier, a question occurred to me: were your issues yesterday related to specifically to your kart setup, or were track conditions a part of it?
Really, it was just my kart setup. One major thing was that we got 2 tie rods that make the wheels turn, and the 2 tie rods are connected to the steering shaft and blah 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 blah. Well, one of those tie rods, one of the bolts that held the tie rod in, you could pick that bolt up. So my wheel was just like wobbling all the way around the track, so it wasn't handling good.
Whoa, excuse me, what? Like you're literally saying you had a loose bolt, a loose wheel while you're approaching 60 miles an hour out there?
Yes.
Ooh, that's got to be Bill, that's a
much
scary
fun.
moment there.
I didn't notice it until I was like kind of driving down the pits, and I looked at my wheel, and I just seen it kind of wobbling, and I got up on the stand, and I kind of looked around, and I seen that my tie rod was like wobbling too. So I mean, just weird things.
Now you're part of the Will Bite Racing team, correct?
Yes.
So that means we can eventually blame Al Edwards later when he does come up in the booth. But I see another couple happy faces down there, Bill. So why don't we send it down to Victory Lane once again? Chris Connell, who do you have with you?
Yeah, Mateo Rubio Luengo, Christian Blevins here. Mateo reminding me of his first name as though I could forget. We learned a lot about him last time I was out. Of course, I missed you guys yesterday, but understand you've raced all over the world, Spain, Italy, things like that, and so you're definitely your experience showing out here today. So talk us through the race a little bit, and then we'll take it over to Christian, who did try to make a move, and I may have heard something I wasn't supposed to over there, so I won't put it out on the air, but maybe you can talk to us about some of the challenges you're facing at the moment. But right now, Mateo, talk us through it a little bit.
So, I mean, starting third, so we obviously had to move up through both Christian and Kellen. So the first challenge was getting by Kellen, but I did that at the start. So, and then Christian put up a good fight for a lap, and then I just took the lead and just tried to keep it from both of them.
Yeah, and so your track conditions out here, you know, I don't race, but it seems, I mean, the weather seems perfect. Would you call today ideal conditions?
Today's conditions are pretty good. They're not perfect. They're still like, since it was so mixed up yesterday, there's like some spots where the car like reacts like in a way that you don't really understand. Like you don't think it'll react that way, but right now it's just trying to find the perfect spot and just keep on going.
All right, I'm going to pass it over to Christian here. Talk to us about number one, if you care to share what challenges you had there, and then walk us through the race a little bit.
So it felt like we were struggling with some setup issues, but I'm sure we'll figure that out. And starting first, I mean, the start was all right. Definitely could have been better. And I was just trying to pass, but was struggling with some setup problems.
And do you? I saw you talking to your team over there. Talk to me about the team you're racing for here today.
I'm with DCT Sodi, and they definitely do a great job at helping out, and wouldn't be able to do this without them and my mom and dad.
For sure. I saw them come right over. They were being very attentive to as soon as you came off the track. But speaking of moms and dads and family, we're live on YouTube today, and they're sending out chats and shout-outs. So who do you have supporting you, Mateo?
My dad's definitely watching. Well, not definitely, but I think he is. And my mom's kind of busy right now, so I don't think she will be watching either. But my dad should be, at least.
All right, who do you have watching you from afar, Christian?
I know my dad is here. My mom might be watching, but I'm pretty sure she's already on a flight that she had to go on. And I know I've definitely got family members watching and my friends here.
Well, we'll be watching the chats, and definitely going to see both of you guys in the final right now. Got our pre-final winner and our second place driver here today. And good luck to you both in the finals. It's always a pleasure to interview you both. So good luck, and we'll see you. I'm going to send it back up to the booth for some more racing, all right?
Thank you, Chris. We've gotten the Tag Masters pre-final underway. Gene Panenko and Jose Garcia are 1 and 2 as we have completed the first lap, working on lap number 2. They come back through 4 and 5, head on down through the kink. So it's Panenko, Garcia, Ian Drennan, Todd Shambo, and Leon Washburn are your top 5. What you see there in our drone shot is the top 4. Pretty tight together the last time by, about a tenth of a second gap between first and second. Good racing underway here. We're lap number 2 of the scheduled 10 for this pre-final in the Tag Master class.
And Bill, I gotta tell you, you should get one of those Blazers wings over there. I had one, I believe, of a lemon pepper and then some sort of barbecue or buffalo. So I'll take over if you want to sample one of those wings. Good. Yeah, he's getting the Lincoln Massey nod of approval over there. Lincoln, you have braces. You're going to end up having to floss before your next race so you can make weight out there.
I'm going to have to floss, but it's going to pay off. These wings are extremely good.
So once again, that's Blazers Wings in Hull, Georgia.
And if you need a spokesman, we've got one here for you. Lincoln Massey can get those little cardboard cutouts of him and put it out there in the restaurant. That'd be great with him holding a wing.
Yeah, gnawing on a wing out there. We will see Danny May in action for sure in the LO206 Senior Division. Yesterday he also did a little double duty. He ran in the LO206 Masters when they were on track.
Panenko stretching his lead now to 0.38 seconds over Jose Garcia as we are working to complete lap number 4 of 10 here.
Yeah, they really business picks up with these guys, Bill, as opposed to the around 60-second laps for all of our LO206 classes. These tags right now running in the 51-second bracket. So that means they have to be probably flirting with 80 miles an hour when they get to the end of that back straightaway.
I try to imagine going 80 miles an hour that close to the ground.
Yeah, 1 inch off the ground. Yesterday we saw some interesting happenings in this race. This is this and the Tag Seniors race fans is the first class that's running today that is not only a 2-stroke engine, but they are water cooled. So to the left of the driver, you'll see that little radiator. Bill, yesterday at points you could see a driver. I don't know how they do this, while they're racing, but they'd reach over with their left hand and pull off a little bit of duct tape to open up that radiator. So the drivers have to monitor the temperature of the engine. Now, Lincoln, in the water-cooled, they have a temperature reading. In LO206, it's an air-cooled engine. Do you have a temperature reading on your display, or do you just run it and you don't worry about temperature?
Yeah, I really don't care about temperature. It doesn't actually show it. I know there's a lot of other electronic gizmos or whatever on them 2-strokes that I do not understand. But, temperature isn't really a big thing on the LOs. It can get overheated, like if it's a very hot day, it can get overheated and the engine can start to, slow down. You can kind of feel it. But today, that won't be a problem.
And what is on your display? Because if we think of a normal car, it's like, well, there's a speedometer, maybe a fuel gauge. I mean, Bill, what else? Maybe a tachometer and maybe a
rev limiter,
maybe a temperature. But what do you have on your display on the steering wheel of one of these carts?
So I can change a couple of things. One thing is miles per hour to RPMs. So I just have a little button that I can press, and it can either show me my miles per hour or RPMs. And sometimes whenever I'm on the rev limiter, it'll go from like 6,000 down to 2,000. Like it'll be like bouncing all over the place. So I really don't look at that. I usually look at my miles per hour. But whenever I'm done with the race, I can shut my card off, and I hit another button, and it'll show me my lap times. And it shows where I hit the RPMs, how fast I'm going, what times I'm running. So.
And all that's right on the display right in front of you.
It is.
Is there any other information there, like oil, water temp, or pressures? Not. Okay.
No, the whole thing the wire connects to the spark plug, so that's kind of all it knows, and it has a GPS in it, so it it does know how fast and what times you are running.
All right, well, Bill, he's going straight gangster, watching his speed as he's hurtling down the straightaways here.
I have a question about that, but we did have a change of position for second. Todd Shambo managed to get underneath Jose Garcia and shut him off from the crossover move. So as we come to the line now, Todd Shambo is your second place runner. Jose Garcia is third.
Eugene Panenko was the winner in both of yesterday's tag master divisions. Eugene, one of our drivers from Ukraine, and he is part of the, I believe it's the Kart Freedom Works, that great organization. He's really not just a driver, he's really a coach of other drivers. And if he continues on this pace, Bill, we're going to get a word with him down in Victory Lane.
Excellent. Well, Lincoln, my question for you is, what do you miles per hour for? Do you need to know how fast you're going through a particular section, how quickly you're going through a corner, or what exactly is it?
Hold on. We needed that da-da-da-da-da, ding, ding, ding meme with the sunglasses going on Lincoln, that he's just rolling down like a gangster on the back straightaway. But in serious light, what do you use that miles per hour for?
Well, really, we just use it to tell obviously how fast I'm going. But sometimes you want to know how fast you're going and see where you're hitting the rev limit. There also is a little thing on it where it's like you are the little dot and you're going around the track. And it shows RPMs and speed, and it goes up and down for wherever you are on the track. So let's say I'm going down the back straightaway. It'll tell me when I hit my rev limiter and what speed I'm hitting the rev limiter.
So this is to help you keep your laps consistent and to and to
make changes.
Hit your yeah. Okay.
White flag about to fly for Eugene Panenko as he crosses the start-finish line once again. Bill, really interesting to see how the technology has been absorbed and adopted into the sport. If you think back in the 80s in NASCAR, it was high-tech if you had a clipboard with 2 stopwatches on it so you could sort of time laps as you went along, or time yourself and one other car out there with all the electronics as well as GPS.
Or a couple cigarettes taped to the dashboard.
So really a wonderful sort of evolution of the sport.
Well, the go-kart was you'd rob the engine off an old lawnmower and put it on a chassis. That's not quite what's going out.
No, and that
Two
wouldn't.
engines on the sides.
Yeah, that wouldn't be what is powering Eugene Panenko off turn number 17. 30-plus horsepower on that machine, and it powers him to victory in our Tag Master pre-final. Coming in second, Todd Shambo, Jose Garcia third, Ian Drennan in fourth, and we will await Bill Strempel to sweep around to officially be scored in fifth. Here comes Strempel, and he crosses the line to make it official. So Eugene Panenko once again looking for the double today, and he has positioned himself for that with a pre-final win. Well, coming up next on the track, viewers, will be our Kid Kart division, so we'll probably stick with this camera for a certain spot. Kid Kart is our youngest division for racers age 5 to 7, so literally think kindergartners, maybe first graders out there. It's our lightest division in the Comer. 150 pounds is the weight. That's driver and kart all together, and a mere 1.5 horsepower out of the engine. But Bill, it's really great that we're giving that next generation of drivers a sandbox, a playground where they can learn racecraft.
Did you start on this, Lincoln, or did you? What was the lowest classification you've driven?
I started in cadet, so I started going on the full track.
Okay. How old were you?
9 or 10. I cannot remember, but I think I was around
so
9 or 10.
Little later start. It's very common nowadays that you drivers started when they were 5 or 6 years old. When that race starts, viewers, Kid Karts are one of 2 classes that use a standing start. The other is our shifter division. In shifter, they use a standing start, so they have to fully exercise first gear in the gearbox as well as the clutch. So you need a standing start to do that. For the Kid Kart, Bill, really it's just a coordination thing. To give a fair start, it's a lot to ask a 6-year-old to get in line with other karts. So they just do a standing start. Everyone gets sort of a nice, clean start for the race. And the other difference, they will not use the full course. They will just use the jelly bean, where they'll come up turn 1, do a quick cutoff, and all of a sudden they're back at turn 14. Before that, though, we have a couple of gentlemen down in Victory Lane with our own Chris Conowall. Take it away, Chris.
Yes, indeed. I want to start with Todd Shambo here, who had some folks cheering him on as he moved from third to second, overtook the second place and came in. So who do you have in support of you here? I know your daughter races here as well because I interview her often, but who else we got here? Looks we've got you guys step on over into the frame here because we've got the furry friend as well as some family members here, I'm thinking.
This is my youngest daughter, Summer, and her best friend, Benny, who's actually you call it my third daughter.
I'm going to get the camera.
Okay. So Summer's a big fan. She always comes and watches me race. And Benny's been several times too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's down there.
That's Blue. That's Summer's dog, and Blue's quite the character.
Well, I didn't know we were having an impromptu dog show during round 9 of our racing today.
And look at Brooks' dog. That's the Australian Shepherd. Yeah.
Okay, so we've had, what was it, a French Bulldog earlier? Now we got the Australian, and so
dog
we're getting
day.
It is.
Dog day today.
The race, as usual, I didn't have anything for Eugene over here. He seems to have everything dialed in and figured out, but I was able to pull off a second, so I felt good after qualifying 4th. So I was happy with the race. We'll see if we can't figure out Eugene's pace in the final.
All right, pass it on over to Eugene. All right, Eugene, talk us through it.
Good race. I just control my pace from beginning to the end. After qualification, I make some changes in setups, and I like more how kart works now. And I just want to live the same on the final race and do my best to be a little faster than guys behind.
That usually works.
That's the idea behind racing. Talk to us about your freedom, Kart Freedom. Yeah.
Kart Freedom, this is my team, which I present here in the USA. It was born in Ukraine, and I have now 5 drivers in my team here. 2 in TAC Master, Micro, Mini Swift, and K Junior. Soon it will be 1 more driver in TAC Rookie. So we grow up step by step during 1 year. We achieve already pretty high results, and I'm proud of this.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to send it back up to the booth, but I did want to, of course, congratulate both of these drivers. Excellent, and wish you luck in the final. And for anybody who's at home watching, would you guys like to send a shout out to anybody who's watching on YouTube?
Well, I don't know of anyone watching myself, but thank you for watching for whoever's out there.
Thank you, my family, who watching all my races at home. I love you.
All right, there you go. So great interviews, great racing, and it is definitely a family event out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I'm going to send it back up to the booth now, and we're going to do a battery change down here. So give us some racing, guys. Good talking to you. Speaking of family, we got Big Rig up there, right? And I got Little Rig down here right beside me flying a drone. It's awesome. Let me get you some camera of that real quick.
Well, Chris, we're going to get back in with our action for our Kid Kart Comer division on track right now. And, Bill, we're seeing some of the more colorful characters we have out there. Arlo Stowers was the racer with the red trim on his helmet, we'll say. I know it somewhere between Marvin Martian and a Robin Centurion out there.
Extra aerodynamics.
I saw him as I was coming up this morning. He passed by me. Of course, you immediately recognize Arlo when you see him. And up close, I realized it's a Road Warrior vibe.
Okay.
So it's intimidation. He looks like one of the. I'm trying to remember the name of the character.
You mean Axe and Smash, the wrestling Road Warriors?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm talking about real stuff like Mel Gibson and Road Warrior.
Okay. Well, it definitely makes him easily identifiable, sort of like Bob Ross. His afro makes him easily identifiable.
Happy tree.
We had some great racing in our Kid Kart division yesterday. In the Comer division that we're watching now, Alex Schomer picked up the win in both of the events. We'll see the Kid Kart LO206 coming up momentarily. They had some big passes as well as some big hits in the action. Right now, though, Arlo Stowers pulling away to victory. He's doing some 24-second lap times. As our viewers, you see, they do the cutoff just after turn 1, almost like a false start for the other divisions, and then they're immediately down heading towards turn 16. We call it the jelly bean. Alternatively, is when you see it from above, it looks just a little bit like that sweet candy. These laps do go off awfully quick. We're already on lap number 8, and we're following the battle here. That is Alex Schomer and Wyatt Rower battling for second. And Bill, I'm still just amazed at, we're enjoying this race, and then you see them get out of the cart. And we're talking kindergartners. We're talking, first grade kids out there as the white flag flies.
Absolutely, and we still have a battle going on there for second as Schomer and Rower are going after it.
Yep, there's the cutoff that they make. Now they're heading downhill. One last gasp attempt from Rower, not able to get alongside. As this is second and third, we should see our winner come to the checkers momentarily. Arlo Stowers picks up the win in our Comer Kid Kart division. Coming home in second is Alex Schomer. Wyatt Rower coming home in third.
Excellent run there for all of them. Got it done. And here's a question for you. This is the first time I have actually seen Kid Kart split into two classes for different types of karts. How long has that been going on?
Well, we do it just sort of based on numbers. In the past, they'd all be together. We might have 5 or 6 karts. And now where we have 4 of the Comer karts and we'll have 4 to 6 of the LO206 karts, it just makes sense at that point because there is a speed difference between the two of them. Each, again, just give them a little sandbox, a playground for them to get experience, get that valuable seat time in the race. So that puts their race in the books. I imagine they have to head up to the scales just like the other classes. And now you get a bird's eye view of how they line up this field. And Bill, you can even see the marshals literally just lift the car and put it exactly into the spot where it needs to be. So we'll see Matthew Perez, Anthony DeFeo, Carter Merard, and Will Krekel scheduled to line up in this race. Yesterday, it was Carter Merard picking up the pre-final win, but Will Krekel was the winner in the final. Great view of some of the grounds here. The patrons able to sort of walk up and down between the straightaways that form turn number 2. For those of you on the grounds, you can tune your FM radio to 88.7 FM. That's 88.7 FM, and you'll hear all the public address broadcasts during our time today. Once again, I'm John Matthews, joined by Bill Rigdon in the booth, Chris Conowall working down in the pits. As the green flag is out, we're underway in our Kid Kart LO206 division. Comparing the LO206 Kid Kart to the Comers, same age kids, these karts a little bit heavier, 186 pounds versus 150 for the Comers. They also have a more powerful engine, potentially 8.5 horsepower versus the 1.5 from the Comers, and these karts may flirt with 40 miles an hour. A little tough to hit that with the shape of this course, but if they could really max out on a good straightaway, they could reach 40 miles an hour. And for a 6-year-old that might only be used to riding a bike, that speed will feel like flying. And as we said, the laps go off quick. Carter Merard already picking up lap number 1. He was the pre-final winner yesterday. He'll be looking to go 2 for 2 this weekend as we're enjoying round number 9 of our Kart Championship Series. In yesterday's broadcast, Bill, we also got to some bonus coverage from the main track. We had a couple of downforce battles. Downforce is off for the day, but boy, they put on a whale of a show. 2 races, 2 full course cautions, and some lead changes heading down to the wire. So those big radicals that we talk about, the Primal Racing School, they were on full display yesterday afternoon.
And I would strongly suggest if you're in the area or want to make a trip up here to see events on either of these tracks, it's very entertaining. And this isn't a venue that is built for spectators. It's not supposed to, but you do have vantage points, and you are welcome to come and watch these. And the karts, as I've done this for a few years now, every year it gets more and more competitive as the field sizes increase and the talent level increases, and these drivers that kind of watch grow up in the sport advance, and it's really something to watch. It's a lot of fun, and just about all these races are entertaining.
Well, the one driver advancing now, Carter Merard, has about a 3-second lead over Matthew Perez. There you see Perez streaking down the bottom of the screen, followed by Anthony DeFeo and Will Krekel. Already Carter Merard has flashed out of the vision. So, you know, Bill, I saw that camera shot there, and I was wondering, was I seeing something falling out of the sky there? Please tell me no, not this again, as we had just gotten.
Yep. It sure looks like it, doesn't it?
It really does right there. I'd say I'm no meteorologist, but I actually am a meteorologist. But maybe we can get a thumbs up from our Chris Conowall. I have a camera on him. Is it raining out there now, Chris?
It is starting to come down here now. I'm watching for folks to start signaling their crews that they've got to get those rain tires on. If I got a couple quick seconds, I'm going to definitely we're highlighting our families out here today. Arlo Stowers, our winner, and Alex Schomer in second place. Who do you have over your shoulder right here?
Alex.
Yeah, and how about your other shoulder?
Your dad.
It's his dad. All right. Who do you have, Alex?
My dad.
Yeah, so congratulations to you guys. We only have a couple seconds, but real quick, for folks who are watching at home, do you guys have anything you'd like to say? You're on TV right now, and this really goes out over the whole world.
We had 1 million races already.
It's been a long weekend, hasn't it?
Well, Alex is. Last time Alex was racing hard. Last time we had a little wreck in the
Yeah, but now with we've got some rain coming down here now. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna send it back up to the booth. Keep it quick right now, but congratulations to both of you, and give the camera a wave really quick, and we'll see how this rain affects the rest of the day. But congratulations to both of you. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. White flag already in the air. Carter Merard on his way to victory as we're watching second, third, and fourth on screen. So the checkered flies. Carter Merard picks up the pre-final win. And here comes the race for second. Looks like Matthew Perez has that. Getting to be close for third. And Anthony DeFeo able to hold off Will Krekel for third place. So, Bill, here we go again. We're the weatherman didn't really call for a chance of rain today, but we're seeing it on our cameras. And now the drivers are sort of caught in a split here. It's damp. It's not really wet, but at the same time, it's not really dry. So, Lincoln, if you're a crew chief, if you're a driver that was about to go out, based on what you know right now, would you stick with slicks or would you switch over to the rain tires?
So rain tires aren't meant for just a light rain. So usually the track will stay hot as these drivers keep going. The track will stay hot. Now, if they give these drivers a 15-minute time, the track will get back wet. But as these drivers keep going on the track will stay dry, or the driving line will. So, it's not going to be rains. Rains are for like puddles and like heavy rain. It's still going to be slicks. So.
Well, when it is coming down, even if it's misting like it is right now, how does that affect your visibility? What do you have to do as a driver differently, or do you just keep wiping at your visor? You don't have tear-offs on there, do you?
So, actually, you're not supposed to wipe. I don't wipe on my visor because you'll get smudged. So, really, you can't do much. But yesterday, when it was misting, it didn't really affect my vision. It was just too little, like, the drops of rain were just too little.
You'd probably have some Rain-X or something on your visor to keep it from sticking on there.
And next field of cars rolling on track are KA 100 Juniors. You see those plumes of blue smoke in the air. KAs are two-stroke engines. They run an engine similar to what you might have in a chainsaw or a weed whacker, where you have to mix the oil in with the gas. And as you can hear from the sound piping through your speakers, a much higher pitch than we have in our LO206 division. Now, Lincoln, what kind of RPMs would you max out at in your LO2? Is it 6,000?
It's 6,150.
Okay, very exacting number. And I believe these KAs, they're able to, I've heard the phrase, life starts at 9,000. I don't even know what the top end is on these engines.
Oh, I think it's like 12,000 RPMs. It's the top RPM.
And that's what gives them that really high-pitched sound. You can see a bunch of drivers in that little midway between sort of turns 1 and 2. They're probably, Bill, trying to get a little more intel about what changes they'll want to make as, I don't want to say unfortunately. I was hoping for a dry day, but the drivers have been thrown another knuckleball here with some light sprinkles, we'll call it.
Well, it would be racing if there was some unpredictability involved here.
Oh, no. I mean, yesterday it said 0% of rain. And today it says 0% of rain. Well, here comes the rain.
And looks like something that's not coming this start called off, so they'll make their way through the cutoff and attempt it once again. We're proud to have VRD Racing as our title sponsor for our KA 100 Junior division. In yesterday's action, Gabriel Lopez Velarde picked up the win in the pre-final, and he was able to turn the double coming in first in the final. So we'll see if they can get lined up as well. For our viewers, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook, we just ask that you give us here at Atlanta Motorsports Park a thumbs up, a like, a subscribe, ring the bell, whatever is the right click for the platform that you are on. We would love to have you join us and see content every time that we go live here on track. And this start is no-go once again. Bill, thank you, Lincoln, for joining us in the studio. He has to go prepare for his final. Bill, every day there seems to be one class that's just a little too antsy to get started, and you end up having to take a few retakes.
Well, such is the nature of racing. They're keyed up and ready to go, and it's kind of hard to get that all reined in among 7 drivers at one time.
As we have drone-on-drone conflict right now. Our top drone flown by Will Rigdon, and now we have, you can see Daryl Cannon's first-person view at the back of the field in the shot.
The Mario Kart view.
Yeah, but look at this great view. If all works well, you'll see these karts rocket away. As Bill, once these karts get to that ideal power band, above 9,000 RPM, that's when these karts really start to take off. And take off they do. The green flag is in the air. We're underway with our VRD Racing KA 100 Junior pre-final.
And a bit of action at the very back of the field as there's a little bumping and shoving going on to get situated going down into turn number 2. But now they've all evened out single files. They come back underneath us here and head on down through the kink and into turns number 8 and 9 to get this first lap underway.
Yeah, some battling back in the pack as the leaders of our field carve their way through turn number 9. Single file at the front. At this point with a 10-lap race, we have to imagine drivers maybe a little concerned about the moisture, just looking to log some laps at this time. One kart I can definitely identify running in 4th place. Oliver Nabert is in that he has that bright red driving suit as we see a battle for second at the moment. Coming the line for lap number 1, Gabriel Lopez Velarde leads. Talon Laney, Callan Berghofer locked in a battle for second with Nabert in 4th.
They were about, 0.013 apart, the two of them, 0.007 between second and third at the line. And near dead heat.
Translation, not much.
Not much,
Not much difference. So Gabriel Lopez Velarde charges down the back straightaway. Now we see a late stab from Nabert into turn 9, and he's going to be able to make the move to the inside and secure 3rd place.
Well, Berghofer got a little squirrely. I think he may have made just brief contact.
Actually, that's Laney. Laney is back and forth, so I think you're right, though. A little contact between Nabert and Laney for 3rd place, and now a gap has opened between our top 2 and 3rd and 4th place.
Well, that can happen when you have action between the two, but Laney and Nabert are stuck together there in 3rd and 4th place. That battle is not over yet.
KA is not typically known for drafting, but they can at points. We'll see if 3rd and 4th. Whoa, as we had Talon Laney sweeping wide off turn 4. Bill, turn 4 was one of those unexpected corners yesterday where karts were spinning once the track got damp, maybe more than any other corner.
Well, that move put Laney into the clutches of Harry Cunningham back in 5th. So as soon as I said that battle wasn't over, that battle was over. The curse of the announcer strikes again, and I do apologize for that, but we are looking at lap number 3 of 10 for this pre-final as they come out of turn number 17 and down to the line. You got Lopez Velarde, Berghofer, and Oliver Nabert were going to be your 1, 2, 3. Talon Laney now fighting off Harry Cunningham. They're back for 4th and 5th position.
And
one little mistake can cost you in this.
That is right. Mountain weather so unpredictable, Bill, as the radar mostly not showing anything, just a few little flecks of green randomly across the northern part of the state. And it's just enough to wring out some moisture as Nabert dives to the inside of Berghofer. And for the moment, he's in second. Berghofer cannot mount a charge, and we're seeing another battle between Laney and Cunningham for 4th. All of this letting Gabriel Lopez Velarde escape into the afternoon.
Do we need a green screen for you to stand in front of and point
to do
stuff?
some weather?
Yeah, yeah.
We could. I did that once in a college class. That was interesting. So there you see Oliver Nabert, red Kart, red driving suit, easily identifiable. Oh, he swings wide off turn 1. That lets Berghofer get back into second place. Bill, I think that's an indication of the moisture. It must be patchy out there, and I bet a spot caught Nabert off guard.
It looks that way, but whatever it was, it opened the door and allowed him through.
And Nabert's going to mount a charge once again. He's just going to bump draft Berghofer forward, at least for the moment, as we welcome in another member, another guest that we enjoy having on. It is the proprietor of the Wilbite Racing Stable, Al Edwards. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I think we got him on. He might be muted over here as we welcome in Al Edwards. You know what, Bill? This means we just get to talk at Al Edwards, and he can't respond for a moment. All right, Al, your mic should be on right now.
All right, we're hot.
So, from our vantage point here in the cozy confines of the booth, we can't feel the weather. What's happening weather-wise out there?
Well, it's starting to sprinkle a little bit, but nowhere near like yesterday. I'm really hoping we don't have a repeat of yesterday. Yesterday was a game of craps. It was just whatever your dice you were going to roll. Pretty amazing. I mean, it hurt a lot of our team yesterday, deciding to go out in rains, trying to predict when the rain was actually going to hit. I was thinking in the final for LO206 Senior, it was going to be, mid-race, maybe earlier in the race, and ended up really hitting at the last 2 laps. So all the guys that were on rains were suffering, and that's why you saw such a big change in the lineup from the pre-final to the final. So it is what it is. You roll the dice and take your chances, and it just didn't work out for a lot of us.
What kind of leeway do you have as to know when to change to rains? I mean, how much lead time?
Well, it's a good question, because a lot of the time, if it's just raining and you know the track's really wet, you're going to go out with your rains. But if we're on the grid, for instance, and we had this happen several times yesterday, you're on the grid, all of a sudden you start getting a little bit of rain, and they call for an option. The drivers either do it or the race officials do it and say you have 15 minutes to change your tires. You go and change your tires and go out there and run on your rains.
And Will, Al, as you shared during the broadcast yesterday, it's more than just changing the rain tires. In an ideal world, if you knew it was a wet track, you were saying that you would change gearing, you would change caster, you would change toe. So throwing on the reins, while it kind of fixes one thing, it really sounds like it might create a host of other problems.
It does, and we saw that yesterday in LO206. The drivers that made all the setup changes because they took the gamble early were the front runners, and then the drivers that didn't fell from first to last, basically. And unfortunately, that happened to Adam Phillips yesterday. We're hoping Adam Phillips can have a better day in Masters than he had yesterday. So we'll see how that goes. But it seems like we've had a little bit of a mix-up in the Masters and Legends, too, with Jose Garcia on the pole. And this is Jose's second time back in as many days to 206 in a few years, or 6 years, he said. So it's great to see Jose back.
Well, Al, we're not I'm not shedding any tears that Danny May was the LO206 Masters winner yesterday. He gave us those Blazers wings that he brought in. So he found a way to make us a fan here up in the booth.
That's right. That's right. That's bias. He definitely has an advantage for anyone who loves wings.
You know, all of a sudden in this race, top three getting close back together. Lopez Velarde, or that might be a lapper in the middle there.
That's a lapper
as
in the middle.
Nabert swings to the inside, can't quite make the pass. So we are in the waning laps of our VRD Racing KA 100 Junior. Al, a question we had earlier, what RPM do these KA engines top out at?
12,000 to 14,000.
Yikes, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's why they make that screaming noise. There's basically a simpler X30, not as much power, not as much displacement, but it's the two-stroke wind, really short stroke, decent-sized piston. For a two-stroke, that is, and life starts after 8,000 RPM, as we say in two-stroke racing.
Well, we are enjoying second, third, and fourth. Berghofer, Nabert, and Harry Cunningham battle it out for second spot. The field on their final lap, making their way down the back straightaway as Nabert makes a strong move down to the inside. He's in second for now. Will there be a crossover? No. So new second-place runner Oliver Nabert back to second, Bill, as we saw him get to second and then lose it in turn one when we think he hit a wet patch.
And Lopez Velarde took a quick glance over his shoulder just to see where it was, to see how easy he needs to take it through the final turns. And there is a move right back, Berghofer.
Yeah, Nabert swung high in 16, so Lopez Velarde picks up the win. Berghofer battles back to resecure second. Oliver Nabert slides to third at the end. Harry Cunningham fourth, with Talon Laney rounding out the top five. So, Bill, it seemed like each time Oliver Nabert got up to second place, the next corner, trouble was lurking.
Looks like we're getting some real rainfall here now. People starting to exit the balcony here, and you can see it now on the screen. It's starting to come down.
Usually if the umbrellas start popping up, that's when it gets serious. So we haven't seen the umbrellas quite yet, but I imagine that's a matter of time.
And this is the LO206 Masters that's coming up now, Masters and Legends Division, sponsored by Will Bite Racing. And, you know, you really can see it.
And all of this still really is some of the outer bits of the remnants of Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene made landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida late Thursday night, swept through Georgia. Georgia, north part of the state, received anywhere from 7 to 10 inches of rain from Wednesday through Friday, sort of some prefrontal rain, as well as the hurricane and its remnants itself. So this just continued after effects. The drought's over here in Georgia after all that rain, but we were hoping to have a dry day today. Al, when I drove in, 9, 10 o'clock, it was a sunny day. I had high hopes for a beautiful day. And then as I, walked into the facility, I'm like, wait a minute, it has clouded back up.
Yeah, so looking at the ground there, it's not really coming down hard enough. It's a mist still. So it's going to be on the visors. The track's going to get just maybe a little bit slick, but all these guys are going to stay out on they're going to stay out on their slicks.
Now, we were speculating on this in the booth yesterday. Al, you get done with a day in the rain. How much harder is it to come back for the second day of a doubleheader after a day in the rain? Is it worse than when you'd been on a dry track?
Yeah, and the reason why is, so for instance, I've been working on karts all morning long. And here we are down with Callan Berghofer and the winner,
Gabriel Lopez Velarde. So, Chris, take it away.
Yeah, I'm here with Gabriel Lopez Velarde, Callan Berghofer, our first and second place drivers here today who got in just before the rain really started to come down hard. So, Callan, let me start with you. You were able to pull past, I believe it was Oliver Nibert, and grab the second place spot. So how'd you do it?
Yeah, on the start, me and Gabriel got a really good start and jumped Harry. And then after that, Gabriel just took off. Such a big gap. And then on the straight, he tried to pass me a few times, and we went. But every time he passed me, I passed him back on another corner. And then on the last lap, I got him.
Excellent. So you two have been battling season after season, and so congratulations today. It's I saw the smile when he said you just took off, and so how does it feel to have put one in the books in the pre-final for you?
I'm very happy with how I performed this race. I just at the start, I just put my head down and just put as big of a gap as I could. I knew that would probably start raining pretty soon. And I was constantly looking at my visor, checking how many rain droplets there were. Once I started to see a lot more, I started to take it easy because I didn't want to lose the race with already a big gap. And I'm just very happy with my performance.
Excellent, excellent. So, of course, if conditions persist like this, you'll have to probably switch to reins, but I'm going to send it back up to booth before I do.
Chris, before you do that, I want Gabriel to hold up his helmet towards the camera. That is one of our sweetest-looking helmets. Look at that. Al, that's quality paint job there.
Yeah, what you got up here on top there? Yeah, it looks really, really cool. Really cool. So, generally, you've got somebody watching at home on YouTube. So who's out there watching you today?
So my parents are here, probably my grandparents and my cousin's parents.
You want to give them a quick wave? All right. How about you, Gabriel?
Well, my dad is always with me. Right now, yesterday my mom just came out of surprise. My dad didn't even know that she was coming. And yeah, it's like the family who's with me. My sister never comes, and she doesn't want to come.
We'll try to encourage her to come out. Congratulations, you both. I think your teams are going to want to talk to you about where you go from here with the rain. But congratulations, and guys, another big shout out to Blazers Hot Wings. One of our big sponsors here today. You guys are great competitors.
Chris, come on up and get you a wing.
Yeah, I'm definitely coming
up.
up.
Get out of the rain.
Yeah, absolutely, for
Al,
sure.
Bill, you can really see it coming down in some of the
shots.
Thank
you guys.
As we're enjoying our LO206 Masters and Legends division, courtesy of Will Bite Racing. Our Masters are for drivers 35 and up. The Legends are age 55 and up. We may not see much of the Legends. They start separate, so they have their own little race within a race. But Al, this looks like mayhem because they're out there on the slicks, and it is really starting to come down.
It's really starting to come down, and that's really unfortunate that we didn't get the 15-minute. It wasn't really coming down, and then all of a sudden we saw it here on the video screen. It started a real hard sprinkle, and you can see these guys sliding around all over the place. You see Danny May, and I believe that's Josh Smoker. No, sorry, Ryan Spirowski in second place, Matt Lassiter in third. There, and here it comes. The rain is really coming down.
Annie Lennox, here comes the rain again.
There's a puddle shot, guys. You can really just sort of see there.
Yeah,
it's really coming down here now, folks.
Yep, that's definitely. You can see it on that shot. The cart's down in the pit area, getting wet. So
now
we do race in the rain, so it's one of those you get what you get. But boy, look at how wide the drivers are swinging from turn 2.
Way out wide where there's absolutely no rubber. That's the line.
Well, now I imagine, is it the rubber, or is it also that tends to be where the oils are laid down?
Yeah, all the stuff that's sitting on the track that normally tires won't pick up, that starts to come out of the asphalt and collect down there in turn 2. But that outside line is really where you want to be, because you can take it easy, slingshot around, and then get on the gas really slow.
So normally you want to be in that tight line where the rubber is, but now with the rain coming down, you want to be anywhere but where that grease and that rubber is.
Yeah, exactly 66 right. Just spun out down here in the corner, and they're having a real tough time in 4. Sorry, guys.
Off just underneath us. Yep.
Yeah, turn 4 yesterday really was calamity corner. I don't know what it was about that turn, but when it got wet, now we can really see the rain coming down in earnest in our camera shot. That these drivers are going to have a handful out there. Fortunately, these are our most seasoned drivers of the program.
Well, I tell you, too, Ryan Sporowski, I met him yesterday. He is on a new type of chassis. I can't believe
is it the Happy chassis?
Yeah,
it's
Hendrick Motorsports actually is building that, and then Josh Smoker's been around quite a long time, and they're really good at what they do. But you know, Matt Lassiter is hanging on here. You got to be careful going into 4. You got to gingerly go through 4. Why? Because it's an off-camber corner. You got paint way on the outside. You hit that paint, you are going around. There's no two ways about it.
And there's a building if you don't make the turn there. Yeah. Okay, and we've just heard the announce from race control. Because of the rain, this race is being shortened to 8 laps. The lap times are down. This will make it maybe a little easier for the drivers to navigate through it. So, Al, I don't know how they communicate that to the drivers. I guess the signal flags, they'll just figure it out.
That's right. I mean, basically what's going to happen is that the 2 to go is going to come out. And I'd say right now we're on lap 3. We're going to see what happens unless it really starts to come down and people start to wreck out. When the puddles get on the track, and it's going to happen. We're going to start getting puddling and things like that. We're going to have to go to mandatory race. We're halfway through now. They're showing the halfway through on lap 4. So yeah, they've now signaled to the drivers, and everyone's going, "What do you mean it's halfway?"
Yeah, and we're seeing umbrellas out. You're seeing some big fat raindrops on the rain screen, or on the view screen here. So we're not expecting this. We were hoping for a beautiful day, viewers, but this is karting. They will race in the rain. Unfortunately, right now they are doing it on the slicks. It's starting to look, Al, like people learning to ice skate out there at the rink.
That's exactly right. And right now we're not showing the second place of Ryan Spirowski on the graphic there, but it's first place Josh Smoker, Ryan Spirowski in second. They're running together really close. Matt Lasser is behind them by about
we think we had a pass out there. We might have had
yep, and it looks
Spirowski
like
move to the front.
Get in the front there of Josh Smoker, taking advantage of that. Now look at the lap times. We've gone from our usual 1:02.9 down to 1:13 to 1:18, 1:20 there, and these guys are really taking it easy on the brakes. They're driving it like you got eggshells under the pedals and rubber bands on the steering wheel.
Like they're in a snowmageddon in Atlanta.
Exactly.
As there you can see the drivers trying to get out of the tram lines. Any place you see paint, that becomes extra slick out there. If a driver sticks a wheel just a little off course, hits that paint, they are probably coming around. So there
now we've got a lead change, or not a lead change, but a change from 4th to 5th. Richard Pearson and Grant Lockwood, great to see them. Adam Phillips now in 6th. Steve Frank's out there in Masters in 7th, and Aaron Putnam 8th. Jeff Griffin in 9th. Jose Garcia is leading the Legends class in 10th position. And David Fusco is behind Chris Kellett, Frank Baldozier. Wow, we've got a real change here.
In our racing yesterday, Adam Phillips was the winner in the pre-final for Tag Master. Danny May came home the victor in the final. David Fusco was the winner of both events in our Legends division.
And look at Matt Lassiter. Matt Lassiter is actually starting to get his sea legs underneath him, and he's starting to come in and get closer to Smoker and Spirowski. That's really great.
So the field gingerly making their way around this 17-turn 1-mile facility. Viewers, put some comments down in the chat. Let us know what you think about racing in the rain. Are you a fan? Do you like dry tracks? Or, what do you think we should do here? We don't get a vote. You don't get a vote. We in the announce booth don't get a vote either. But we're enjoying, I guess, another facet of racecraft. Al, we talk a lot about.
Here comes Matt Lassiter to the outside. Yep. Looks like Josh Smoker bobbled it a little bit. Matt Lassiter is going to make the pass here for second position. This is really, really tough because he goes in there too hot. He manages to hold it, doesn't get into the paint.
He did what you said going up the hill. He hit the paint, and then you saw him.
Yep, you saw him slide sideways.
Yep.
Woo!
So treachery can happen at any corner. Josh Smoker now has a healthy lead. Al, at this point, if Smoker doesn't hear anyone behind him, does he back things down even more just to keep the wheels going straight?
Absolutely. This is all self-preservation now. If you've got a gap, which he does here between second and third. Oh, looks like Surowski got by Matt Lassiter, but Matt Lassiter hot on his heels.
So, Al, back to the conversation about we got interrupted by the rain, as it looks like we might have a pass
Matt Lassiter going
16.
for the pass on the inside in his turn 16. He thinks better of it.
Yeah. So, white flag coming out. We had said, how much harder is it as a crew chief, you're going back-to-back when it's been a wet day versus a dry day? What extra work do you have to do when the kart's been wet?
So what's going to happen right now is everyone's going to come back in and say, we need to go to the rain setup. And so it's a matter of changing all the things that we want to change, especially if the weather stays like this. Yesterday, we were bouncing between wet and dry over and over and over again. Some people just decided to give up. And you look at Matt Lassiter here, he's getting confident in his driving here in the rain on the slicks. He's sticking his nose in, but these guys, oh, wow. It looks like Josh Smoker has really opened up a lead here on Spirowski and Lassiter. Grant Lockwood now a solid 4th. Richard Pearson in 5th. Adam Phillips in 6th. And let's take a look at the Legends race.
Oh, wait, one of the carts just went through Rainbow Road there. We'll see if that advanced a position. Josh Schmoker was a 2.3 second advantage the last time around. There you can see those ominous clouds in the background.
Yeah, you can see the rain coming out of them there. You can see a rain shaft. So hopefully that's not moving in this direction.
As our leaders gingerly make their way off turn 17 and then head down to see the checkers in this shortened race. Our LO206 Masters pre-final winner, that goes to Ryan Sporowski, and we will wait for our Legends to be official. Jose Garcia was the leader in the last lap, but this all brought to us courtesy of Will Bite Racing. And Al, I have to imagine there's a little less bite in the track now with this rain. Sorry, I had to go hard with the product plug
that's
there.
like the frying and sizzling bacon with Wesley Bacon. All right, that's Aaron Putnam crossing the line here. We're going to get Jose Garcia crossing the line as well in first position in Legends, setting the fastest lap of the race at 108.461. Wow, he was flying. Frank Baldozier is second place in Legends and Fusco in third.
But Al, that was the quickest lap on lap 1,
right?
Which almost never happens because they're not up to speed on the first lap. So that's an indication that the rain really started in earnest.
It did.
Right as they got the green flag.
It did. Wow, that was a good race. Hopefully we didn't have too many things. I think Danny May ended up only completing 5 laps there, and Leon Robertson out as well. But everybody else in the group finished the race. That's pretty amazing. And as you can see, as fast as it started, it stopped. The sun is starting to come out a little bit. The clouds are lightening up. The track's starting to dry a little.
And not really that many incidents rain-related.
No.
That's the experience. Other classes yesterday, when the rain started, really turned into an off-road adventure out there. But you can see a lot of moisture on the shot from our drone and a lot of dark asphalt around this facility. You can still see the main track also in action in the background. We had an Indy type car, an Indy prototype on track earlier. Just, Bill, one of the other facets of speed that we enjoy here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Absolutely. You get all sorts of racing out here.
Yeah, so you can see that rain shaft out there.
Yeah. Beautiful look at some of the lush tree canopy here in the North Georgia mountains. We were somewhat lucky that the track of Hurricane Helene went to the east. We weren't hit with the worst of it. That I was really worried, guys, when we saw the forecast track that there would have been a lot of tree damage, a lot of power outages in the aftermath of the storm.
Because you remember what happened when Irma came through. I mean, we were without power for 6 days.
Trying to, what year was Irma?
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Okay.
And then, if you remember, Andrew also made it up into Georgia
Opal,
in a big way. And
Opal made it
too.
in 95. Well, we're going to send it down to Victory Lane. I believe it's Ryan Sporowski, our winner, and he's with Chris Conowall. Take it away, Chris.
That's right, here with Ryan Sporowski, and you were able to capitalize here today on some changing conditions, but led the race for quite a while as well. So, first of all, where do you hail from since it's our first time meeting?
Born and raised in Chicago, reside in Mooresville, North Carolina now.
Awesome. So talk us through the race and how we went from ideal conditions to, crazy conditions out there.
It rained. I followed Josh around for a while. He's one of my teammates. We're both on a new Happy Kart, and I've been talking to Josh how to drive in wet conditions on slicks, and he did a really good job. And I swapped with him and had tried to have him follow me so he can learn a little bit so we could get something out of this for grands in 2 weeks. And I turned around, he was a little ways back. So I was actually just talking to him, and he explained his mistakes. And as long as he can learn from it, we all learn from it.
Awesome. So when did you come down from Chicago?
I moved to Mooresville 3 years ago, and this is my second time here at AMP, and I love it. This is great. I wish there were more tracks like this throughout the country.
Yeah, good to hear. So you got any do your folks know that they can check us out online at YouTube and check you out and watch you went out here? Is this going to be your first podium?
No, I've been racing for years, but I'm 38, and I have a hard enough time with the internet, let alone trying to have my parents do it. So.
Well, your first podium here at AMP, I meant.
Yes, yeah. We had a good result yesterday, and yesterday was a big test day, and today we wanted to put race trim on and really see what we could do, and then it started raining, so that was kind of a waste, but track time is track time.
For sure, for sure. Well, hopefully somebody could give your folks the 411 on how to tune in and watch you race. You definitely showed what some experience probably driving in the Chicago snow once or twice probably helped you out.
Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, there's a lot of truth to that.
Perfect. Well, Ryan, good to meet you, and we'll see you in the finals. Congratulations on your pre-final win.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to send it back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. He was there with Ryan Sporowski, winner of our Will Bite Racing LO206 Masters race. Al, I was able to get a word with our race director. We won't be doing the 15-minute breaks like we did yesterday. He was able to message all the teams, except for the unfortunate ones on the track, to basically go change, and we'll have about a 10-minute pause. The rest is
so they're going to do a mandatory reins at this point?
It sounds like they are. The pause right now is that our production staff is headed out onto the facility. They need to change some batteries out yonder out there. So we do have a pause. I'm just going to look over at my director. Maybe if we just want to pause and come back in a few moments, and that's what we'll do. So viewers, we'll be back in a few minutes as we get ready for our next race. Tag Cadets will be on track after this break. We are back at Atlanta Motorsports Park for round 9 of our championship series. Tag Cadets rolling on track for their pre-final. We have had a little bit of rain move into the area, and just as soon as the rain moved in, it seemed like the rain has stopped. So drivers on track now, the parade lap for our Tag Cadets, and that is brought to us courtesy of Liquid Molly. Bill, we didn't think we'd be chasing the weather, but here we go again. One more time.
Yeah, you promised me it was going to be better today.
I don't recall the promise. Do you have that in writing?
That's you meteorologists. You can never believe what they say.
A little bit of love here. All right, so we had just enjoyed seeing our LO206 Master and Legends pre-final. Ryan Sporowski picked up the win. In the Masters, the Legends winner was Jose Garcia. In our Tag Cadets, it was Kian Air who was the winner in the pre-final. And then in the final, Callan Berghofer picked up the win in the Tag Cadet.
We're underway here as they get through turn 1 in good order, and through turn 2, get a little wide into the paint in the rumble strip, but everything looking good so far.
Yeah, wet paint. If you can imagine when it's a rainy day out and you might step through the crosswalk, that can be the same type wet paint condition. As right now it looks like Kian Air is our early leader, a track that is completely wet. Bill, we can't tell if the tires are rain tires down there, but I imagine most of the teams will have switched over. We won't know until they come to an actual stop.
Well, as Lincoln was telling us, they don't really get an advantage from rain tires until there's standing water. And do we see standing water out there? Could they still be on slicks? I don't know.
So our Tag Cadet, Tag stands for touch and go. These are 2-stroke engines. Unlike the Tag Seniors, these don't have the full-on. Whoa, that was some drift coming into turn number 1 there.
I think that might answer our question.
And we got a
right
caution
there.
out as one of the carts spins backwards right before entering the steep decline into turn number 2. So some 4-wheel drifting going on. Kian Air, the lap 1 leader, Roland Smith in second. So Bill, still looks like we're gonna be in for a full-on adventure this afternoon.
It looked like it was Kami Kanashi taking advantage of that situation coming uphill as well. I believe she took second. We'll know when they come back by the start-finish line and scoring picks up again.
So these Tags are 2-stroke engines. You may occasionally see those plumes of bluish-white smoke. They not as powerful as the Tag Seniors. They don't have the water cooling for the engine, but they can still make about 10 horsepower. Tag Cadets, 8 to 12-year-old riders, and these carts need to weigh 246 pounds.
Challenge for the lead as we come to the line, and we have a new leader, and it is Bo Stowers. Okay.
Yeah, Bo
That's
Stowers.
completely different than the way I thought it was lined up. Bo Stowers getting around Roland Smith. The Kian are now in third, and Cam Kanash is your 4th place runner.
So once again, this is scheduled for a 10-lap race. We can see the lap times so far. Looking at about a minute 3 is the best time. Battle for the lead here for second place. Looks like Kian Air trying to get back to the inside of Roland Smith. Trying to get on the brakes in turn 9. So Air moves back to second. No crossover there possible from Smith. So our field somewhat stretching out. Bo Stowers piling onto his lead as we're working on lap number 3. You can still see some moisture on the view screen of that drone, so there's definitely, if it's not falling from the sky, it is at least hanging in the air as we battle through some showers provided by Mother Nature here in the North Georgia mountains. If you want to follow along with the same timing and scoring that Bill and I use up here in the booth, you can look into Race Monitor or Race Hero, both available in the Apple App Store and on Google Play. Boy, Bill, just a tough sledding for these drivers out here. And at least when we were talking about the Masters, the Legends, you figure they have decades of experience. These cadets, you figure for many of them, they might have 1, maybe 2 other times in the rain, that it's just not that common for drivers this young to have a lot of experience in the wet.
But the way to get experience in the wet is to drive in the wet. So
as we see a pass for the lead, Kian Air dives right to the inside of Bo Stowers and takes back the lead.
Of course, these type of conditions would also be, I would assume, covered in the kart schools that they have here as well at Atlanta Motor.
True. If they had a day where they showed up in the wet, as we see our field trying to bobsled their way up the hill, Key and Air continues to lead both Stowers, and it is a gap back to Camilla Kanash. Last time around, she was about 2 seconds behind our leaders. You can still see some ominous-looking clouds in the background at this moment. So, Bill, it seems like each race is going to be an adventure. Who's going to make the right calls in the pit area to give themselves the best opportunity for a victory?
Well, with the traction compromised on the track here as well, it will give these drivers more opportunities to catch up and overtake and make mistakes. And honestly, that's what makes the racing exciting, is when there are opportunities for passing, and often that is from miscalculation. That's where experience or lack thereof will definitely rear its ugly head as we see Stowers taking a look to the inside of Air. Nothing doing there, but, you know, it's a matter of who presses just that 1 inch too far, or who is conservative enough to weather the storm, so to speak.
Yeah, bad pun right there.
Are there such things as good puns?
Oh, there's always good pun. Or you know what? It's not a pun in that case. It's
Yes,
just
right.
a dad joke at that point. So Key and Air continues to lead both Stowers. Camilla Kanash, last time around, 2.8 seconds in arrears and about 14 seconds back to Roland Smith, and about another 8 further seconds back to fifth place running Arthur Nahapedian. As this time around, they will complete lap number 6, so 6 down, 4 to go here in our Tag Cadet pre-final. Coming up after this will be the pre-final for our Tag Rookie Division. Same basic kart. The big difference, even younger driver for age 7 to 10-year-old kids.
And if you like what you see out here, you can definitely come out and talk to the folks here at the speed shop and find out what you can do to get involved in this kind of racing. If maybe the day karts aren't quite exciting enough for you and you want to do what these guys are doing, it's real easy to get in. Just come in, talk to folks here, and they will set you up with the equipment and expertise that you would need to get underway starting in this really fun hobby. It looks like it's a lot of fun, and I mean, you don't have to be a little kid to get started either.
Nope, you could be age 5 to, we'll say 75 out there.
Absolutely.
A host of programs that this facility has at the kart track. We do offer our public arrive and drive karting. You could be in our SODI rentals that can flirt with 55 miles an hour. If that's not enough, there is the driving school. I believe they offer it 1 day a week. It's a full day program. And for more information about that, you can go to atlantamotorsportspark.com. They also have the Junior Discovery Program. To do the school, I'm pretty sure you have to be 18 plus. It might be 12 plus. Junior Discovery is for kids like what we're watching on track, this same age. It's a way for, Bill, could be a lot to get into karting. The Junior Discovery Program might be a way to find out if your kid likes the sport before you want to invest more into it. So
get your kids off the street and on the track.
Yeah, a host of programs here. Once again, atlantamotorsportspark.com to find out more information. So our top duo right now just following each other in the tire tracks on the track at the moment as they complete lap number 8. So 8 down, 2 to go. There you can see Camilla Kanache sweep off turn 17. So she looks like she is settling into third place. The battle will be for ultimate glory in our pre-final here between Key and Air. He is in the red driving suit, number 1 placard. Behind him, Bo Stowers running with, we'll call it the darker blue driving suit.
I'm thinking it behooves you to wear a bright color or a neon color while you're out there, so you can be spotted easily, I think.
Or you're right, something unique, whether it's red or when you see Eugene Pinenko in the purple out there.
I'd have one like my shirt, just all checks, complete black and white check. You'd know it was me out there. Of course, I'd be the one running in the back or upside down or on fire or whatever, but you'd know it was me.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Bo Stowers able to draw right to the rear bumper of Key and Air up the hill before turn 14, but Air able to stretch that advantage just a little bit. This time around, they will see that white flag. 17 turns to go here in our Liquid Molly-sponsored Tag Cadet Pre-Final. So they head up the hill one more time. There you can see Kean like an old-fashioned bobsledder trying to, you know, bump his way up the hill. We've heard we don't have scientific studies, but we've heard it doesn't help. But maybe it's one of those placebo effects that you do it because it feels faster.
I think so. It's, you know, laws of physics being what they are, there's equal and opposite reactions when you do that. So, but I tell you what, Bo Stowers is not going anywhere. In fact, he was bumping air up the hill. So he had some momentum going up there. Not able to take advantage of it, but he's just got a couple more turns before he can take advantage of it as we go through 15 now. And now to those final two. Will he look to the inside? He does.
He does.
He gets position. Does he have the pull coming down the front straightaway? No, not at all. As Kean Ayer will hold off Bo Stowers, but a great look there by Stowers. He had that opportunity, but I don't think he quite had the momentum to pull around and pull off the victory.
Yeah, Kean didn't exactly slide high on that corner, so really Bo was left having to pinch that cart down, and you just scrub off so much speed when you do that. As we say, these two-stroke engines, you want to keep them wound up, and if you're pinching in the corners, that's really going to affect your speed on corner exit. Camila Kanache comes home in third, Roland Smith fourth, and Arthur Nahapadian rounds out our field here in our Liquid Moly Tag Cadet pre-final. Great view of some of the facilities here, as well as the woods in the background. Bill, this is where we caution our drone pilot to not zoom in too closely into the woods here, as Dawsonville in this area has a long, I don't know if I want to say storied history or sordid history with moonshine, but it is that it is that creation of moonshine that really led to the early birth of NASCAR. The farmers up here had corn but didn't have a lot of money, so they turned it into moonshine to sell it to get money to pay their taxes or to buy clothes. And they would then use some of those proceeds to soup up their cars to be able to outrun the police officers, the revenuers that were coming after them. At the time, police officers didn't have radios in the car, so if you could outrun the cop, you were home free. There was no reinforcement coming for the police. And it's situations like that that really led to revenuers running through the North Georgia mountains, the twisty roads. There you can see the rain tires definitely installed there.
The moonshiners then would, when they weren't running moonshine, they would compete against each other to see who had the fastest one of these running
and
cars.
Eventually that's what happened. They said, let's see who's really a faster car here. And you're right, that's what led to the racing. Some of the names that you have here that have come out of North Georgia, obviously Goober Sosby. You had the Flock brothers did a lot in this area, although they are from North Carolina. And then, of course, Bill Elliott and Chase Elliott. We'll talk more about them in a moment, but first we're going to send it down to Chris Conowall in a temporarily dry victory lane.
Absolutely, and it's I think we did the tire change out. Keon, you are our winner, so let's talk first about the adjustments you made to get ready for this race and win it.
Yeah, we just had to change tires, sprockets, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and who's this gentleman right over here that probably helped you do that? Can you come on in here, sir? Who's this fella here?
Oh, that's my dad.
Yeah, did he help you with all of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's your dad's name?
Robert.
Okay, so pre-final championship for you, and we're going to take it over to Bo Stowers here. Bo, I believe in that this is your second race of the day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in your first race, you got spun out in the corner, but this race, you were able to hold on to it and take second place. So talk to us about both experiences today.
First race of many made it feel a big difference when I was racing micro. I'm going faster, it's harder, and we're in our tent and it starts raining, so we decided to change rain tires. And I'm glad I was able to keep up with Keon and do good in that. In the L206 race, I wasn't really happy when I got spun out. I had to come back from 7th to 5th.
Yeah, and so today, Stowers being a household name here in Dawsonville, who do you have out here supporting you today, Bo Stowers?
My dad, my papa, my friends and family.
Is there anybody out there in YouTube world you want to give a shout out to?
Unspeakable.
All right. And Keon, you've been joined by some other folks here today. Who do we have with you here? Now look over your shoulder. Who are those folks?
My mom, dad, and brother.
And what's your mom's name and your brother's name, since we know Robert?
My brother's name is Cyrus, and my mom's name is Nazanin.
Excellent. Well, very nice to meet you all. And if everybody could give a big wave out there into YouTube land here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, it is definitely a family affair. And great to have you all, and congratulations on your win. Congratulations on getting your second place finish, and we'll see you guys in the final. Tell anybody that couldn't be here today to log into YouTube, and we'll be reading some of their comments, so maybe they can send you a shout-out. Congrats, okay? All right, we'll send it up.
All right, thank you, Chris. Chris, before you put the mic away, did I hear Bo say that the names he was going to thank were unspeakable?
Yeah, Bo. Who's unspeakable?
And that gives an ominous sound to it, nefarious actions as the green
What's
flag is out with our tag rookie.
It's a famous YouTuber, Bo says. It's a famous YouTuber. So interesting. That's what happens every time I take a trip around the sun. I seem to know less about pop culture. So, but anyway, it's great to have these young drivers out here keeping us relevant.
We've got an issue already coming up the hill. One of the carts losing power. That looks to be, is that Mason O'Donnell in the 00? What is the?
Couldn't quite get a number if that was Mason O'Donnell or the 50 of Nazar Martinenko. I think Martinenko is in a red kit out there on track as we are enjoying our tag rookie pre-final, and this is brought to us courtesy of Autolube. So now we've jumped to our tag rookie. This is for drivers ages 7 to 10 years of age. Pretty much the same cart that we just saw. Bill, the only difference, they get to be even lighter, 226 pounds. A weight we cannot attain in a cart.
I can't attain it.
Lap number 1 of the books, Ryan DeHoney, your leader. Harrison Marich, second, and Nazar Martinenko in third. We see the local caution, so that must be for Mason O'Donnell, unable to climb it. Not a ton of power in these carts, Bill, especially when they're stopped. And to try to go up a 3-story hill, that's a tough ask for one of these little carts.
I couldn't attain that weight in space. So here we go. We're working on lap number 2 here. Ryan DeHoney, still your leader. Harrison Marich battling in second, challenging.
Our winner yesterday in the pre-final was Harrison Marich. When time came for the final, Bo Stowers notched the victory in our tag rookie division, once again courtesy of Autolube. So now, Bill, we had that rainstorm go through. Now I think we're starting to see the track drying out a little bit. I know I probably cursed it, but doesn't look like moisture is falling at the moment.
Back during our last race, I was going to make a comment that it looks like the rain is stopped, and then we had a camera shot, and there was the rain again. So I don't, unless I guess go outside on the deck here and stick my head out.
I should just say I've just given up trying to figure out what the weather's going to be in these mountains. As we see our field sweep by, top 3, Ryan DeHoney, Harrison Marich, Nazar Martinenko, as they work their way down the back straightaway, one of the longest back straightaways in karting in North America. As we see those little plumes of smoke come up for a second, Bill, I almost thought that was tire smoke, but that is indeed the bluish-white exhaust from these 2-stroke engines.
So if your 2-stroke is burning oil, it's because it's supposed to burn oil.
Yes, that's actually how the engine lubricates, is the oil that is in there. Because correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have too much experience with 2-stroke engines. You mix the oil in the gas. That's it. There's no separate oil reservoir, is there? Okay. All the other physics messes with my mind of like, where's the input valve and where's the exhaust valve? And you're like, well, they're on the, it's just, it doesn't quite work for me.
Don't want to go all Mr. Wizard on you here, but you actually can go online and see animations of a two-stroke engine how it works. But
and I've tried, and it still doesn't make sense. That, like, how do you get good compression when you're close? You know, your valve is on the side.
Intake and exhaust are on the same cycle. Compression and combustion are on the same cycle. It's crazy, but it works.
That's how they attain those the high RPMs, the high power. It doesn't scale to, like, why don't you have a V8 car running a two-stroke? Well, the two-stroke concept doesn't scale much beyond a one or a two-cylinder engine. Now, Bill, you probably remember an old flathead engine, and that's another type of technology I've seen animations for. I've seen physical blocks of those engines, and I still can't understand, like, well, how's that work when the things are off on the valves literally on the side of the piston?
Good question. I like the way when the old technology comes up. Yeah, let's go to Bill. He was he was there when it was invented.
Well, he was there when we had stone wheels out there on the karts. Now, we got some three-wide action going on here up the hill.
I was going to bring up Hurricane Agnes, which was way before anybody's time when we were talking hurricanes. But
what year was Agnes? I'm trying to remember.
I wasn't even a teenager then, so it'd have to have probably been the early 70s.
See, as a meteorologist now, I am actually curious.
The reason I remember that
1972.
Hurricane Agnes. I was cleaning up the pine cones and branches out of my yard, cursing that hurricane because I hated hurricanes, living in a yard with pine trees. No, thank you.
Well, and similar, you brought up Hurricane Agnes, similar to what happened with Hurricane Helene. The heaviest damage from Agnes was up in Pennsylvania, and it was, again, the raining, the flooding, when the storm stalled out. Agnes, one of those retired names from the list of storms. Helene did a lot of damage in the Big Bend of Florida. We don't want to discount that, but the flooding that people are seeing in North Carolina and Tennessee, so much rain fell, and then it all gets funneled down into the few valleys that you have in the mountains up there.
The sheer scope of the storm, it was big from a radius, diameter type standpoint. We hadn't seen something that big. I'm wondering, is Helene going to be retired?
Probably with the rain. They retire the storm names so that you can easily identify that, that's Hurricane Helene. And when you have like three Helenes, well, which one are we talking about? So it's so that you can easily, the name is so you can easily identify it, and the retirement is so you remember that storm.
Well,
hurricane names are repeated every 6 years until they retire them.
Well, here's my dating myself question is, do you remember when hurricanes were only named for women?
I do. 1980 was the first year that they went to male names, and Hurricane Allen was one of the first. It was a Cat 5 storm that
I remember how weird that sounded, having male names for hurricanes back in the day. And now it's, there are a lot of infamous. Andrew comes to mind of hurricanes.
Or Hugo, or Gilbert, yeah. Hurricanes equal opportunity in the naming. We're off track, I think, a little bit verbally here. So back on track. Yeah, Ryan DeHoney is your leader, just going out of the view there. Then Harrison Marich in second, and Nazar Martinenko riding along in third place. They are 6 laps in to our 10-lap pre-final.
Well, it's inherent in these drivers to drive closer together so that we will talk about them rather than to just wander off into the weeds talking about hurricanes.
Well, I am a meteorologist, so it's just my worlds colliding when we do talk about weather, especially with hurricanes.
I'm a mathematician by education, so you don't want to wander into my field.
Yeah, the math. We'll just say math's not mathin'. How about this? What if we could only use references that is the age of the drivers in the race? Like, we could only use references that a 7 to 10-year-old would understand.
I would be so lost. I just have to throw the word Bluey out there every once in a while.
Bluey, or
that's all I can do.
He's going to yeet into the corner. Might be another one. Oh, boy, you can see a little bobble there from our second place, Harrison Marich, just sort of fighting the still slick conditions where the kart might seem like it's tracking well and then break loose. But, Bill, I'm starting to see a gray line form, at least on the back half of this speedway. You're starting to see where the karts are drying off at least a narrow groove on the facility.
We don't seem to see the drivers struggling with wet conditions at this point. Because now we saw them suited up with the rain tires. So that would affect lap times as well, right?
Well, also how empty the chute is off on the left side of the screen. Normally we see all the drivers there ready for the next race. I have a feeling the drivers are back at their haulers. They're trying to make as many changes as they can before the final call to get on track. Next race that will be coming up is, I believe, our KA100 Senior Division. So all of those drivers probably trying to rush any last-minute tweaks to their automobile for the changing conditions here. Our next 3 races, KA100 Senior, then our shifters will be on track, followed by our LO206 Senior, what has become our premier division here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. A couple of karts, maybe some slow lappers on the back straightaway with the leaders streaming through. And that's Ryan DeHoney on screen. He is sweeping up the hill. I wonder if he might have gotten pinned back behind and lost a spot in the action there, as this time around we'll be coming to the white flag.
We're talking about rain tires and setups and all.
And we did. Harrison Marich was able to get by Ryan DeHoney. He got pinned behind some slower cars and lost 2 spots on that lap.
I'm curious as to how long it takes to make that changeover.
Well, I think as Al had hinted at, the tire change is easy. It's all the other change. We heard Kian say he changed, or Dad changed the sprocket, and then he just sort of said, and all that stuff. But
yeah,
I don't know what the sprocket is exactly, but what else changes? You know, sprocket could be the gear, but the more time you have, the more things you'll change. So it might be the case of, well, if you have 5 minutes, you just change the tires and pray for the best. Harrison Marich made a bold move on lap 8 to seize the lead. Ryan DeHoney trapped behind some slower karts, and Harrison Marich was the pre-final winner yesterday. He is looking to make it a double here on this doubleheader weekend as we're enjoying round 9 of our Kart Championship Series. There we see Harrison Marich sweep off turn 17. The checkers in the air from the hand of Will Taylor. Harrison Marich, your Autolube Tag Rookie winner in the pre-final. Coming home in second, Nazar Martinenko. Ryan DeHoney rounds out the podium.
Good, clean racing there under adverse conditions. So it looks like the preparations are appropriate. And let's see if we can get a look at how the next bunch is going to come out, what they're anticipating.
Let's see if we can get a look at, were they running rain tires? As they come to a stop at the scales, that'll be a one stop for us to see them stop. Those are rain tires for sure on the rear, and there we see rains on the front and the back of number 50, Martinenko. So they're trying the wets, but Bill, at some point, some enterprising driver is going to switch over to the slicks once again.
And there's our kart racing building. We're in there somewhere, buried deep in the broadcast central, the nerve center of the webcast here for the kart racing.
How about we're in mission control for this kart race?
I've got my mission vest on and everything. I'm all set to go.
Well, we're having a good time. We hope you are enjoying the broadcast today of round number 9 of the Kart Championship Series. I'm John Matthews, joined by Bill Rigdon, and we have Chris Conowall down in that monster tent. That is where we're celebrating Victory Lane. Here you can see the drivers getting some hugs from mom and dad, sort of debriefing, as well as they cross the scales. They'll go through tech to make sure that everything is kosher according to the rules. And in a moment, we'll get a word with some of our winners. Bill, definitely a family affair here for these. Usually the crew chief at this age is dad. It's not until you get up into the senior levels where somebody might branch out to really get some coaching, mentoring, and that can include a crew chief that's not related at that point. So,
come on in, everybody.
We're going to send it down to Victory Lane. Chris Conowald, who do you have with you?
Oh, I've got our first and second place winners today. We've got Harrison Marich and we've got Nazar Martinenko. Is that right? Did I say that right?
Yes.
And who do you have here over your shoulder supporting you today?
So I'm my dad's friends, Steven, my dad, I think my mom, and that's all.
Is anybody you think watching you out there on YouTube?
I think my grandma.
Can you say hi, Grandma?
Hi, Grandma.
And can you wave to Grandma? Yeah, congratulations. Harrison, who do you have just here behind you, always here supporting you on these races?
My mom and my dad.
And what are their names?
So my mom's name is Miss Jasmine, and my dad's name is Mr. Harry.
Very nice. I thought you were going to say, well, my mom's name is Mom and my dad's name is Dad. But good job on that. So how was it out there driving with the wet track? And was it scary or not scary at all for someone like you?
Not that scary.
Yeah. All right. And so how about for you? Scary or not that scary?
Not that scary.
So everybody out there who's watching on YouTube and thinking about becoming a race car driver like the both of you, you could tell them it's not that scary?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Well, anybody you'd like to say hi to out there in YouTube world?
I would like to say hi to my mom's mom and my dad's dad named Papa.
Dad's name named Papa. All right, everybody, let's give a big wave out there to YouTube world. Congratulations to our winners, our first runner-up here, and we'll see you guys for the final, okay?
All right. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you to our winners.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely a family affair out here, Atlanta Motorsports Park. All these great drivers.
Well, and Chris, I have to say, when I was the age of the drivers that we just had there, my mom's name was Mrs. and my dad's name was Mr. Like, they didn't have names, you know. It's just Mom and Dad or Mr.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And
how about this, Chris? Can you remember the first time that you addressed your mom by her actual name?
I cannot.
I
genuinely cannot.
I can, and I'm surprised I survived it.
Right.
Kind of situation, you know?
Oh, for sure,
I
for
was gonna
sure.
say, I remember flying across the room when I called my dad Ralph.
Yeah. Yeah, you just didn't do it back then. All right, well, once again, recapping our tag rookie pre-final was Harrison Marriage that came home the winner. Next group of karts that we will see on track will be our KA100 Senior Division, and that is brought to us courtesy of our friends at Primal Racing School. We've enjoyed mentioning Blazers Wings. We would love to mention Primal Racing School more if they would send us to the school. Bill and I would love to be subjects of that adventure.
I don't know if the karts could stand the
Well, those are the cars. Those are the full-on
the
radicals over at Main Track. No, they do a great job over there. If you're interested in a step beyond karting, Primal Racing School is where you can get into one of those SR1 or SR3 radicals. Imagine a 1,400-pound car, open cockpit, rear engine, with a lot of downforce on them, and a 140 to 150 horsepower engine. Great horsepower to weight ratio, and driving it on the 16-turn 2-mile main track, you get all the instruction with it, and it takes some learning. There's a learning curve with one of those. They use those Hayabusa motorcycle engines. Definitely a unique experience. For more information, AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com, your hub for information about the various events that happen here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
The cars are challenging, and the track itself is challenging. It's designed to take cues from famous courses around the world in various components of the main track, and
that's right. Turn 4 is modeled after the Nuremberg Ring, where I believe I'm drawing a blank on it. The carousel at the Nuremberg Ring.
Yep.
And then turns 15 and 16 are modeled after the Eau Rouge complex of the Belgian Grand Prix. I believe it's the Spa course that they have there. And Bill, as you were saying, that it is a challenging course. Drivers will come off the track in those radicals, and even at 1,400 pounds, really light, they have worn the brakes slap out during a 20-minute segment. So a lot of flatter tracks. Imagine like a Roebling Road. You have those longer straightaways, a chance for the brakes to cool off, almost a chance for the driver to take a breath and not rest, but at least refocus. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, it's just the next turn's coming before you know it. The brakes, you're hard on them, several braking zones, and it is very easy to wear out the brakes just as much as you're going to wear out the engine on one of those
And
machines.
we encourage you to come out here to Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia, here in the North Georgia mountains, as you've been seeing during our broadcast all day. Have a look around, talk about membership, and bring your vehicle out, your performance vehicle out here and turn some hot laps. You'll have the opportunity for on-track time multiple days during the year. There's a set of condominiums on the backside off of turn 2. That's pretty cool, with garages in them as the centerpiece of the condominium. So all sorts of things to look at out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Come on out here. We're on Doug Thurman Road, just outside of Dawsonville. It's a lot of fun, and we always enjoy being out here.
We also encourage you to follow Atlanta Motorsports Park on the various social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and X. The media team does a great job not only recapping the races, they also create some unique content about some of the groups that have visited here, as well as the adventures of Thurman. Thurman is the Christmas elf for Atlanta Motorsports Park, so he will have some adventures coming up in just a couple months as we get closer to that most wonderful time of the year. The last I saw Bill, he had stolen the Camaro pace car and was driving that around the facility.
And speaking as we were a Primal Racing School, here comes a sponsored class, the KA100 seniors, as they take the line. And do they get? Yes, they get waved off. Well, yeah. Almost. So they'll take the cutover and go back through the backside of the Jelly Bean track, and they'll give it another shot.
Michael Succo was the winner in the pre-final yesterday in action. When it came time for the finals, Mateo Rubio Luengo stole the day. So Mateo had a pair of finals victories yesterday in action. It's a brand new day here in round number 9. So we get set for take 2 on the start. And it is once again a no-go as the drivers maybe scoping out what this track is doing. We're starting to see some drying, especially there through turn 14. We'll see, I guess when this race is done, we'll figure out if the drivers chose slicks or if they went with the wet tires. As we're getting to that point where Bill, it's kind of trending back to dry, and the last thing you want to do is run one of these really soft rain tires on a dry track.
Absolutely. And as we come down to the line, do we get the green this time?
No, that one you could see the outside line was a little antsy to go out there, or the inside line was lagging behind. I guess it's all perspective out there.
Maybe not to be that guy, but how hard is it to stay in line? I guess if you're looking to gain that advantage going into turn number 1, then you want to cheat it up a little bit, and that's what's happening.
On the local dirt tracks, they'd start penalizing. They'd say somebody jumped it and moved them back. Here, they just give them a couple of attempts. We had one that took 4 yesterday, so we'll see what happens this time around.
This one looks a lot better for the moment.
Now the inside line is ahead. And, well, they're just saying send it. So here we go with our Primal Racing School KA100 Senior pre-final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Field mostly getting single file, and just as I say that, they're side by side up the hill, deep in the field, out front. Oh boy, you could see some karts getting all crisscrossed there as they swept off turn 4.
Okay, is that a product of hitting that curb, or are we still looking at wet conditions?
Or both. We're going to have a battle into turn number 9. I believe one of those karts is Danny Perez. He's sort of in what we'll call the orange-colored scheme right now. As once again, they're back to single file racing. Danny Perez shut out of victory lane yesterday. He's a name we have called very often in racing action here as they maintain single file through turn 16. And now we see a bold pass, maybe with some help for the lead in the battle for second. Lap 1 goes to Danny Perez. Mateo Rubio Luengo second, Andrew Hamill third, Michael Succo running in 4th.
Well, Hamill got a little high coming through 17, and that gave Rubio Luengo the opportunity to get underneath. So I think that was just a matter of...
Ooh, boy, they got all kind of crazy loose off turn 4. Danny Perez is driving in the green driving suit. He's in the lead. Then Mateo Rubio Luengo is in sort of the whitish driving suit, reddish kart combination. Behind him, it is Hamill and Suko as they sweep back up the hill through turn number 13.
Your lead four snake through turns 14 and 15, heading for that final combination before they finish lap number 2. 2 of 10 in this pre-final as we come down to the line. No change, but the top four reasonably evenly spaced out with Perez, Rubio, Luengo, Suko, and Hamill, your top four. The margin at the line was 0.178 seconds, so they're running pretty close together here. And just as I say that, we have a visible separation now with Daniel Perez.
Oh boy, some contact, some craziness off of turn number 4. So Bill, every time they've come through turn number 4, somebody has gotten sideways. In spite of that, they're still running 53-second lap times. So you would think it's dry based on those lap times, but when you see turn 4, you know that the handling is not all there.
Well, second, third, and fourth toyed with going 3 wide as they were approaching the kink, which is never a good idea. They were able to get it straightened out, and it looks like everybody came out no worse for the wear.
You can't even go 2 wide through the kink, let alone trying 3 wide.
1 wide's a challenge at times.
Yeah. So our field dives down once again into turn number 2. We see Danny Perez in that vivid green driving suit leading the way, as this time seems like everyone's able to track through that corner past our vantage point. They're going to streak down this long back straightaway once again.
There's something about nipping that apex at 4 that's making them squirrely, though. I've seen that the last 3 laps. It may just be trying to gain a little too much.
We just heard some squeal. That must have mean somebody might have spun out right beneath where we are.
Yeah, I didn't think we have sound on those drones, but it sure looked like they were squealing going through.
That's the fixed camera, fixed mic right outside of our viewport. So when you hear real big tire squealing, that's somebody buying it in turn number 4.
Well, buy it may not be the best term.
That's true.
But
how about they're struggling through turn
yes.
number 4 as our field heads back up the hill. Now you can hear that rich sound as they sweep past our vantage point, the engine, the tires. Bill, I found this morning down closer towards turn 16 when you hear these carts on the brake, it almost sounds like a suction sound, like you're vacuuming the floor. Just the engine gets quiet and there's this sort of sick ripping sound that you hear from the tires as they try to slow down on the brakes.
And you can see a groove forming or a dry patch on the racing line in some of these corners, and we have a challenge for the lead coming out.
Danny Perez blocked in 16. That sent him wide, opening the door for Mateo Rubio Luengo. Michael Suko didn't need an invitation. He swept by for second, but here comes Danny Perez stealing second back as they head up the hill.
And meanwhile, we're side by side back there for 4th position, or 3rd and 4th between Hamill and Suko now. So getting pretty dicey out there. And I was going to say, we've already passed through the kink again, but there's definitely a dry patch through the kink. Granted, there's only one way through, and that's where everybody's going, so it stands to reason that it would dry out the quickest.
So Michael Suko was scored as second on that last lap. He's been shuffled back to 4th once again. Let's see if Danny Perez can find a way by Rubio Luengo. He cannot this time, but it was 1 lap ago. Looked like Danny Perez got a little defensive. He came in low in turn 16, and that forced him wide in 17. And Luengo took advantage, but here comes Perez passing into turn number 2. Not a common passing area, but he made that look easy.
I say he made that look like no big deal. Like, okay. Now he can tap his helmet and tell them all to stay behind him.
Well, on these KAs, not a ton of drafting, so a lot of times you can just pull away from someone. But right now, our top 4 all staying close to each other. Next trio on the track, Theodore Simonov, Vincent Capetillo, and Martin Simonov. They run in 5th, 6th, and 7th, but all eyes focus on the front as we are working lap number 7. And Mateo, he's making another pass here.
Working all over the back end of Daniel Perez. So this is not over by a long shot. There he goes, looking to the inside.
Oh, contact! Contact sends both of them wide. Andrew Hamill sweeps through the gap, and he's going to be your new leader. But, Bill, you could see aggressive action down into the bottom of turn 2, and Rubio, Luengo, and Perez just got together.
So who's the benefactor there? Andrew?
Pretty sure that's
Suko?
Andrew Hamill is your
Hamill
new
Suko.
leader.
Okay, because
As
he's
now
got a big gap. And look, there's a
Rubio Luengo gets to the inside of Suko. Perez trying to come along. So Andrew Hamill must have had those big old happy eyes when he saw the 2 karts in front of him push wide at the bottom of turn 2. As now Danny Perez is back in 4th spot, probably fuming underneath that orange helmet as they come by to make it official. 2 to go. Excuse me, it's Suko that's leading. I thought it was Hamill. So Suko is your new leader. Another pass by Perez down at the bottom. He gets by Andrew Hamill at the bottom of turn 2. This class has been ripping it up in turn 2, Bill. Normally it's a pretty calm corner as far as passing goes.
I think we could talk them into adding a few more laps to make this one longer, because this is going to be interesting. But we have less than 2 to go here, and Daniel Perez is on a mission, if nothing else, to snag 2nd place, and Mateo Rubio Luengo trying to run down Michael Suko, who was the beneficiary of that little bit of contact back a couple laps ago.
Yeah, definitely some action aplenty. Calling out turn 2's number as the white flag unfurled in the air from the hand of Will Taylor. 1 lap remaining here in our Primal Racing School KA 100 Senior pre-final.
Now, granted, this is a pre-final, so it's not life or death here as far as podium goes, but you can see these guys pressing it, trying to at least make up some time and see if they can do anything about improving their position after that misfortune. And look at Rubio Luengo closing on Michael Suko as they go through the S's and come out through 13.
Yeah, he's got a chance to, he's going right now up the inside of 14. He's not going to wait for 16, so Luengo moves to the point. Now he just has to defend a couple more corners. Mateo Rubio Luengo was in first, second, bounced around the field, and he's going to finish this race in first. Mateo Rubio Luengo, your winner in the pre-final. Michael Suko comes home in second, Danny Perez third, and Andrew Hamill finishes in 4th. They're racing all the way to the scales.
It'll be interesting to hear the post-race comments from these guys.
So Mateo Rubio Luengo wins his 2nd race of the day. He won the pre-final in the tag senior division. So improving upon his good weekend. I look down at those tires, and Bill, to my eyes, those look like slicks that they have on out there. If we could get our drone a smidgen closer, we would know. But to me, those do look like slick tires there. Yeah, they went with the slicks. So the track drying out just enough that, as Lincoln Massey had hinted at earlier in our broadcast, the rain tires only help you when there's really standing water. On a dry track, those super soft rain tires, it would be like taking a pencil eraser and dragging it across asphalt. They just do not hold up. A couple of laps, and they'll just be worn to shreds. So drivers have switched back to the slicks, which might explain some of the action we saw in turn 4 with the drivers having to, skate through that corner each time.
Well, there was really less disaster than we would expect, I think. It was just a little bit of bumping and a little bit of curb hopping, but nothing really bad. So I think they did a good job given the situation. Of course, they were sticking to the dry portions of the track as best as possible.
Right. Well, coming up next, race fans, will be our shifter division, the apex predators of the karting world, and that's brought to us courtesy of OzTech Shifters. Imagine a tag senior kart matched with a sequential gearbox, giving drivers sort of the best acceleration that they can have around this facility, especially uphill. We have 3 signed in for action. But before we get to that, we're going to go down to Victory Lane. Chris Conowald has Mateo Rubio Luengo And I believe Michael Suko here. So, Chris, take it away.
Yeah, we're just we're looking at my phone here from the YouTube broadcast, and it's showing Michael at 1 and Matteo at 2. But either way, these two racing very well together. Quite a bit of teamwork out there from what I could tell. Michael, why don't you talk us through it a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was already such a task to keep up with him and Danny, just going at it lap after lap. You know, them battling gave me a couple chances here and there, and it wasn't until they kind of got together in 2 that I was able to get into first. But coming into that last lap, I'd been looking over my shoulder every single time on the straight to 6. Nobody was there until the last lap. Matteo was right on me, and, you know, there's a bit where you kind of got to understand the pre-final's not the race where we take home the trophy, and I had to be a bit smart, and, you know, it's not worth defending or, you know, pushing anybody off the track to sacrifice what could be when it comes to the final. So, you know, I think me and Matteo both understood that. Obviously he had amazing pace to catch me from what had happened, and yeah, I had to let it be, and, you know, he got past me at David's Bend, and it was what it was. We still finished 1-2. It's great for the team, and it's great for Matteo. So, yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, what great insight, Michael. Really appreciate that. And like you said, pre-final's not the final, but and sort of choosing your battles there. Matteo, that one, you know, one of the more serious contests that I've seen out here. Talk me through it a little bit and tell me what we can expect in the final.
I mean, overall it was an up and down sort of race. Danny had a great engine, great bottoms, trying to keep up with him. Got by him once, got by me, and then I had to get by him again. Unluckily, there was some contact. I fell back to 3rd. I managed to get past Andrew and then back up to Michael. Did a kind of almost crazy move on Michael just to secure the lead on the last lap, but I was just going at it because I really wanted that pole for the final. So just honestly, I just keep on wanting more and more, and I just keep on going at it.
Awesome. Well, we're you know, always interested in developing drivers and your really your notoriety out there in the racing world. So you know, we love these interviews, and Michael, you know, looking at the next level for all of you. We've talked to Matteo about his dreams of perhaps was it F1, Matteo? Yeah, F1. And so before I send it off, talk to me a little bit about that, because again, want to get you.
Chris, hold on. Hold on with that question for a sec. The shifter car, it's underway here. As they zoom up to speed, we'll come back to you in a second.
For sure.
Just
Thanks.
wanted to deliver that as a shifter start. Always sketchy. They're going to charge up the hill off turn 2 like it's not even there, and in a moment you'll see them sweep right behind our victory lane. So they're on track, making their way as fast as you can imagine. So Chris, back down to victory lane.
Yeah, I was just going to get that from Michael here, what the next level looks like, and on the topic of shifter, we're going to get either of you in shifter.
You know, shifter for me is a bit of a touchy subject, because I feel like it is a class where, you know, you risk a lot and there is a lot of reward. But as far as moving up, you know, I've done a season now in USF with VRD, which is a team over at the big track. And it was a great season, great people over there. I had an amazing time. And, you know, looking forward, I think something in Le Mans would really be what I'd want to do as far as racing. I know Matteo said F1. So for me, yeah, if anywhere, I think it would be to race the 24-hour Le Mans.
Well, thank you for that. Matteo, last word to you, and anybody out there in the YouTube world you want to you know, acknowledge, as we're, like I said, we're really very much interested in helping build careers out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Honestly, I would just love to thank my family, because they're always supporting me, and so just all thanks to them. Without them, I wouldn't be able to do this.
Awesome. Like I said, family affair out here. Who we got over there filming you?
Oh, that's one of our mechanics.
Super cool. And you guys got a little following here. So, all right, guys, congratulations. We'll see you guys in the final. All right, we're going to send it back up. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. Our Oztech shifter karts on track for their 10-lap pre-final. Bill, kind of really exciting to hear these drivers. We still think, to us, they're younger drivers. To hear them talk about that next step and and sort of how bold of a step it is that it's beyond karting, it's Le Mans, we're hearing words like Formula, just shows what a launching pad AMP can be.
Absolutely, and just karts in general, there are a lot of open-wheeled and closed-wheel drivers that have started in karts. Many that have gone on to be Hall of Famers and legends in the sport. And
because
it all starts right here.
They can start at 5 and 6 years old. By the time they can drive on the street, they've already got a decade in the seat. All right, so we are already 3 laps in. Jake Fetter leads Oz Cheek and Jacob Hughes. Lap time, 48.765 the last time around for Fetter. Bill, we're going to use a Spaceballs reference. That is ludicrous speed. They can do that because they're pretty much the same engine that you'd have in a Tag Senior, 125 cc. But with that sequential transmission, they can always keep the engine running in that power band, keep it at high RPMs. And if we could do one of those Ghost Rider where you have a side-by-side situation, you really would see it up the hills here. The Tag Seniors bog a little bit because they're low on the RPMs, low on the power band. These guys just kick it down a gear and watch. When they come up the hill, I mean, it is.
They fly up the hill.
It looks like flat ground there.
Watch when they come out of turn 2. That's the incredible part. I'm sorry, come out of 2 and go up the hill. It's like they don't skip a beat.
Yeah, like it's flat ground.
We'll get William working on that ghost car thing. So
that would take a graphics package to do, but I think to show that top speed-wise, these are a little faster than the Tags, just because on a long enough straightaway, an infinite straightaway, Tags would be the same top speed as a shifter. But just they can get there so much quicker with, working up through the 6 gears in the gearbox. The other main difference between these and a Tag is that the shifters do have front brakes. They have a disc brake on each of the front wheels. The Tags and all the other classes simply have one disc brake on a solid rear axle. Bill, that's its own adventure because it's easy if you overbrake. The weight shifts forward, you lock up that rear axle, and pretty much you're going around once that happens.
But with the front brakes, if you lock those up, you're going to go straight. And you don't want to do that either in some cases, especially when you're facing a wall. But we're looking, in fact, we have models of both right here next to us where I'm looking. As you were saying that, I was looking over at the kart with the front disc and the one with just the rear over here. So,
well, it's all these extra parts that make shifters a little bit of a cantankerous machine. You have the transmission that could break. It's water cooled, so the water pump could go. The little, I'll call it a rubber band, but the belt that drives the water pump can go. You have extra brake parts, so you'd have like a balancer front and back. Just more parts. I guess if you broke this down and just piled the parts on a table, you're going to have a lot more on a shifter compared to a Tag.
Well, if you think about it, think about elite athletes. Granted, they perform at a higher level, but they're more prone to injury because everything is pressed to the limit. And shifter karts would be no different because of the additional complexity required to get them to the speeds that they attain. And look at, say, Formula One cars. Man, oh man, you have a 50-cent part break, and that's your day because they are such an integrated conglomeration of technologies.
So our field once again, trust me, they're going downhill and back uphill. This is a good view for
right here,
really
up this hill, and they just go.
They just get down probably into second gear and zip around that corner.
No scooting in the seat necessary for these guys.
Something else you may notice different about the shifters. To us, it looks like they're, I'd almost say, loose in the middle of the corner. They're doing that on purpose. They want to get the wheels pointed down the straightaway as soon as possible so they can get back on the throttle, fully on the throttle, downshifted in the peak power band. If they arc the corner more like you'd want to see in a Tag, they're not going to be able to accelerate as aggressively here in shifter. So right about there, they square the kart up early so they can get charging down the front straightaway or down any straightaway once again.
Because otherwise you're going to snap that thing around if you have it turning. Got to be pointed straight as rapid as the acceleration is.
And you really see it right here in this corner where right there it's like, boy, they must be loose. It's like, no, they're just cornering very early in the corner.
almost dirt tracking in a sense, right?
A little bit. Little bit of a dirt track, little bit of a drift. So Jake Fetter leads Oz Cheek, Jacob Hughes, already 8 laps in the books. I believe the official track record is down in the 47-second bracket. We're seeing more pedestrian 48 and 49-second laps today. I use pedestrian loosely here.
Pedestrian is an ironic term. White flag now. One more lap to go in this 10-lap pre-final. But one thing we've noticed, the track is a lot more light gray. I think we may be close to being out of the woods. You see sections that are still have big patches of dark gray, but these guys in the shifter cars, especially with the rate at which they can accelerate, you have to be in the dry part if you're on slicks. You're really going to have a problem on even the dampest part if you don't handle it properly.
Well, compared to a normal shifter race, the field definitely a tightly bunched for what we normally see. They get pretty spread out, but as the checkered flag flies in the air, Jake Fetter picks up the win in our OzTech shifter race. Ozcheek comes home in second. Jacob Hughes rounding out our field in third. So that means that Fetter will be on the pole for our feature when they line up. Features coming up later. 12 laps in distance for all of our classes. Shortly, we'll get a word with our shifter leaders and winners. Bill, that's going to clear the stage for the premier division here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and that is our Swan Mechanical LO206 Senior Division. Yesterday we had 25 karts, upwards of that, signed in for battle, and they did not disappoint.
I always look forward to these guys, and it's great to have a high kart count because that just makes it that much better. A very competitive division and aggressive, which is a good thing.
A lot of drafting. I believe NASCAR is at Talladega this weekend. We're going to see a road course karting version of Talladega where that big draft forms. You'll see a big chain of karts heading down the back straightaway. Great look at the mechanics of one of these shifter karts. You can see the top of the radiator on the left side, the muffler in the back, as well as if we got in, I don't want them to get in that close, but there's the little water pump that runs around there, and you can see the brake on the back axle as well as up front. They have calipers on the side of each wheel to give them the braking up front, as well as that shifter. If we'll just hold the drone there, to the right of the steering wheel, that's where they shift. On the left side, if the drone swings around to the left, is the actual clutch. It is a hand-operated clutch. They only use that clutch at the start. From there, they can just blip the throttle and go into a higher or a lower gear. Down at the bottom of the screen, those two boxes, that's the brakes. Sort of think of it as a master cylinder where you can balance the fronts and the rear, how much brake you want, whether you want more front braking or more rear braking. But Chris, take it away. We got a great look at the karts from the drone. What do these drivers have to say about their time on track?
Yeah, I'm going to ask him here in just a second. Jake Fetter, Oz Cheek, running out there in those shifter karts today, and we were just Will and I were talking as you guys make those corners and just the G forces that you guys succumb to out there. Talk to us about the experience, number one, and then and of course I'm always anxious to hear how it's looking for who's going to win that cash in the at the end of the day. So, Jake, why don't you talk to us about racing at those speeds?
Yeah, man, I just don't think there's really anything like it. I mean, I've started racing with single speed, two-stroke, kind of work your way up, and it's just I don't think there's anything quite like the jump from just a single speed, like 125cc to a shifter. I think the first time I ever drove a shifter, I did it side by side with a tag, and I was actually faster in the tag. So it's a little bit of a hurdle or a little bit of a jump up, but there's really nothing like it, I don't think.
Well, and Chris, we have a question for Jake from the booth.
Yeah.
Jake, do you really notice that acceleration of the shifter compared to the tag senior when you're going up the hill out of turn 2? Is that where you notice the speed difference the most?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's when you're in the power band of a 125cc, like it'll throw you back, and like enough to the point where you do need to like modulate your throttle a little bit. But it is a single gear. There's only one place where you're going to be in the power band, and you just try to optimize your gearing on the track to be in that for the whole time. With a shifter, you're always in the power band, and then on top of that, you've got like 50% more horsepower sometimes. So like it throws you back in your seat more and all the time instead of just some of the time.
All right, well, Jake, we appreciate your words. Chris, we're going to take it back up here. Our
Yeah, sure.
LO206 Senior on track. Looks like Carson Craig is in the lead. We've already had one kart around. So, Bill, the mayhem begins here for our premier division.
And I think as mayhem goes, that was fairly minor if we just had one kart around, because it's always pucker time when they head into that first turn, 2x2 or worse as they go in. So.
Yep, Carson Craig, you can tell he has that light blue kart, number 55. He's your leader. Finished second in the pre-final yesterday before fading in the final. They're side by side through 14. One of the karts getting out into that paint as we're getting set to put lap number 1 in the books. Carson Craig set to be your leader. We'll see who is in second. Wesley Bacon third. Linus Gugino running in third, and Max Trammell in fourth. As we score things right now. So this race, 10 laps in distance. In our racing yesterday, Ryan Curtin picked up the win in the pre-final, but it was Linus Gugino, the driver out of the Detroit, Michigan area, that was able to pick up the win. And I have to say his name right, Bill. It's not, I was saying Gugino all broadcast. I think it's more like a Gugino. But I don't want to, I'm not Italian, so I'm taking Spanish on my Duolingo, but I believe it's Gugino.
Get William to do it for you. He used to work for an Italian company. He can do it.
So Carson Craig continues to lead. Wesley Bacon here in our Swan Mechanical LO206 Senior pre-final.
Are we saying that Linus Gugino is making Bacon drive a little faster?
I didn't say that. I will say that the skies have definitely lifted. When you look in the background, we're not seeing that sort of ominous bottoms to the clouds. We're seeing, as we see a side-by-side battle, looks like Gugino went wide. Here comes Max Trammell up the hill out of turn 2. We don't see much passing there. Trammell made things happen. Good to see Max on track. I was talking with him yesterday. Struggled some yesterday. He hadn't raced with us for several months, getting over some injuries. Started at the back, barely got any laps in, but today sort of showing his strength today, and he is moving up through the field. Although actually I'm saying Ryan Curtin is currently, his transponder's not picking up. He is running in third.
Seeing more and more of that light gray on the track as we go along here, a good sign. I don't think we're going to see the rain tires anymore unless the skies open up.
Let's not go there, brother.
Yeah, I don't believe in that stuff. Well, I like to pretend I do, but I think we should be good. Although this is our last pre-final, and we'll reset this whole thing and run longer main features as we go along here. And here we go up the hill.
Yep.
It's drastically different going up the hill with these guys as opposed to
yeah, they lumber. You really, with the lower sound, they seem to lumber up those straightaways. Carson Craig, your leader in the blue cart. Behind him, the purple colors of Wesley Bacon. Ryan Curtin runs in third with Linus Gugino running in fourth. I did note today that Ryan is not in his traditional Cat Laser t-shirt. He said that was hanging up drying overnight, so he has a little different, more of a sort of school yearbook picture kind of background look to his shirt. Good to know, though, that Ryan is taking care of his t-shirts, that apparently he must have not only washed them, Bill, he must be air drying to extend the life of the shirt.
Yeah, that's right. You tumble them too many times and
they fall apart.
Yep, they can.
So 2x2, and then it's a little bit of a gap back to fifth place. Max Trammell, as we're clicking off laps here, 4 down, 6 to go. And Bill, that's the part. It really looks like these guys are in slow motion after the shifter carts have been on track. This is not a normal race setup. Normally we have, 6, 8 carts all in a line together at the front. Carson Craig and Wes Bacon, they're spoiling the show here right now as they've sort of drawn away from the rest of the field.
So what was that hand gesture? See him pumping his arm?
I didn't see it. Maybe he's just flexing. Oh, who was doing it, Carson?
whoever
the leader.
It was
well,
Carson.
Carson a lot of times will joke with us that he doesn't know what to do with his hands, so maybe that's what the gesture was.
He just makes random gestures to see what the drivers behind him do.
Maybe it's the fake signal,
Yeah.
like the fake spike signal. What's really happening? Well, right now, Wes Bacon just biding his time in the tire tracks of our leader Carson Craig.
He potentially was faking bacon.
That's a bad one. Craig's a 20-year-old driver here in our senior division. Senior is for drivers ages 15 and up. Do want to mention the name Danny May. He will race in the Masters division as well. So to be in the Masters, you have to be 35 and up. To be in the seniors, just 15 and up. So Bill, you had said the math works. If you're if you're over 35, you can race in both divisions.
Wesley Bacon putting the pressure on Carson Craig. And he is not going anywhere. Where are we? We are 5 laps.
Well, and you're riding in third. Great look at our top duo right there from our Killboy.com first-person view drone.
And coming out of 17 again for the 6th time down to the line. Stays the same Carson Craig, Wesley Bacon, and he is, I would suppose, biding his time, unless he draws pressure from behind, from that group behind him of Linus Gino and Max Trammell.
Well, they're 1.3 seconds ahead of the next pairing. So lap times that last lap around, Craig and Bacon in identical 61.454 second laps, a smidgen slower behind. So, Bill, the third and fourth place drivers certainly are not gaining any ground on our lead duo.
No, these two have kind of this Joey Chitwood precision driving action going here. Bacon is tracking him almost perfectly.
Good Joey Chitwood reference. I always thought of them as smashing things up, not precision driving. Maybe more like the Bobby Orr Stunt School that occasionally has classes here at AMP as well. We've talked about going fast. You can drive crazy, get your card to be an official stunt driver, whether it's in movie sets or commercials. Again.
Oh, Bobby Orr. I thought you were going to make a hockey
No,
reference.
no, it's the Bobby Orr Driving School. We'll get to the hockey reference later.
Well, we've covered football, basketball, and now hockey, so we'll.
Yeah. But no, AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com for more information about all the programs that are here. It's kind of cool when you see the stunt driving cars that they're in like an old Ford Focus, and forget the muscle cars. They're in some little, four-banger that's out there.
I always like to see the guys take the minis and parallel park them with like 6 inches to spare.
Where they spin it into the spot. Yeah.
They do a bootlegger turn and park it. And they do that as, they pose as valets or whatever.
Well, they've had drifting on the main track as well, and when you see those guys, I mean, they're smoke and tires and bits of rubber flying everywhere. The way they're able to maneuver those cars, it's not the fastest way around, but boy, it's a sight to behold. It's truly an art.
That's where the dad in me comes out. I'm going, do you know how much those tires cost?
They just budget it in, right? Dave Ramsey would just say budget tires, and they're up the hill they go. They've received the 2-to-go signal, so Carson Craig leads Wes Bacon. It is 2 seconds back to third and fourth place. So, Bill, I would think the governor's going to be off pretty soon on Wes Bacon. He's going to know he has free runs, that there's no pressure from behind.
Well, now I can't shake this image of Dave Ramsey advocating drifting in his baby steps program. You just buy one tire every month.
You just buy, drive like no one else, so later you can drive like no one else. All right. Well, they're coming down to turn number 16. Our lead duo, Carson Craig, Wes Bacon, got to the front early and have just slowly drawn away from the field. Now they see the white flag. Will Bacon make a move? If so, where? Carson Craig, currently your leader in that light blue card and the stark white helmet. They head up the hill. Bill, you have to wonder, is Bacon going to try to get a run here and make a move down into turn number 9?
You're asking if Bacon's making a move here? Let us see. It won't be through the kink, but it could be when they get to turn number 9, coming up right now.
Carson maybe a little defensive there into 9, but he gets back into the normal groove, so no chance for an over-under.
Bacon peaked high as if he were setting something up.
I think he realized Craig took the inside away. There Craig looks over his left shoulder. Here comes Bacon up the inside of 14, so the door was open. They're side by side through 14. Can Craig
here, he might have
can Craig get back alongside? A late lunge into the corner. Craig on the inside, Bacon behind. Here comes Bacon with the crossover. They're down the stretch to the line, but hands in the air from Carson Craig, your Swan Mechanical LO206 winner. Bacon finishes second. Coming home in third, Ryan Curtin able to hold off Linus Gugino as they had a close duel for third place. Rounding out the top 5, Max Trammell. So, Bill, they tried to make it happen there, a pass through 14, but Carson Craig just able to hold on the outside, and that gave him the preferred inside line in turn 16.
Well, Bacon looked like he had a good idea, but he could not sustain the momentum.
Well, and with that, while they go across the scales, please enjoy this interview that's setting up what's happening here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Please, Danny May. My name is Danny May. I race LO206 Senior, LO206 Masters. I've been racing for 4 years. My favorite F1 driver is probably Max. I do not know the Max Verstappen song, probably something about pouty lips, and I don't know. And in first place, Danny May.
Boy, they like to have some fun here, don't they, with some of the drivers. That was Danny May, one of our LO206 drivers across multiple disciplines. You can see Carson Craig there in the blue driving suit. Seems excited, able to pick up the win in the LO206 Senior pre-final as the shifter kart's able to push their way and head back to their haulers. So this should be a good interview, Bill. We're going to get Chris Conowall ready. Right. That I imagine we're going to hear and see that Carson won't know what to do with his hands. That's just my guess there as we see Ryan Curtin on the right in the foreground. He finished third in the race. Meanwhile, we're not wasting any time. Finals getting underway here as we're getting right underway with our LO206 Junior final. But before we do that, take it away, Chris, with an excited Carson Craig.
Yeah, I'm just going to give it right over in just 1 second to Carson Craig. Wesley Bacon, you guys out in front, and great battle there at the finish. Carson Craig, tell the world what you want to say.
I got to just first off start off by thanking Wes so much. Like, literally, I made an adjustment on the kart right before the race, and it was not the right adjustment. The kart was feeling a bit tight there. But, it was amazing teamwork with Wes. And I'm really hoping to carry that through to the final.
So, Wes, give us a little bit of insight on why our good friend here, Carson Craig, is so thankful. And there at the end, also talk to me about that. You guys went side by side and just needed a little more, juice in the engine there, right?
Yeah, it was a great run. I think we pulled away fairly quickly. I had great acceleration, not enough top end in some parts, it seems like, but it worked out this time at least. So I'm just happy that we got together early and pulled away. And towards the end, I tried to go for a move, but he blew up the inside and he got the move done. So it was pretty cool.
Awesome. Well, you guys are great competitors. Now, who do you guys have out here in support that I see?
So we got my dad. And we got Atlanta Light Engines, run by Al Edwards as our primary sponsors.
And Sony Mountain Biscuits.
And Sony Mountain Biscuits. So I got my family out here, and I can't thank them enough for all the support. And I got my amazing teammates out here supporting me, and hopefully they feel the same way that I feel, or I support them. So, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of support, anytime you want to post these clips to your own YouTube, we'll watch our numbers blow through the roof there. Carson Craig, tell our viewers what your YouTube channel is.
It's Carson Craig _55.
Awesome, and the number 55 taking the poll. So, Mr. Bacon, tell me about what we can expect in the final, and of course, out there in the YouTube world, you got folks supporting you today. You want to shout out to?
Yeah, well, in the final, maybe make a few changes, try to get a little more speed out. But thanks to my dad, my grandpa for coming out, Will Butt Racing, Atlanta Light Engines. My mom's watching on YouTube, so thank you. Yeah, I'll see you in the final.
That's awesome, you guys. Well, we got a
Chris, before you send it off, we think we found that Carson knew what to do with his hands in this.
So they were you would disappoint if we did not get that quote out of you.
So actually, I finally found out what to do with my hands now.
That is awesome. That is awesome. So once again, you guys, great racing, and we're looking forward to the final. So to the YouTube world, to Mom out there, give them a shout out. All right, we're going to send it back up to you guys, and we'll see these guys in the final.
All right,
great job, guys.
Chris. As you've seen in the picture-in-picture, our LO206 final underway. Lincoln Massey jumps to the lead. Bill, I don't know how they all made it through that. They were trying to go 3 wide off turn 4, which fortunately they got single file before the kink, but it was touch and go.
I was getting ready to go all Jackie Stewart on you the way they were going into that corner, but they found a way to thread through. And
wait, give us some Jackie Stewart.
Oh, there's a shunt in turn number 2. Oh, there's chassis everywhere.
I always seem to get him, and I think it's Nicky Lauda. Or maybe it's when he says Nicky Lauda when he used to be on track.
Jackie Stewart calling a NASCAR race is just like one of the most hilarious things.
When did he do that?
Oh, he was, since he was retired champion, they had him on whatever motorsports on Wide World of Sports.
Well, in that
Jackie Stewart calling NASCAR, he drove, I think, 1 or 2 NASCAR races.
Well,
but
in that famous 1979 Daytona 500, you had Ken Squire. Who was the analyst with him? I don't think it was David. Say David Page.
David Hobbs.
David Hobbs. Okay.
And
definitely a similar accent.
Ned Jarrett, I believe, was in the pits, but yeah, David Hobbs. Yep.
So there you see a host of LO206 juniors, and they are all looking to get back on even terms with our leaders, Lincoln Massey, Thomas McGee. Thomas McGee had some love down in the chat, some fans or family members pulling for him, so our top 2 have drawn away from the field. We'll see if this big pack is able to run them down. Now, Bill, if we were at Talladega, a pack of 6 or 8 would run down too, but here, the draft not quite that effective.
Well, is it strategic to go 2 by 2 by 2, kind of tandem drafting here with these? That's what it looks like it works out to, that maybe 2 karts draft better than 3 or 4 or 5, if you can get that separation.
Well, they got the separation. Now we're even seeing Lincoln Massey open a hint of daylight back to Thomas McGee. A couple of kart lengths that time around. So Massey your leader, McGee in second. Talon Laney runs in third, Ben Beck fourth, and Cohen Walsh currently scored in fifth.
Well, whatever issues Lincoln Massey had yesterday were definitely resolved. As we saw in the pre-final, he's picking right up where he left off here in the final.
Rest of our field underway. That last time around, Talon Laney went purple in the scoring system. The quickest lap of the race, 61.585 seconds. Compare that to the shifters that were running down in the 48s. But these LO206s are much more economical, but still a fun, close, competitive race class. And we should once again thank Blazers Wings out of Hull, Georgia, for their contribution to keep us announcers happy.
Which is always the most important thing. Just completing lap number 4. No change in the order, just as we see a little bit of, well, somebody ducked inside, took a quick peek further back in the pack. Now we've got 2 by 2 going up the hill. And while that may not be the best place to pass, sometimes it is an opportunity. If the kart in front of you loses that momentum, whatever they have, it's an opportunity to pull up.
And Bill, for the first time in our broadcast today, we are starting to see shadows outside. Suddenly the clouds lightening, at least for the moment. So the drivers, it's not quite full sunshine. You can still see a good thick overcast, including behind our condos in the background. But at points around this facility, we're starting to see a lot more sunlight filter through. That might mean temperatures of the air and the track might start to rise.
Absolutely. And again, I've been talking about those gray patches, and the track is pretty much light gray all the way around. And yeah, as you said, you can see shadows of the trees there going through 14.
Yeah, after after so many days of clouds and rain, I want to go outside and announce, honestly. I want to go soak in some vitamin D out there. Lincoln Massey continues to lead Thomas McGee, and then it is a trio behind Laney, Walsh, and Lewis. In yesterday's racing action, Meyer Lewis had picked up the win in the pre-final. Luke Corman was the winner in the final. Corman currently scored back in 7th.
Well, that's interesting. Did he meet with kind of the reverse fortune of Lincoln Massey as far as making the wrong move or the wrong adjustments? Because he was up front in the pre-final.
Yeah, things not going his way here in the final, as now the top two have sort of been reeled in. At least Talon Laney has bridged across. So now we have 3 leading 2. Laney still the quickest lap of the race, and he just lowered it a little bit, 61.366 seconds. So Laney now right to the rear bumper of the 002 of Thomas McGee, who is running in 2nd. The pressure ratcheting up here as they are 6 laps through. That's halfway through our 12-lap final. Bill, we get that couple of extra laps to savor these races.
Just more room for strategizing, although a lot of this is a sit and wait. And those last 2 laps are when the action happens. Like the last 2 minutes in a basketball game, the first 10 are just to get the stage set for all the action. But then again, there's action all the way through.
Yeah, you have to execute the first 10 laps to be in position for those final 2 laps.
Now looking at 5th place, Meyer Lewis, he has been ducking inside, looking to gain 4th several times the last couple laps. So he may be one to keep an eye on. Maybe he's got designs on that front 3.
Well, Lewis, another kart that he had won the pre-final yesterday, so maybe not used to running back in this position, but now we do see a battle for the 4th spot as they work their way up the hill. So suddenly there are now 5 karts connected at the front of this race. So here we go, the Talladega Draft happening down our back straightaway.
Somebody lost momentum going up that hill, and that closed them all right up, and it did allow Lewis to get into 4th place.
Yep, so you see Lewis there, the 55 at the back. That is Cohen Walsh. He is currently scored in 5th. Lincoln Massey has led from the drop of the green flag, but he has company, and a lot of it, but just behind him.
And just as quickly, a gap starts to open up between the top 3 and 4th and 5th, and then it closes. It just depends on what part of the track you're looking at.
It's like a bungee cord.
Exactly.
You know, it opens up, and then it sort of pulls all back together. Our patrons enjoying a fine view now as we're having finally some sun and some warmer temperatures here, and we see a battle for the lead up the hill. McGee tries to go to the outside, and now he gets freight train, not able to make the pass as we see Laney work across the rumble strip on the inside. He's now in 2nd. He brought Meyer Lewis along with him, so McGee falls back to 4th. Bill, as we've said, tough to pass up that hill on the outside, and it cost McGee a ton that time.
He was lucky he didn't go back to 5th, so count his blessings there. But, yep, I've seen more action on that hill than I have recently. I think if you see that opening and you've got important to keep momentum, especially with these singly geared karts going up that hill, you've got to have momentum. And sometimes you can take advantage of it if someone else makes the mistake of not maintaining that momentum.
So our leader, Lincoln Massey, completes circuit number 9. Talon Laney right behind, then a small window back to Meyer Lewis. But once again, all these top 5 just seem to pull right back together as they head up the hill. Have to wonder, is Lincoln cool at the front, or is he maybe starting to feel the pressure of all these karts piling up behind him?
Well, if we ask him, he might tell us.
If we had him mic'd up on track out there.
Cool. Now, that would be cool to have him mic'd, of all people. Now, so I'm sure he'll be very forthcoming with us.
Talon Laney maybe taking a quick peek on off of turn number 10 there. So maybe the handling starting to go away on that black number 7 of our leader. Talon Laney just content to ride in the tire tracks. This time around, they'll see the 2 to go. And, Bill, this seems to be that magic point. Even Lincoln said he'll get defensive with 2 to go. we'll see if that forecast holds.
They'll get the 2 to go. Lincoln Massey still your leader, and now we've got some fanning out behind. It looks like McGee was looking to make an attempt on 3rd place, but thought better of it as we come around our position here through turn 4 and 5 and heading to the kink. Lincoln Massey still your leader, but Talon Laney right on his back bumper. A little bit of a separation back to 3rd place, Meyer Lewis.
And a little defensive line from Massey to turn number 9. He does pull to the edge to get the good angle into the corner. Last time around, our top 4 separated by less than half of a second. So we're getting down to the business end of this 12-lap feature courtesy of Blazers Wings. You see our top 3 on screen: Lincoln Massey, Talon Laney, Meyer Lewis. And we're going to decide it. They have, at this point, 17 turns remaining.
Come down to the line for the white flag. Right now it's a 2-kart race between Massey and Laney. Laney looks outside, looks inside. Nothing doing going through 2.
Again, tough to pass up the hill as both drivers bobsled their way a little bit up that 3-story climb. They've broken away from Meyer Lewis, so Lewis took a bad line through turn 2, and I think it actually cost him a spot. McGee getting by, so we'll follow our top duo. You're riding in 3rd. Massey at the front, that defensive line. Laney looks a bit to the outside. Will we see a crossover? Not quite. So Massey fends off any challenges on the back portion of the course. Turns 14 and 16 are the next best passing opportunities. And again, you can see he's kind of covering the inside of 14 there as well.
He looked way over his shoulder, too. He wanted to see where he was going to be coming from.
And look at Laney trying to bob and weave and get by. Massey goes wide. They're side by side, coming down the front straightaway, to the stretch, to the line. Lincoln Massey pulls out the win over Talon Laney. The official distance, 42 1,000ths of a second, but Massey holds on. Laney 2nd, Thomas McGee in 3rd, Cohen Walsh 4th.
Laney was in the lead.
Aiden Courtney coming home in 5th. Meyer Lewis slipped to 9th on the final lap. So you're saying Laney had the lead at one point there.
Had him coming out of 17, and then I saw Lincoln scoot, do the bobsled move. Maybe that does work.
Well, we got the big boot out there. Well, hey, we do have a lot of fun making some social media and some media promos for some of our drivers. Check out one of our latest works.
My name is Peter. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee, and I'm 14 years old.
What class are you racing?
LO206 Junior.
How long have you been racing for?
This will be my first race. I've always been wanting to do racing ever since I was younger, and I've just had the passion for it.
F1 or NASCAR?
Formula 1.
And who's your favorite driver?
Landon Norris.
All right, just a little sample. That was our summer intern that was doing the interview there of one of our drivers. You can see the next field preparing for their 12 laps on the track. That would be our LO206 Cadet division. But Bill, I have to imagine we're going to have a little later, we're probably going to have an excited Lincoln Massey drift up into the PR booth here for
not
to hear.
Lincoln.
Yeah.
No, he's so shy.
To just hear a little bit more about it. But definitely a great day of racing here. Now that the sun has finally returned to us on this Sunday for round number 9 of the AMP Kart Championship Series. Well, Bill, I can't think of anything better than, not just to enjoy racing. Imagine living at a racetrack, and we have very good condos at this facility, and that includes our Circuit Villas, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, fully completed, ultra-modern, with a pair of decks, panoramic sliding glass wall doors, a glass garage door entry, Viking appliances inside, all starting at $669,000. Go to AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com for more details if you want to live trackside here at AMP. With that, we're going to go down to Victory Lane. Take it away, Chris.
Well, we're going to send it right back up because Lincoln Massey had a question for me when he first came off the track, and I'm going to let him ask you guys. And what was that question you asked me?
Did I win?
Just.
Sources point to yes.
Sources point to yes. Talon, Laney, you guys are just some of the most exciting. You guys do some of the most exciting driving that we've seen out here. And we'd like to bring this young lady in the frame with us as well, always out in support. Tell me who we've got out here this weekend. Come on back in, you guys. Definitely our highlight of our weekend, this long weekend, is talking about our family. So who do you have here in support today?
My mom.
And do you also have your dad here as well?
Yeah, my dad is here also.
Yeah, and what's your mom's name?
Dana.
And your dad?
Luke.
Dana and Luke. And, of course, we've met your family before, but, of course, one more time with the introduction.
This is my sister Conley and my mom, Mama.
Yes. Okay, now to the race. Talon, you're definitely a very serious competitor. I can see it in your eyes there. Talk to me about the race and especially the finish.
Well, I'm not even in the championship anymore because I got a DQ the first race, so I'm just going out there and just trying to send it and do the best I can.
Well, that of course is very disappointing. However, we're at what race are we in the season now?
This is round 9 that we just finished.
So we'll be starting again up in when exactly?
I don't know.
Well, maybe we'll get the answer to that question. So, how are you in the standing?
Right now, I'm first.
First place, and so it's a how many race series?
12.
Is that right?
I thought it was 10.
It's 10.
It's 10. 10 is correct. So we've got one more race out here, and love the competitive spirit that you both bring out here, and so now you both are another podium, and each of you have many of those. But so I'm going to give you just a quick moment to send a hello out there to anybody that's watching you on YouTube, or that maybe later after this is all done you can make a clip of and share with your friends. So who would you want to shout out to?
My grandparents and my whole family watching me.
Awesome. How about you?
I'd like to thank my parents and my girlfriend watching at home.
What?
Yeah.
He's too young for that. What are you saying out there?
And my team, Wheelbite Racing, just been a big help. So.
Awesome. All right, so we're gonna send it back up to the booth, and look forward to more great racing. Our next race, and always wonderful. And thank you for your support as well. Thank you for your support. So we'll send it back up to the booth.
All right, thank you, Chris. LO206 Cadet racing action underway as we got to enjoy a word from our winners in the LO206 Junior division. Looks like Isaac Carvalho picking up where he began in the pre-final. He was the winner earlier today. Camila Canache currently scored in second. Ryan Perez third, with Bo Stowers tightly jammed in fourth. Bill, it looks like we're going to see the same script play out that they did for 10 laps earlier.
Absolutely, but it's a tight 4-car pack right now. And going back to our previous race, honestly, I'm not surprised that Lincoln Massey has a girlfriend.
He's too young. Oh, look at this 2x2
exactly.
going into
look
turn
at that.
9.
Completely freight trained is Isaac Carvalho. So he goes from first to fourth. I guess what I'm surprised is there's just one girlfriend. But anyway.
Oh, goodness. Now you're giving him like a Tim Richmond complex already.
Oh,
Come
no,
on.
let's not go there. But so the action definitely picking up here, up here in the booth and on the track as we come down the lines.
If you can't tell, we love to have fun here during our broadcast. We hope you are enjoying as well. Please give us a subscribe, like, follow, alarm bell, whatever it is on the platform you're watching.
Report.
Not the report, not the flag. We enjoy racing flags, not social media flags. Camila Canache leads the field past our vantage point. You can tell she has the multicolored helmet, and it's Bo Stowers in the Darth Vader-like black.
And I think Stowers making a move now. Look at him, 2x2, going into turn number 9, and it looks as Stowers reclaims first, or
claims it at least.
Claims it, yes, or reclaims it from earlier, whatever it was he did. But we have Stowers now your leader. Canache is going to be second, Perez third, and Carvalho still looking get his. Perez now back in fourth. I believe Carvalho at least has gained one position and looking to gain back the other two. But that was quite the move.
Yeah, going 2x2 multiple times into turn number 9. Bo Stowers leads as they swing by our drone cam. Camila Kanache second. Isaac Carvalho is
got
in
a
third.
spinner.
Oh, a couple going around down at the bottom of the hill. Camila Kanache, one of the ones making it up. Bo Stowers not making it up as we see them get going again. Yesterday, Bill, we could call for replays on demand. I don't know if that trick works today, but Camila Kanache able to make it to the front. There we see, wow, Bo Stowers already wide on entry into turn number 2.
Wow.
You don't know if he
That's a
might have
tough
had
break
some
there.
help as...
Well, both of them spun out, but it did not look like a contact thing.
Well, Stowers was spinning early. I think the last was one of those sympathetic spins, just trying to avoid all the action. So Camila Kanache definitely scored in second. We don't know if it's Carvalho or Perez. I believe it's Isaac Carvalho back in first.
So Carvalho, if that is in fact the case, he was the beneficiary of all that action, as not only did he survive, he got into first and got around Camila Kanache. So now we're back to where we were 1-2 before he was freight trained back a few laps ago.
Well, and recall in the pre-final, these two were lap after lap, pursuing each other. Camila Kanache led for some laps. Carvalho led for some laps before Carvalho eked out a win at the finish. We'll see what happens right now. Big gap behind them, at least 4 seconds, back to third place Clayton Stiles. So these two should have sort of free reign to battle on the track at this point.
The two of them taking pretty much identical lines, content to follow in the tire tracks of the leader as we come out of turn number 17 and down to the line to complete lap number 5. That's 5 of 12. So if my math serves me correctly, that means 7 more to go. So we've got a lot more action yet to come. Meanwhile, Clayton Stiles, Nico Corpita have also benefited from that earlier action, although Ryan Perez now back up to 5th with Stowers in 6th. We'll see if they can improve their positions at all or if they lost too much ground to make it up within this 12-lap final.
Well, that time around, Stowers 10 seconds behind our leaders, so he would have serious yeoman's work to do to be able to get to the front, as these two at the front still cooperating right now, so that's going to make it even more difficult for anyone to counterattack their move right now as they head up to the high point of the track and then dip down into turn 14.
It's always made me wonder how much patience do you have at that age, because it's fun to pass, it's fun to battle, but you have to keep your eye on the bigger picture and save that for the very end, for the last couple laps or whatever.
But they're also 8 to 12-year-olds, so
I know, that's
that,
just it.
that
yeah.
logic, that wisdom and experience, maybe not fully there yet, just raw excitement and energy when you're at this age.
But actually looking at it from the other side is it teaches them patience and strategy and big picture. Those are things that serve you better. The sooner you understand it, the better. Although that's kind of the fun of being a kid, is you don't have to think about those kind of things.
Yeah, you're making it sound like compound interest
Yeah,
out
really.
there. You're right. We're making them do adulting out there on track.
You don't want to be an adult any earlier than you have. You think you do.
We don't want to be adults now.
No.
Yeah.
You spend your first 20 years wanting to be an adult, and then you spend the rest of your life thinking, boy, I wish I were a kid again. So.
All right. Well, that's from Bill and John, life coaches up here in the PA
right.
booth. As we're
And you
coming.
kids get off my lawn. Okay.
Yeah. Coming down to complete lap number 7 as Bill might be grabbing his M1 Garand out of the corner here. Carvalho leads, Camila Kanache in second. The fastest lap of the race, Isaac Carvalho on lap 5, logged in at 60.944 seconds. That's pretty quick. That's an indication that this track has fully dried out. The gap behind this duo, Clayton Stiles, currently 9 seconds in arrears. So, Bill, at this point, you have to think that the governor's off here. Camila Kanache can attack at will.
But then again, here comes that patience and discipline, because the sooner you're in front, then you become the target. You are the hunted instead of the hunter.
Well, I believe in the pre-final, she made a pass and then you were saying maybe a little too early. So is she going to wait to sort of that last corner so there can be no counterattack. So right now she just stays in the tire tracks, maybe a couple of kart lengths between herself and our leader, Isaac Carvalho. You see nobody else in the picture as Clayton Stiles has still not yet passed the start-finish line as our duo heads up the hill. And Stiles finally passed the start-finish line. He and Ryan Perez 10 seconds back.
Well, if you make that last second pass, you've got to be sure you can close the door. Otherwise, you do leave it open for that crossover move, which we have seen more than once today and likely to see again. Now, it's a matter of, I don't know if it's luck or skill, but you've got to time it just right. Set that momentum. If you're going to brake late, if you're going to dive bomb or do whatever you need to do, you've got to be able to account for it on the back end because your momentum will not be denied. Carry you up the track and leave the door open.
That's right. So our top duo once again just content to log laps, display some patience for their age. You can see the next group of karts lining up in the chute. That will be our tag senior division. Speeds will pick up quite a bit. They'll be about 10 seconds faster. But for now, we get to enjoy what has been a compelling duel here in our LO206 Cadet final.
Better part of 3 laps to go here, and we see Kami looking in and out. She's starting to peak a little bit, trying to set up her move, I would suppose.
I think she's starting to hear the clock ticking, that she knows time is running down here on this afternoon. Once again, we're in round number 9. Round number 10 for our viewers comes up on Saturday, November 9th. We'd love to have you join us for the ultimate race of our championship series. Not only will we have race winners, champions will be crowned on that day. Bill, we might need your math help. Drivers get 2 drops during the course of the season, so it all comes down to the final, and then I don't know if they run it through an abacus there to see who the champion is in each of our divisions.
Yeah, I guess it's possible that you could come to round 10 and not need and have the drop in your hand still.
Right.
But maybe you wouldn't even need to compete.
Well, in our last final, we were just sort of oogling at the sun coming out, and that seems to have reversed. We're back under overcast skies once again, less than 2 laps remaining, and now we see Carvalho with that defensive line into turn number 9. So, Bill, the game is afoot. We're no longer just riding along. You can see drivers starting to defend lines and starting to probe and attack weaknesses.
Cami was looking a little to the outside, thought she might try and approach. Now, one of the strategies is to set them up in one turn and ride it through the outside where you get the inside on the following turn. And that may be what she's looking to do as they come out of turn number 17 down to the line. This is it, white flag.
You can see Carvalho really get wide off 17, running almost 4 on the rumble strips there, getting that wide exit. They head up the hill one more time, just a kart length between Isaac Carvalho, our leader, Camila Canache in second. Carvalho, the winner in the pre-final. He also swept yesterday's racing. Let's see if Camila can take that final step to the top of the podium as they head to a critical braking area, turn 9.
She goes, looks to the outside, trying to drive Carvalho to the outside so maybe she can duck under, but he's makes that line all the way back down to the bottom.
And once again, he opens up just a hint of daylight. Coming down to the final passing opportunity, turn 16. Camila trying to find a way by. Carvalho looks like he's defending a little bit to the inside. And as they sweep off 17, he is still in front. He will see the checkered flags ahead of him. Isaac Carvalho sweeps the weekend here at AMP. Your winner in our LO206 Cadet final. Camila Canache comes home in second, and it's going to be a bit of a wait as we wait for the battle to settle out for 3rd place. Last time around, Ryan Perez was in 3rd, and he does come home in 3rd, just ahead of Bo Stowers. Stowers recovering to get to 4th. Clayton Stiles rounds out the top 5.
Good driving there by Isaac Carvalho, but Camila Canache, I could see her sling it around 17, so she wasn't for lack of effort that she wasn't able to overtake him. She was giving it all she had. Great race there. Always good to watch. These kids absolutely amazed with the skill. And
She
the nerve
she
they've
might have
got.
needed the old NASCAR modified chrome horn to get Isaac out
There
of the
are chrome
way.
horns in all forms of motorsports.
So, hey, we've been showing you some of the interviews, some of the fun we've had here at AMP. Let's take a look at another one of our productions.
I've already climbed very high in my class. Racing I always thought was just really fun for me because it's just a nice flow of speed and competition, and I just like it a lot.
F1 and NASCAR.
Formula One definitely, because you have a bunch of more right hand, left turn, speed, braking, and there's a lot more agility to F1 as opposed to NASCAR.
And who's your favorite driver?
In F1, it'd probably be Lando Norris. My favorite memory, probably one of my favorite, was when I was doing the junior class a couple years ago. It was the first time I ever sat in a real race car, and it was fun to just see the track, meet new people. That's where I really first fell in love with racing. Yeah. Max Verstappen.
And we are back with live coverage looking down into the tech area where the carts will just go through inspection after the scales just to make sure that everyone is legal. And I see our Chris Conowald working the beat down there, trying to gather up our winners for some interviews. Meanwhile, you can see the tag seniors screeching by in the background. Mateo Rubio Luengo was our pre-final winner. Yesterday, he was also the winner in pre-final and final action. So, Bill, he'll be looking for the broom in this race as we can see them streaking around the track, trying to get the tires scrubbed off, get them warmed up for 12 laps of action.
And they'll need all the traction they can get on this now. It looks like we've got a pretty dry track now, so we should, I hope, quit worrying about wet conditions and rain. Or as soon as I say that,
yeah,
you know what'll happen.
So we're going to send it down. We have a trio down in Victory Lane. Take it away, Chris.
That's right. I got 1, 2, and 3 here. And where did you finish up in the pre-final?
I finished up, I believe, third. Yeah, third.
That's right. And I'm sorry I didn't get to interview you during the pre-final, but we were working on time. But bring over. I believe we got your mom out here. Can we bring her over and do an introduction for me? Come on in. Come on, moms, all the moms, bring it in. Who is this? Who is this joining us? All right, here we go. It is just a great weekend, a great family weekend. And what's your mom's name?
Dachi.
Yes, and so a third place finish here today. Exciting racing. Do you have any other family members watching from home?
Yeah, my grandma and my grandpa.
Grandma and grandpa. All right. Well, congratulations on your third place finish. Now, you guys were working together, right? On the pre-final, were you working together during the final?
Yes, we were also working together during the final because we wanted to get away from the others so we can after fight.
Yeah, and tell us about the fight at the very finish.
Well, I tried to draft him like the whole race until the last lap, and the last lap I was gonna do something, but I had a little gap, so I couldn't do it. So I ended up finishing second.
Well, it was a wonderful race, and you took the pre-final and the final. The championship is coming up on November the 9th, and so do you know where you're standing in the points, Isaac?
First, I'm guessing.
First in the points. Well, let's see, Mom, is that right?
Yeah, it's right. Yep.
All right, and so on November 9th, will you guys still all be working together, or is it going to be every driver for themselves?
I don't know if I'm going to be here November 9th, but I'm probably going to be here. Depends on the conditions and stuff.
For sure, but if you are here November 9th, will it be teamwork or every driver for themselves?
Probably teamwork.
Teamwork? How about you? Teamwork or every driver for themselves?
Teamwork.
And you?
Teamwork.
Okay, all right. Well, everybody, I want to give a big shout out to YouTube out there. Great family weekend out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Congratulations to all of you, and we'll see you guys here hopefully on November 9th. All right, I'm going to send it back up. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. That was the winner in second place in our LO206 Cadet Final, Isaac Carvalho and Camila Canache. On track now, our Tag Senior Division, Mateo Rubio Luengo has led the field through lap number 1. Bill, business picking up here as far as speeds.
I have seen lots of weaving and battling going on early on here. In fact, look at the top 4. They're swapping around even as we speak. So these guys are not waiting till the last couple of laps. I think they want to get settled into a different order than they currently are in before they start thinking about the end of the race.
Well, right now it's Mateo Rubio Luengo, your leader. Rest of the field, Callan Spears running in second, Zach Frank third, Christian Blevins fourth, and Jacob Hughes rounding out your top 5. You can see all the top 5 working their way through turn number 9. A pass for 6 there between Brooke Shambo and Oz Cheek. You'll hear that name Shambo later. Todd Shambo, one of the competitors in our, I'm going to say, I believe, the LO206 Masters division.
Well, coming out of turn number 17, let's come down the line and see where it stands. Mateo Rubio Luengo is your leader. Zach Frank now up in second with Kellen Spears, Blevins, and Hughes, your top 5. So it's getting pretty dicey out there.
Well, Bill, something I was thinking in the past, we'd always have like a couple of classes a day where the races were blowouts. We have not really had one since there was one yesterday. When the rain started to come down, our tag rookie, Bo Stowers, just about lapped the field. Everything else has been somewhat close-quartered action. We're used to seeing someone drive away. Boy, this tag senior class has gotten competitive in the second half of this season. Zach Frank, Callan Spears holding on to the rear bumper of our leader, Mateo Rubio Luengo.
We have the top 8 in contact with each other, which is great to see. Completing lap number 4, so we are a third of the way through the 12 laps of this final. Heading back up the hill. They're not suffering a whole lot going up that. They seem to have the momentum and power to get up that hill in fairly good order.
As long as they keep the RPMs up, 30 horsepower in these. Again, 2-stroke engines. They are water-cooled. So besides the shifter carts, these have about the same power as one of the shifters. Again, a battle for 5th there. Looks like Brooke Shambo able to get to the inside of Jacob Hughes. So you see Shambo in the green driving suit with the purple helmet. One of our females in this class currently scored in 5th.
They come flying out of 17 one more time. This will be lap 5. Rubio Luengo still your leader, and Zach Frank hanging in there on second. The gap at the line was about 0.4 of a second between first and second. Starting to settle down a little bit, at least first and second. But now there's a battle going on for 3rd place.
And I wonder if those might be team carts there. Spears and Blevins both have the same color cart. You have to wonder if they might be teammates helping each other out, so they don't want to battle with each other as much as they want to push forward, try to get by Zach Frank, who's running in second. The man of the weekend, though, right now, Mateo Rubio Luengo. He picked up the win in the pre-final, picked up the KA100 senior pre-final win earlier today as well, and yesterday had 3 race victories. So he is looking to just continue that streak. Bill, just such a talented young driver out there. When we hear drivers talk about that next step, he's one of them. It's like, where is his next step going to be? Not even what. With him, you get the feeling it's where, that you're confident that there is a next step for Mateo Rubio Luengo.
It's going to be exciting to hear that name pop up somewhere later on and go, oh, yeah, I used to call him when he raced karts at AMP.
And drivers from here have moved on to, you think of that Le Mans type racing. One of the drivers here went over to England, was sort of in the GT3 type class that they have over in Europe. So again, this can be a launch pad for driving careers, because this track is just about as tough as they come. The 17 turns, the elevation difference really test the driver in ways that a lot of other tracks simply do not.
And it's more than just learning this track, it's learning how to learn a track. So when you have a track with its challenges, it gives you a tool set to go to another track and apply how you learn to drive this challenging track and put it to the challenges that another track may have. Got to look to the inside right there for second place.
And keeps the pressure on through the S's. Oh, contact! We saw some kart getting up in the air there. I believe that was between Zach Frank and Callan Spears.
He had some wheel hop there.
So some nervous moments indeed. The net result, Mateo Rubio Luengo out to a huge lead. Looks like Zach Frank still in second. Don't know how he kept that together. And currently scored in third, it is Christian Blevins. Boy, a replay of that would be almost scary to see, Bill. I don't know how we didn't at least have one kart fully spinning out. And here's the replay. A weird place to pass. We see Spears down to the inside, and right there you see the back end of Zach Frank's kart hop up in the air, so he must have hopped over the front wheel. A unique place to pass. Normally you see passing on the entry of turn 9. He passed in turn number 10, or attempted a pass in turn 10.
Well, luckily for both karts, they didn't lose a whole lot of ground either. Somewhat, but at least it wasn't a spinner.
Right. Spears fell back to fourth, so Christian Blevins now on the bottom step of the podium, and the field starting to stretch out a little bit that time around. 1.6 seconds the gap for Rubio Luengo as we are 9 laps in, getting down to the crunch time. Boy, that shot doesn't quite show the elevation difference there as they work their way down through the kink.
I tell you what, you folks that are, if you're interested in this, or even if you aren't, just come out and do the rental carts here and see what that hill is like. It's amazing. You have to put up it, I guess, if you don't keep your momentum up. It can be very frustrating, especially in a competitive situation, if you don't have the momentum to get up that hill, because it seems like it takes forever.
I think they tell you don't, like, you can burn out the clutch real easy if you're coming up. They're like, if you get stuck, don't just try to keep running up the hill. When the rental carts are here, the only thing they don't do is they run a slightly varied course. They don't do from turn 14 around to turn 1. They do a little cutoff after 13 and then head down the big hill. Turn 16 is a daunting turn where they're heading to the wall, and these drivers can handle it, but you get some, we'll just say some friendlies out there heading down to turn 16, and they forget to brake, and they can go straight into the wall. So we've decided to just take that portion out for the arrive and drive, where it would turn around right there where those little blue plastic things were. But totally worth it. I mean, you get in those Sodi carts, as we've said, 55 miles an hour, and you're maybe an inch off the ground. It still feels like flying.
The last time I ran here, that turn was in play, but it wasn't those carts either.
Same for me. I did the prior carts to the Sodis. Those carts definitely a little heavier than what we see racing on track here today. They have some bumpers on them. They need the bumpers on them for protection.
You can't see me nodding emphatically, but yes.
But, definitely those are built a little more durable. The seat also a little more forgiving, we'll say. The seats that we see in the race carts today, I'm not going to say these are custom made to the driver, but the driver will select one that fits them. The arrive and drive carts have to have a seat wide enough that they can seat we'll say a host of derrieres into them.
Yes, and my derriere is generally considered a host.
As the checkered flag's out, Mateo Rubio Luengo sweeps the day in our tag senior final. Coming home in second, Zach Frank, Christian Blevins third, Callan Spears fourth, with Brooke Shambo rounding out the top 5. So Rubio Luengo continues his winning ways this weekend.
Right. Hanging on to the front there by Mateo Rubio, so he was able to fend off all the challenges, but kind of keep his concentration and pull this one out.
Well, we've heard from some of our drivers here. Who else have we interviewed as part of the fun here at AMP?
Let's see.
Hello, my name is Callan Spears. I race X30 Senior. I've been racing for 8 years, probably about 7 to 6 years in dirt oval, and 1 to 1.5 in asphalt road course. Probably the last corner. I've had a lot of fun and bad times in that corner. No. I don't have one. I have multiple. I mean, it's just kind of all over the place most of the time.
We need a Will Rigdon song for them to sing.
Yeah. Well, how about that, Will, that Callan Spears was just in that race at a year and a half on the asphalt, 5 or 6 in dirt. And then you look at him and you're like,
wait a minute.
how does he have 7+ years already? But that's just a factor of they start so young now, they can get so much more seat time. But good to see someone coming across from the dirt world, whether it's at a track like Dogwood Speedway or the Georgia Karting Complex, those little dirt ovals, different world, different surface that they run on, but that same beating heart for adrenaline and speed.
And when you go off track, that dirt track experience will help. Just ask Lightning McQueen. He knows about that.
Oh, go so fast that you have to turn right.
Turn right to go left. There you go.
We've made it this far into the broadcast and have not yet had a Days of Thunder reference. Charles Head would be upset with us at this point. Great view of the condos in the background, just one of the other amenities here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Bill, you had said earlier the garage becomes the focal point of one of those units. You can still, I think some are still available for purchase, so AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com for details. You can have them built out the way you want on the inside. What a way to have, an Airbnb, a business meeting, or just wake up to the sound of horsepower each morning.
And you're not only on a racetrack, turn 2 of a racetrack, you're actually in the North Georgia mountains, so there's so much more to it. It's very, very scenic up here. If you haven't been up here, I definitely encourage you to come up just to see what a beautiful facility this is.
As I believe we got the green flag racing underway in our Tag Masters division. Eugene Panenko pacing the field. They should fly behind Victory Lane in a moment. And as that's happening, let's send it down to Chris Conowall.
Yeah, thanks, guys, very much. Here with Zach Frank coming in number 2, Mateo Rubio Luengo number 1. Mateo, we're going to get over to you in just 1 second. Zach, you in the pre-final, where did you finish in the pre-final?
Finished P4, started dead last because I crashed in qualifying. So it was fun, though. I enjoyed it.
Worked your way up, and so you got the podium in the final, which is great. How are your standings for the season?
I'm not actually in it for the season. I just came up to do like a one-off in X30. I don't normally race X30 very much, but I really enjoy this class a lot in the series.
Well, and just a question for Zach. Have you run shifter with us before?
Absolutely. That's what I run the most with you guys.
Gotcha. So you stepped over into this division, and of course you're racing with one of our greats, Mateo Rubio Luengo. Been all over the world, Spain and Italy, and just definitely representing for here in Dawsonville, Georgia. Talk to us about sweeping the day.
I mean, today, a good day in tag overall. Managed to win the pre-final starting P3, so it was a good battle between me, Christian Blevin Jr. and Kellen Spears, but managed to beat them. And then in the final, I was fighting with Kellen a lot and just managed to gap the field and just keep on going with it.
Awesome. So we were talking. I'm actually talking with a relative of mine up north, and we were talking about where you drivers go. We've got Formula One here. If you were looking at the next level, Zach, where would that be?
I like to race at the Porsche Cup cars. Would be something that's really cool. I did the Porsche driving experience in Birmingham and loved that. So yeah, that would be the next step.
Excellent. Okay, and so you've got a tough race coming up here in just a little bit, and it looks like the weather's going to hold off. So we'll send it out into YouTube world there. And it looks like who's this? Is this your dad here?
This is Steve Frank. He's the owner of Eyes Up Racing.
Very nice. You want to come on in here, Steve? No. Yeah, please do. Good to see you.
Hey, good to be here. Great event here with AMP. As always, round 9. Good group of talented racers always in this group. So it's a privilege to be here and work with this group. So congrats to everybody that won, and also to our runner-up. So hard fought battles all day, and good clean racing all along.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you guys November. We'll see you in just a little bit. Any more races for you today?
No,
Nope, that's it. Okay, so we'll see you a little bit later today, and then November 9th. All right, we're going to send it back up to the booth. Congratulations to you both.
Hey, and Chris, I think
Yeah.
maybe on one of the next ones, either Bill or I are going to surprise you outside of Victory Lane. Everyone else has been getting in except for us.
Awesome. Come on down.
All right. On track right now, Tag Masters underway for their 12-lap final. You see Eugene Pineco clad in that purple driving suit. He's your leader. Todd Shambo runs in second. Jose Garcia in third. In the last race, Brooke Shambo finished fifth in Tag Senior. Todd is Brooke's father and I believe mentor as well, as we see them zip up the hill. Right now, Bill, nobody has an answer for Eugene Pineco. He is just driven off the front by over a second.
Sometimes you just wonder, how does one person get that combination to be so much better than everyone else? And it varies from track to track.
Ooh, we got a little pass back there. Shambo bobbled through turn 9, opened the door for Jose. All right, back to your point.
Well, such as it is, sometimes it's your day, and sometimes
And you have to wonder: is it equipment? Is it driver? Is it head knowledge? Is it physical skill? I think when you see a driver like a Kyle Larson, it's all of it comes together. That he just put him in a car and off he goes.
But if you look in a varied schedule, certain tracks people are dominant at. For some reason, it just clicks. What comes to mind is from NASCAR, which is more where my attention's been. Back in the 90s, Kyle Petty won 8 races, and I think 6 of them were at Rockingham. For some reason, he was a master at Rockingham, like his father was.
By the way, I love the Rock.
Didn't do much anywhere else, but he won at Rockingham. He was a force to be reckoned with. So go figure.
I love that the 1 mile with sort of the double dog leg down the front straightaway. That was a fun track to see the field on.
Now the old man in me is going to shake my fist about, they're ruining NASCAR, taking those tracks off. At least they're racing at North Wilkesboro again, so they've got that going for us.
As our field swings by, 6 laps in, so we are halfway through our Tag Master Division. Eugene Pineco picked up the win in the pre-final today. He also swept the day yesterday, so Eugene looking to go 4 for 4 on this doubleheader weekend here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. One of the next race events coming up for the karts will actually be Saturday, October 26th at Lamar County Speedway, as we have the 4th and final round of the Georgia Karting Championship Series. That is a combined, 2-track championship between here at AMP and Lamar County Speedway. Round 1 was held all the way back on Saturday, March 23rd. That race marked the inaugural race of our former race director, Lucas Arnett, as we have a caution flag out down towards the bottom of the hill. I saw the marshals had the flag out, but our Lucas Arnett took in a race in the LO206 Master Division. The second race was Saturday, June 1st. That was held up here at AMP. As there we see the problem down at the bottom of the hill. Kart's able to get back going. It was great to see a lot of the Barnesville crew head up this way to the north side of the metro area, and that included the vintage cars. There's a replay of what happened, backing it around on coming off of turn number 1. So there we can see that looked like Jose Garcia just went for the ride. Fortunately, he's able to get unstuck and continue underway. Round 3 of that championship series was Saturday, August 24th, once again here at AMP in that searing summer heat. Again, good to see a host of drivers from the South Metro area as well as the vintage karts. So the 4th and final round of that series will be Saturday, October 26th. You'll be able to watch the broadcast of that right here on the AMP social media channels. The next event that we will broadcast that I am aware of will be 1 week before that. Saturday, October 19th, we'll have the final round of our main track championship series as well as the beginning of our Moonshine series, and that includes, among others, the Legends cars will be racing on the main track. You'll want to be with us for that action and mayhem once again coming up Saturday, October 19th. The best way to know about that is to give us a like, a follow, a subscribe ring the bell button, whatever's appropriate on the platform you're watching on, so that you'll be notified when we go live with action. And speaking of action, Eugene Panenko continues to lead here in our tag master final. 9 laps in, he has built a 2.9-second lead over Jose Garcia. Ian Drennan running in third. Todd Shambo fourth, with Lon Washburn scored in fifth. It was Todd Shambo that spun that time coming around turn number 1. So a tough break for Todd. Let's see if he'll be able to recover. But right now he is about 7 seconds behind Ian Drennan.
And about all Eugene Panenko needs to do is hold on for 2 more laps, and he will claim the main victory here in the Tag Masters final. And he is, well, just setting sights and gone, actually. Of course, I would have to leave you for a couple minutes there while there was absolutely nothing going on the track.
Oh, that we had plenty of things to fill in.
Okay, good
Eugene
deal.
is one of those great stories. He is from the Ukraine. I don't know if he got here before the war started with Russia or he was displaced by the war, but he's really brought his Kart Freedom racing team to fruition here. So claims to be a 7-time national and club champion, but he's really also developed as a personal coach, a mechanic, really takes a lot of pride in that team. And you see that purple color is the colors of his team. He is active on Instagram, at least, if you search for Eugene Panenko.
Well, it's more than just what you can achieve personally. It's things you can pass on or help others with that really grow the reputation and really form who you are.
Right.
Hey, if I can interject, who was responsible for the announcer's curse about the rain, because it's bad?
That was Bill. That was Bill. Totally Bill. 100% Bill.
Rig.
It's kartfreedom.us is where you can follow Eugene and his team on Instagram. And Bill, that's an age thing. When you get to that point where you'd have the midlife crisis, you start to not think of what can I accomplish. You start to think of who can I, how can I multiply? How can I share what I have with others? And it's Eugene Panenko that picks up the win here in our Tag Master Final. Jose Garcia comes home in second, and Ian Drennan third. Bill, it's really that mentoring, that coaching. That's where you share with the next generation. You stop thinking so much about accomplishments. You start building legacy. Eugene Panenko really is doing that with his Kart Freedom team.
Well, good for him, especially under difficult, to say the least, circumstances. I cannot imagine having my home country under assault like that and having that hanging over my head as well as everything else he's doing.
Well, as Chris had filled us in from down in pit lane, you can see it looks a little dingier outside, so it's moistened up a bit. Although, Bill, I look out the windows of our press box. It doesn't look too bad here, so we'll see what does develop. But here we go again, as it looks like some moisture falling on track, just as we got to the end of our Tag Master Final. Scheduled to come up next will be our Kid Kart division. There'll be 2 races, each 12 laps on the Jelly Bean course. We'll start with the Comer division and then have our LO206 division. Well, Bill, we've been having a lot of fun meeting some of the drivers on course. How about we get a double dose coming up now?
Twin spin.
How long have you been racing for?
I think 30 years.
30 years? What class do you race in?
The good parts.
Why'd you get into racing?
Because I love it.
Do you like F1 or NASCAR better?
F1.
F1. Do you have a favorite driver?
Copenhagen.
Good one.
My name is Harrison Mayers. I am from Chelsea, Alabama, and I am 7 years old.
What class do you race in?
LO206 Kid Kart, and soon I'll be in Michael Swift. I've been racing for 1 year.
F1 or NASCAR?
F1.
F1. And who's your favorite driver?
Max Verstappen.
Max Verstappen, good choice.
Dun, 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 dun. Max Verstappen.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, so those are some of the youngsters we might see in our Kid Kart division, but now we'll see some of our more seasoned drivers down in Victory Lane. Take it away, Chris.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eugene Panenko, Jose Garcia. You were not. You didn't make my interview in the pre-final. I think you finished third in the pre-final, and coming in second now behind Eugene. So, what do you credit for the change in position to take the podium today?
I want to thank John Warheim, my tuner. He definitely made some changes to help me be more comfortable with the kart, and he's always given me a good kart, so it's up to me to drive to him, up to him, and up to the kart he gives me. So we're wrecked in practice, so we have a new chassis, and I had to adapt to it. Nothing wrong with the chassis, it's just me adapting to it. And hats off to my buddy Todd Shambo. He lost it on, what was it, turn 1 there, and he would have been probably second.
Gotcha. Now, Eugene, we were talking about you as you were taking the, or they were talking about you in the booth, 7-time champion. Talk to us about that and also how you bring all of that to bear out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
You mean 7-time champion during career? Yes, I started do karting in 2010, and during these years I did different series from rental cars to shifter, Rotax series, and so on. I won some championships, yes, as you told, and all this experience I bring now from Europe here to USA, and it's karting here is a little different comparing with Europe, but I like it very much, and I'm happy to bring my little different experience to this world and to learn from guys who race and work here. They do amazing job, and there are always no limits in karting to learn. That's why I love it, because as driver, as mechanic, as coach, as engineer, there are no limits to become better.
And on that note, who are you currently developing as a coach? Which of these racers out here are you working with and developing?
So I want to say congratulations to Ian Drennan, who did his second race in Tag Master. Now he finished on P3, so this is amazing result. He just moved from LO206 Master. And also I have Harry Cunningham, K Junior, Harrison Orange, Cadet Rookie, Kian Ayer, Tag Cadet, and he will move to K Junior now.
Well, that is definitely an impressive lineup of drivers. Harrison also great driver as well, and so your racing career also a storied one. You've been out here. You're like a mainstay out here. So how many years out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
Since the track opened, essentially the first race, I started with LO and moved up to Tag. I've done shifter, all of them successfully. It's good that we now have more competition. Like Eugene has brought the game up, so it forces us to be better. So I think it's great for the sport. He's also a good ambassador for the sport, it looks like. So I congratulate him this year, but that means we all need to wake up. Hey, let's go to work. Let's catch Eugene next year, which is why we love it. If there wasn't any competition, it would not be fun. So hats off to all of you developing and with good mentorship. There's plenty of it here. Sergio Campos is around, Eugene, John Werheim, Al Davis. You know, there's good people here, many others. There's plenty of talent, not just for driving, but mentors, which is probably more important to grow the sport. So it's a great community and great environment, so let's help it grow.
Excellent. Listen, words of wisdom from y'all. It's just it's great for everybody listening out there. Save this segment of the day and show it to your aspiring young drivers, because between the two of you, just the years of experience. So congratulations to you. We'll see you on the podium. We're going to send it back up to you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chris. We've got the Comer final for the kid karts well underway here. We've got Arlo Stowers, your leader, Alex Schomer, giving him fits, though, as we come down to the line to complete lap number 9. 9 of 12 done there. It's going to be Arlo Stowers and Alex Schomer with a difference of about 0.3 of a second. And this is a pretty competitive race so far, as Schomer has not been able to, Stowers has not been able to leave Schomer in his wake at all. In fact, there he goes inside, looking side by side, coming down to the line for the white flag. No, I think Stowers is going to hang on to it this time. 1 more to go, 2 to go this time. So check that, lap 10, as Stowers keeps looking to the to his inside and seeing Schomer there. Schomer looking. Again, this is the shorter jelly bean course, so these laps don't take very long. So we're coming out of 16 and 17 coming down to the line now for the white flag, and it's Arlo Stowers to Alex Schomer looking to do something about it. Let's watch this as we go into turn number 1 now with these two. Yep. Here we go, and there is Arlo Stowers, still your leader. Schomer has one more opportunity, cutting to the inside, down to the bottom, coming out of 17, down to the line, side by side, and it looks like Arlo Stowers is going to hang on, but boy, what a battle between Stowers and Schomer. Wyatt Rauer was going to be your third place finisher, and Luca Valadez will be fourth. And hey, we have a special guest with us. How about introducing yourself? Tell us who you are and what you race.
Hello, my name is Nico Corpita, and I race LO206 Cadet.
Oh, Nico. Well, so tell us about how much experience do you have? What levels?
Well, what would you classify the levels as?
What carts have you run, and what age groups? Or
yeah.
how long have you been doing this? Let's start.
Yeah,
let's
start
just
there.
be simple. Yeah.
So I started at the beginning of this year, and since I've been doing a lot of rental karting for many years before this, I came onto the track sort of experienced, and I've quickly started to, step by step make my way up towards the top. But these last few races I've been, mid-pack at the finish line.
So what's the difference then between the rental cars and getting into one of the racing?
So mainly the biggest difference I noticed was the grip, obviously. The grip is a lot better on these karts compared to the ones where they only change the tires like once or twice every year or whatever. And you're outside. And another one is that mostly these are gas and not electric. But, the AMP rental karts are pretty good. But they're heavy, they're, slow, not as torquey. But these ones are fast, nimble, and go.
All right, then I'll ask the question that I've never driven a race cart before. Have they ever scared you? Have you had any scary moments?
So probably the scarier moments were the first time I experienced bump drafting, because I have someone experienced behind me and me who is, still trying to get into the trusting part of the cart. And then he's bump drafting me. The speed scares me, and then I end up, spinning or whatever. But those are the real things that scared me. But yeah, that's really the only things that scare me, other than speed.
So does the speed, do you get accustomed to it? Does it become normal after a point now?
Yeah, I'd say the speed comes normal after a while, and really the only thing you have to worry about now is the corners and not, messing up the corners. But other than that, the speed you become accustomed to, and not that bad after a while.
Okay, well, here we are with the Kid Kart LO206 final now with Carter Merard and Matthew Perez at the front of the field, and we'll come down to the line and we'll get some intervals for you here as we complete lap number 1 of the LO206 Kid Kart final. And it is actually Carter Merard, your leader. Matthew Perez will be second with about a 1.3 second gap. Then comes Will Krekel and Anthony DeFeo. Now, so
now, do you wish that you could go back to Kid Kart, or do you like being up at cadet level?
I like being up at cadet level, yeah. Although I actually, funny enough, I was never actually in Kid Kart. So by the time I really got into the real karting, I was of the age point where I just went straight to cadet.
do you think there's a difference? Do you think there's that maybe could have used experience here, or do you think the arrive and drive carts were kind of getting you up to speed?
So, yeah, I think doing the kid karts could have helped with, getting the feel of a really grippy cart instead of the really slidey, understeery rental carts that you would have. So I think if I had started real karting earlier, and I was in the age group where I could do kid kart, it could have helped me out just a little bit, but now I'm at the point where it's not too relevant. Whatever.
So I'll ask this. What grade are you in school right now?
Right now I'm in 7th grade.
Okay.
Yeah.
And something we found out about other drivers as they develop, are you in a, what we'll call, I don't want to say like public school, but are you in a school or are you in some sort of homeschool program to allow you to race more? Like, do you go to a school building 5 days a week?
Yeah, I do go to a school building.
Okay.
My parents haven't really said that they want to do that, the homeschooling thing yet.
I've just heard some of the drivers to enable them to travel more, because they'll be like, oh, I went up to Charlotte this weekend, and Bill, I don't know about you, when I hear that, I'm like, the last place I could like not go was school. Like, I was in the schoolhouse every day, right? You could, and short of you bleeding, you were going to school. So it sounds like you're still in that. But really, it's exciting, Bill, to hear that kids have that ability now with some of these homeschool programs to balance more racing and still get schooling in.
Well, Nico, how involved are you in setup of the kart? Where is your level of understanding of how the kart dynamics work?
So basically for the practice, qualifying, and pre-final today and yesterday, those were days, or those times out on track, I was mainly using as sort of a diagnostic, except for the qualifying, of course. And every time I experienced something new or I noticed something different, and we changed those, tweaked those, and we're pretty sure we got the gearing down, but now we're just focusing on chassis setup and camber and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so you're able to pull in and say, this is what I need. This is what I'm experiencing. You've got enough seat time to where you know what to attack as far as getting the kart to handle properly.
Yeah, basically.
Well, it looks like our 1 and 2, Merard and Perez, are coming down to cases here.
Well, actually, I think we got Merard's out of the picture. This is second, third, and
that right?
fourth all there. Perez, Krekel, and DeFeo. You could just see Merard quickly shoot out the bottom of this. So Merard out to a handy lead. He was the winner in our pre-final. He also picked up the pre-final win yesterday, although it was Krekel that sort of stole the show when we got to the final. So we're in the waning laps here.
We have 2 laps to go here. And that's right, we were looking at the battle for second now with Krekel and Perez going after it as Merard takes the white flag well in front of everyone else. Last time around, well, let's get an interval as they come to the line as
he's got a healthy advantage
seconds,
there.
8.5 seconds plus.
Coming up after this, we'll get a word with the winners in our Kid Kart Comer division. That'll include the colorful helmeted Arlo Stowers. But for now, we see the checkered flag in the air fly from the hand of Will Taylor. Carter Merard brings home the gold in our LO206 Kid Kart race. And here comes that battle for second at the line. Looks like Matthew Perez able to hold on. Will Krekel comes home third. Anthony DeFeo rounding out our field. So that wraps up our Kid Kart action. We'll be back to full track racing in a moment with our KA 100 Junior division. Gabriel Lopez Velarde, the winner in that. But before we get to that, we're going to send it down and get a word with some of our youngest drivers. Take it away, Chris Conowall.
That's right. Alex Schomer, 6 years old from Roswell, Georgia. Arlo Stowers, 7 from Dawsonville, Georgia. Is that right? And between these two, I am told that with the points, Arlo and Alex, you guys have pretty much locked it up. Arlo, you're going to be most likely our champion. Is that right?
Yep.
And that race is going to be on November 9th. So who all came out to support you this whole season?
My dad.
That bee right there that just flew in front of your face? How about you? Who supported you all season, Alex?
My sisters, my mom, and my grandmas and grandpas, and my dad.
Are any of them watching on YouTube right now?
Yes.
Excellent. You guys want to wave to them really fast? Yeah. And so you guys are collecting quite a number of trophies. Where do you put all your trophies out there, Arlo?
At my dad's house, there's a little fireplace that we usually don't use, so we put it on top of that.
Is it getting all covered up with trophies?
Yep.
And what about the championship trophy? Do you have one of those yet?
Yeah, I won some last year, and it was pretty fun.
Okay. Do you guys want to wave one last time before we send it back up to the folks in the booth? All right, we're going to send it back up to you, Alex Schomer, Arlo Stowers. Congratulations to both. We'll see you guys on the podium, okay?
All right, thank you. That was Chris Conowall with our top two in Kid Kart Comer division. On track now, our KA100 Junior division on their formation lap as we look into the background, and oh boy, Bill, don't make any comments about what we see there. So, Nico, in your races this weekend, did you like the wet? Did you hate it? I mean, because it was back and forth both yesterday and today.
Yeah, so the weather this time was usually, it was a first for me with the sort of damp weather and not weather that you'd want to put on your slicks for, or not your slicks, but your wets for. But usually the time that it would start raining is after I get off the track, and then by the time it's time for me to go out, from all the other racers, they've pretty much dried up the track, and it wasn't too much of a stress for us.
So you got lucky, it sounds like, as far as avoiding the rain. We're joined by Nico Corpita up in the booth. I'm John Matthews, joined by Bill Rigdon, Chris Conowall down in Victory Lane as we get ready for our VRD Racing KA100 Junior Final, and we do not get a start as our marshals wave this one off. Nico, have you been involved in any sort of false starts like that? Is it frustrating when you're out there? Are you just itching to go?
Yeah, usually I'm pretty pumped to go, but the false starts aren't really that irritating, especially since you get to sort of do the little bit of the oval track, which is actually kind of fun. But yeah, it's not too bad of a thing to go around.
Always good to get a racer's perspective, Bill. I imagine they'd be like, gnawing on their fingernails, ready to get back to action.
What is happening whenever they have the false start? It just seems like a simple thing.
Sometimes you can tell. This one looks good. Sometimes they're so far ahead. And the green flag is out. Green lights are on. We're underway with our VRD Racing KA100 Junior Final. Down the hill they go. The winner in the pre-final, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. I can see that familiar driving suit in third of Oliver Neighbor, that vivid red driving suit, as the field settles out and heads down the back straightaway. Nico, when you watch a race like this, can you learn things about your racecraft or about your kart by watching other races, or is it really about being in the seat?
So it is helpful to watch other people and their lines. Sometimes, usually on my way home, I'll scroll back to my final, pre-final, quali, or whatever, and I'll watch what other people are doing, since usually the drones are on the people in the front, usually the fastest people. So I take a look at their lines, and I take notes along the way. And today, during my final, pretty sure third and fourth made contact with each other at the end, bottom of turn 2. And by the time the first guy caught up to me, I really followed in his lines, and I looked down at my little micron, and I was gaining time, or not gaining time, but having shorter lap times each time that I was following him. So I think so watching other people and being in the seat are two very key things to getting better laps.
As we're coming up to complete lap 2, Gabriel Lopez Velarde leads Callan Berghofer and Oliver Neighbor. Now, Nico, how valuable is the GoPro footage that you have on your own kart?
So the footage I have on my kart it's pretty valuable, especially for if you've had like a race incident, but that's usually the main reason why you have one on there. But It's usually good because you can hear your RPMs at different spots in the track, and you can tell if that's a normal RPM or if that's a bad RPM. You can also, because I have a wide angle on it, I can also take a look at my hand movements and a little bit of my feet movements to see if I'm shaking, jiggling, or whatever in turns, and what I can do to, best.
See, Bill, this is one of those, we didn't have this when I was growing up moments, isn't it? We didn't, if back then you didn't have cameras other than, imagine when NASCAR was like, we're going to put an in-car cam in, and it was like a grainy image that, it was vibrating through the picture. Seems like every kart nowadays has the GoPro, not only to, sounds like legal defense, so you have evidence if there's an incident, but also to go back and watch the tape and let's learn and see what happened at particular points. As we got pressure for third here, Harry Cunningham looking to the inside of Oliver Neighbor, not able to complete the pass as we are 3 laps into our KA100 Junior final.
He's been working on Oliver for the last several laps, is Harry Cunningham, and he actually, until Callan Berghofer just turned a faster lap, but he had the fastest lap up to that point.
So, Nico, what do you think will come up for you next season? We're not at the end, but you can see the end of this season in sight. What's 2025 look like for you?
So 2025 is when I move to LO Junior. So I think that'll be a big step with a wider kart, wider rear tires, and just a lot more competition than I do have in Cadet. Because is it like, do they have 14 in Junior right now?
I can look. We have timing and scoring up here. The one thing Bill and I can do is timing and scoring type things up here. In the LO206 Cadet, there were 11 karts. Up in the junior level today, they did have 14. So you're right on with that number.
Yeah, so Cadet is usually 11 to 12, which is a smaller pack, but then you have the extra 2, which can make things just that much harder. So, yeah.
Top 5 in this race have broken away as no change in the order. Lopez Velarde leads Berghofer, Nabert, Cunningham, and Talon Laney. All of our top 5 within 0.8 of a second. So, Bill, we could throw a blanket over this top 5.
And I don't believe we've seen the last of the action, as we've got a couple. I know Nybert and Cunningham are both getting a bit racy back there, getting a little impatient because they want to get towards the front. And there we go. There's Nabert.
Yeah, that's
pushing
Berghofer. Yeah, Berghofer's going, and he goes right now, a 2-for-1. Lopez Velarde has to fall back to third. You got a new leader here on lap number 5. It's Callan Berghofer. This weekend, Lopez Velarde has dominated this division, sweeping the day yesterday. He won the pre-final. He's looking to go 4 for 4. Now he's got some tough work ahead of him as he has to work back by the top 2 drivers.
Berghofer probably doesn't mind having a buffer car between himself and Velarde, but that is Oliver Neighbor, and he's intent on getting first as well. So this is going to get more intense before it's over.
So, Nico, are you worried about going to that wider kart, or is that something that excites you?
It is partially something that kind of excites me because not only will I have a wider track, but then I have the thicker rear tires. So I have a little bit more grip to work with, as opposed to on the Cadets where your fronts are nearly the same thickness as your rears.
Which they definitely, when you get a close-up shot, they definitely do look like a real narrow car.
Yeah.
When you get up to this level, they do look a little squatter as Lopez Velarde goes to the inside of Neighbor, takes second, and Harry Cunningham trying to come along for the ride, cannot make it happen.
It almost cost Neighbor, but yeah, you're right. Lopez Velarde's claimed back one of those positions.
And up the hill, we see a continuing battle for second. Neighbor gets hung out on the outside. Here comes Cunningham. Here comes Laney. So the freight train, in effect, they're side by side to the kink and just barely get single file. But that allows Neighbor to pressure for 4th place. And he fades back in line. Now, Nico, I have to imagine, do we want to get you out there, well, Bill will get this, with one of those big old, 18-inch Outlaw tires for the World of Outlaw sprint cars, get you some real grip back there. But you're right. I can imagine those wider tires definitely give you a lot more to lean on in the corners. And speaking of lean on, a pass for the lead. Lopez Velarde to the front. The crossover. Berghofer goes back to the front. Harry Cunningham also swaps third spot with Talon Laney. So, Bill, business picking up here as we get to our final 4 laps.
I'd say don't take your eyes off the screen because you don't know when there's going to be another change of position with these 5. They're going at it hammer and tong as they head through the kink now. We've got 8 laps down, so there's better part of 4 laps to go.
Oh, my goodness. Lopez Velarde just posterized Berghofer down the back straightaway. Didn't even wait for the braking zone as he goes back to the front. Neighbor moves by Laney for 4th. So Lopez Velarde really a power move down the back straightaway.
Showing what he's got, but he hasn't been able to leave these guys yet, so we'll find out in the next 3 laps as they come down with 3 to go. 9 complete of the 12. Gabriel Lopez Velarde is your leader. Colin Berghofer hanging in there tight in second. Harry Cunningham, who's had a good race. He's been back as far as 5th. He's worked his way up to 3rd, and he has been opportunistic on some of those passes as he's been the trailing car to do the twofer.
So that last time around, well, here we go. Another battle for the lead. Berghofer looks to the inside of Lopez Velarde. Velarde throws a little bit of a block. So our top 3, no change in the order. That last time around, just 85 hundredths of a second separating all of our top 5. So close quartered action continues. This time around, they'll see the popsicle sticks in the air, 2 laps remaining.
2 to go, and look who ducks underneath. Harry Cunningham looking to make a move on second as they come down to the line. Not quite enough momentum to make it as they do get the 2 to go signal. So if it's going to happen, it's going to happen within the next lap and a piece here.
Well, the pressure getting to the bursting point here as Lopez Velarde leads the field past our vantage point. Sky's starting to look a little scuzzy again in the background behind turn number 4. We'll see if that comes into play, Bill. I'm hoping it's not. Let's please stay dry. Big time blocking from Lopez Velarde. They're 2 by 2 at the front.
And look at that move by
Neighbor. Somebody goes through Rainbow Road. I think that was Talon Laney that was Laney because Neighbor's up to 3rd spot right now.
I think that was part and parcel with Neighbor's pass is everybody got their lines out of whack and it put him through there.
So Lopez Velarde, a little bit of blocking. That set up a wild exchange there. So moved Neighbor up to 3rd. Cunningham in 4th. Laney running in 5th. So it was Cunningham that ended up driving through Rainbow Road that time. Up the hill they go. They had passed the white flag, so we're on the final lap here of our VRD Racing KA100 Junior Final. Bill, what are we going to see as they head to the brakes in turn 9?
Going to see attempts at passing.
And as we say that, everyone just stays in line that time.
Well, I didn't say immediately. At some point during this lap, yes.
You know, they're running out of road at this point. Neighbor leads Berghofer. Let's see if we see a block into turn 16, and we do see a bit of a block. Lopez Velarde covers the inside. Will there be a crossover? Ooh. Here comes Berghofer. They're side by side to the stretch at the checkers. Lopez Velarde holds on, but only just 61 thousandths of a second. The difference. So Berghofer comes home in 2nd. Oliver Neighbor 3rd. Harry Cunningham 4th. And Talon Laney 5th. How about this, Bill? 44 hundredths of a second separating the top 5.
If that finish line were a few yards further up, it'd be a different story. Berghofer had that dive. He had position for a moment, but Lopez Velarde had the momentum, and that's what ended up telling the tale.
Like that Talladega start line where it's not at the center of the trial, it's down towards turn 1. It has changed. I know at Talladega it has changed many a result, including letting Ron Bouchard, the ultimate underdog story, win his first and only race back in 1981. So looks like some excited drivers as they pull off into the tech area. We've had some fun learning about the drivers. Let's see who else we've gotten some fun driver on the street interviews with.
My name is Adam Wine, and I race for OZ Tech Racing here in Atlanta Motorsports Park. This is my 6th season. I race in KA100 Junior.
Who's your favorite F1 driver?
Go Lando Norris.
Do you know the Max Verstappen song?
Unfortunately, yes.
No. Boy, drivers seem mixed on that Max Verstappen song, don't they? And it seems like the drivers that favor Lando Norris are more apt to be hesitating singing that song. You hear that low-pitched rumble. It is our LO206 Masters and Legends rolling on track, sponsored by Will Bite Racing. That might mean we might see Al Edwards appear over the horizon, as we're going to send it down to victory lane with our winners from our KA division. Chris, who do you have with you?
Well, before we talk to our first and second place drivers, I wasn't here yesterday, but I have a huge surprise for everyone, and one of our folks online brought this to. But what's missing from this picture? Oliver Nybert here.
Oh my goodness!
Look, come on up here.
Wait, that's why he's
Oliver
not winning.
Nybert. Yes, look at that.
It's Samson. It's
it was
the Samson story all over
It's
again.
all over again. So I got 1, 2, and 3, and then Callan, this was your very first race at this in this division. I think your dad was standing. Come on over, Kai. You as well. If you guys will step on in the frame there, and yeah. So let's talk about that for a second, Dad.
Wrapped up the mini championship yesterday and hopped in KA today and took it to town. So he did awesome for his first race. They were trading paint. It was good job.
Awesome. And you guys, Kai, I know when you haven't been here, I've seen you on the YouTube occasionally. Do we have more family that watching online?
We got grandparents, aunts, uncles, all out in California watching.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your championship and welcome to the next level.
Thank you.
And of course, let's talk about another champion over here. Where are we at the points, Dad?
Tight. We are taking this to the final race. So yeah, we did the work that we needed to do, just to take it to the one last race.
Awesome. And now, who are you tied with?
With Oliver.
With this guy right here. So Oliver, the hair, man. Let's talk about it. Tied for the points. November the 9th is the championship. What's in store?
I don't know. All I gotta do is just gotta win and hope for the best.
That's good. That's good. So today there were 5 of you that were all there together, like tight the whole time. And I think in a few times there was a lot of blocking by you. You did a lot of defensive driving, Oliver. A couple changes as well, and same for you. So how did it compare?
From Mini and KA?
Absolutely.
The steering wheel is a lot harder to turn, and it's a way bigger chassis. So, but the engine is way more powerful, so that's what balances out.
Very nice. Well, you guys, we're going to see you back here on the 9th, and so you have the whole month of October off. What are you going to do with it?
Practice, and he'll get better.
Chris, he needs to grow out his hair and get his strength back.
He says you need to grow out your hair and get your strength back.
I don't know. I feel like because I did nationals, and I think I did pretty good with all it off.
Well, listen, you're a great driver, and we are so excited for each of you going into the finals, and welcome again to the division. But going into it, you guys tied. We'll be keeping our eyes on you. So give big waves and shout outs to everybody out there on YouTube, and we'll see you at the podium.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We're going to send it back up to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Chris. See, it just shows, Bill, the strength of the blonde locks. It's the biblical story of Samson. On track right now, Josh Smoker leads our Masters final, 12 laps the distance. Matt Lassiter in second, Grant Lockwood third, Adam Phillips fourth, and Danny May rounding out the top 5. They're 3 wide back there. Carson Craig sweeping by to move up a couple of positions. Further back in the pack, our Legends race ongoing. Jose Garcia leads in that as we had a replay spin back in the field.
Okay.
Yeah, but whoever's in third place, I wonder if that might have been, that was our pre-final winner, Ryan Sporowski, that went around, just looked like untouched, just on the brakes too hard.
Did well to avoid contact with him, too.
So our field working their way around. I was saying that kart looks like Carson Craig. He's running in senior. I see that blue valence on the front of one of the karts. Have to get a look at who that is. as our top duo sweeps by. Josh Smoker, Matt Lassiter looking to run away and hide from the field, as there's our top two. So that fourth place light blue cart, that is Grant Lockwood, and oh no, tell me, Bill, tell me I'm not seeing that in the screen.
Well, I was going to say something about how it was going to rain, and then
the low pressure system has pushed in from the east, folks.
Here we go again. Well, they're going to be scurrying in the pit area. Nico, what would happen right now if you were out there and it starts getting wet? Are you and your dad sort of starting to pull out wrenches and parts, just starting to throw changes at the cart?
So right now, I'm just looking outside right now. It doesn't look like it's that bad of rain right now. So we wouldn't change anything at the moment. We just let it be as it is, because going out on a moist track with wets on is, yes, you'll have grip, but after one session, those tires will be done. And right now, we kind of don't have the budget for doing that, so.
See, the Dave Ramsey plan's coming back, Bill. Here we go. About
really,
you got to get some tires out there. Just put it in the budget. Top duo, Josh Smoker, Matt Lassiter sweep by to put lap number 4 into the books right now. Bill, these two seem content to just ride and get away from everyone else. Then they'll fight it out at the end. Looking further back in the field, we had mentioned Ryan Sporowski took that spin earlier. He's currently scored in 14th. Last amongst our Masters in our Legends division, Jose Garcia, the leader over David Fusco. And Fusco about 4 seconds behind. Fusco was the winner of the day yesterday, so maybe Jose just got his AARP card. I don't think of him as being old. He's too young to be in the Legends division. Jose is one of those drivers, though, Bill. Seems like for every event here, Jose is the mayor for the event. He's here for just about every time that this track is open.
It's always good to have that one centerpiece around which things can revolve, and give the joint some class or some flair.
There we go. So top duo trying to open up their lead, as it is 1.7 seconds back to Adam Phillips. That last time around, Phillips, almost identical lap time, so the lead duo barely pulling away. We'll see what happens as they sweep past our vantage point. And for the moment, eyes look to the sky, or at least to a radar app, to see what's happening. There are some showers out there. Once again, this is sort of the remnants of Hurricane Helene giving us one last little salute. Yeah. And yeah, I look at radar. There's definitely some paint on the radar right now, as well as some blobs on our drone screen.
Oh wow, meteorologist talk. Paint on the radar.
Yeah. As this field getting stretched out here, they're going to see the cross flags this time by.
But the track does not look to be darkening up just yet. It may be that the heat in the track will help stave it off for a little bit, but I don't know how big a shower are we looking at there, Mr. Meteorologist?
Well, it's big enough. Too big the way that our week is happening.
Oh, well, any rain is too much at this point, given the events of the last week. But we're moving along here. We're halfway through, a little more than halfway through. The Lassiter and Smoker, your top two, going at it. I love that drone shot. That's just, it's such a Madden Mario kind of a thing. It's something that we're just not, that I'm not used to being able to see.
Well, you remember video games, Bill, like sort of one of the innovators' pole position?
Oh, yeah.
And then you had games like the Daytona Drive, and you could change the view behind you. And that feels like what the drone is. You could be like, I'm in the car, I don't even see the car, like I'm on the hood, and then you can see different views when you're behind the car. It does give a video game feeling to it. Speaking of video games, Nico, is there... Oh, we might have had a pass for the lead. Matt Lassiter gets by Josh Smoker, and now 3 karts in it for the lead. Is there a driving game, Nico, that you enjoy playing?
So, yeah, there are a couple. So one of them is BeamNG Drive. Have you guys ever heard of that game before?
I haven't. I played Mario Kart 8. That might be about the experience I have on recent driving games, which is not exactly a driving game. It's a lot of fun, but not really any simulator.
Yeah, so that's a hyper-realistic soft body physics car game, but you can still do racing things in it. It just has every vehicle acts like a normal car would. When we're going,
Ooh, trying to almost go 3 wide there. Lassiter holds off Smoker.
Yeah.
Smoker has the inside line to turn 2. Now Lassiter has the preferred line, and after that, no change is the end result. Lassiter, Smoker, Phillips, your top 3. Nico, I have done some of the simulators here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. One of them is the ones where they would like film the track battle again down through the kink. They get back in line. It was early on taken, the photos were taken when the track was built and there are almost no buildings around.
Yeah.
But you get to go around, and I took the simulator out, and Bill, I did so bad. I ended up off the property. I ended up on a plateau somewhere, like I broke the game. I was coming off turn 14 of the main track and ended up somewhere, and I'm like, I don't even think that exists.
went off the map.
Yeah, as we see a little bit of a block up front from Lassiter, a pass for a second as Phillips gets to the inside of Smoker, and let's see if he can complete the pass at the line. Phillips gets by, but Smoker powers around the outside, so things getting heavy here in our Masters division. I don't mean by weight, I mean the action. Now, Nico, do you maybe it's more pronounced for the older drivers, but do you feel the physical conditioning, do you feel worn out when you get to the end of a 10 or 12 lap race?
So when I first started, these laps, wore me out quite a bit, and we have contact.
Oh, and a hand, you see the frustration.
Wow.
And I believe that's Adam Phillips that went around. Phillips gesturing vigorously as the rest of the field sweeps by. Here's a replay. Phillips running in second. And he just got jackhammered there by, I think that was Richard Pearson, and then Smoker came in and finished the job. So Adam Phillips, ooh, Bill, you could see, you can't see their face through the helmet, but you could tell what his hands were saying there.
Bit of an Italian street gesture there.
Actually, that wasn't. I think that was Josh Smoker that spun out there, so it wasn't Adam Phillips. Phillips running in second.
Still there, yep.
Phillips is the one that sort of ran through Josh Smoker coming into turn number 9.
And in the drone shot we just had, we can start to see the raindrops, which is not a particularly good thing you want to see. So we'll just see how long, or how many laps do we?
They're on lap 10, so they got
Less
2
than
to
2
go.
to go.
Further back in the field in our Legends division, Jose Garcia leads David Fusco by 14 seconds. So Jose just needs to. There you can see Smoker off the track, and he's pointing the way to heaven at the moment there. And there's some slick track. I think somebody went off almost to him there.
Someone just went under the drone.
So things are, Bill, now you can see that pavement darkening up out there as the rain picking up.
To do that. Yeah, I was looking out the window to see if we can tell.
So our drivers battling each other and the elements. As you can see, Matt Lassiter take normally you'd say that's a weird line off turn 17. He's trying to now get out of the groove to get off the real greasy main line.
So there's the potential for someone to make a mistake up front even if you're not careful.
Yeah, last time around, Matt Lassiter, 1 minute 6 seconds. His fastest time, 1 minute 2 seconds. So we can see lap times falling off a cliff as we're in the final lap. Matt Lassiter leads Adam Phillips and Richard Pearson. Then it's a gap back to Oz Cheek. And the defensive line down into turn number 9. Yep. Adam Phillips goes for a spin. And he's going to lose a couple spots. You can imagine Smoker might have been commentating there from inside his helmet. That's going to open up the way. Matt Lassiter is heading his way. He's got about a 7 kart length lead. Battle for second now is Pearson and Phillips. Or that might be Oz Cheek and Pearson battling out front. Matt Lassiter slides through turn 17. He's going to point the way to the start-finish line. He sees the checkered flag. Matt Lassiter picks up the Wilbite Racing Masters feature. Richard Pearson second, Ozcheek third. Danny May recovers for fourth, and Adam Phillips in fifth. So he went from second to fifth on the final lap.
There was the mistake in the rain that either would benefit someone or cost someone.
In our Legends division, we're still waiting for them to finish their race within a race. Jose Garcia picked up the win. Jose actually passed a couple of the Masters that were on track. So I imagine at this point Al Edwards probably having to work on some carts as it's starting to look dingy out our windows once again. The track getting damp.
Yeah, we could see some really big raindrops from ground finish.
Yeah, we're hearing reports of some pretty big raindrops that are out there. Boy, I wish we could see some of those replays again. Josh Smoker had a bird's eye view for Adam Phillips going around in turn number 9 on the final lap, and that gave a safe gap for Matt Lassiter to make his way to the checkered flags.
Well, that will be final number 8, right? We have 5 left to go in the program here, so maybe we can dodge the raindrops or deal with them as much as possible coming up. But I tell you what, if it's wet out there, that LO206 Seniors is going to be a heck of a race.
Well, imagine being in a shifter in the wet. They're
Oh, yeah.
sketchy on the pavement. Well, hey, we've been learning about some of our different drivers. Let's see who else did one of our fun interviews.
My name is Arthur Nahapedian Amushaban. The class I race in is Tag Cadet. My favorite F1 driver is Charles Leclerc.
You do an impersonation of me calling your name on the podium.
Arthur Nahapedian!
But butchers everything.
All right, getting to meet.
We struggle every season with Arthur's name.
Nahapedian. It's easy. It just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, if you say it enough times, he needs to be up front so we can just repeat it and get used to it.
It's just your average 5-syllable last name. That's all. Well, good to see Arthur, one of our drivers. Just really one of the fun things out there, getting to meet some of our drivers in these clips. I'm waiting for some driver to cut a full-on promo, you know, like get a Ric Flair promo going there. As we look down now, perhaps doesn't look like it's raining. There's no drops on the drone right now, but it's lights looking a little
I see
little
one
dingy
umbrella
out there.
and I see other people just running. So it looks better from that shot than it does out the window.
Yeah. A couple umbrellas down there at the bottom of the screen. That would be a sign that it would still be raining outside.
Okay.
So round number 9 of our championship series once again being plagued by the remnants of Hurricane Helene.
Well, I'll tell you what, just be glad we're here and racing.
Yeah, let's
nonetheless.
go down to victory lane. That was an exciting race. So, Chris,
Al,
what's the skinny?
Well, you're missing quite a bit of excitement down here. But we listen. Matt came off the track with a rebel yell there at the end, and you guys missed some excitement. We'll talk to Richard here in just a second. But let's talk about the victory for you. You stayed off you did a lot of great driving there at the end to keep everybody at bay.
Yeah, man, it was tough out there. Rain started to come down. Track started to really lose a lot of grip there, and I had just passed for the lead maybe the lap before the grip started to go away. So we, I didn't really know what I was driving into every lap, but I knew it was getting slicker. So I just tried to play it cool, look back, and man, they were closing, and then I got a gap again, and I could relax, and then they were on me again. So, yeah, wow.
Great race.
Yeah.
Great race. All right, Richard, talk to me about the race. There were some, Matt was out there leading the way, and you guys were battling right behind him. So what was going on?
Yeah, I had to start 8th because I pushed back bumper in the heat race, but I didn't touch anybody. So I started 8th and I worked my way through. I had a lot of help from Grant and Danny, and I don't know. Some people spun in front of me, not on my nose. Last lap I was 3rd. I was probably half a cart behind Adam, and he tried to pass Matt, and he lost it all by himself. I hit him after he spun in front of me, but I never touched him. I didn't touch anybody that whole race except for pushing down the straightaways, and I ran that whole race clean. Props to Matt. Me and my dad have been working at this a long time, and it feels awesome to finally get a podium. We've been working on some setup changes. They worked really good, and I hate to have these people mad at me for something they can watch on YouTube later and realize that they're wrong.
Well, listen, so, like you said, racing is really everything's happening at such great speeds, and it is nice to have YouTube to watch back and see. And, of course, they'll look at your driver cam footage, but
and Chris, they'll hear our wonderful voices.
Oh, and the commentating as well. But believe it or not, it's races like this, right, Matt, that you really learn the most from, and really can watch back and say, well, that was a race that you won't soon forget. You've got another race coming up, though, right?
Yeah, we're running seniors. We have a good piece for that one too. Again, we had to start 12th. I don't know why. Something happened in qualifying. I don't know. They counted one lap and not two or something. I don't know. But anyways, we drove through and finished 6th in the heat race. We're closing on 5th, so I think we got a top 5 cart in that one too.
Gotcha. Well, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but look over your shoulder, and it's not a mad person. It's a mad Mother Nature.
When we have time to set up our rain setup, we'll go out and compete for a win.
All right. Well, go get them. Good luck, Matt. Do you have any more races today, or is that it?
All done. Heading home.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you. What a great run, and we'll see you on the podiums a little bit later.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right, you guys, any shout-outs to YouTube before we go?
I just want to say thanks to Wilbite Racing, Atlanta Light Engines, putting me up there today, and thanks to everybody out here helping me out, and just appreciate everybody here.
Awesome. Mr. Pearson?
Yeah, 2 people that aren't on board with us this year, but last year they helped a lot, and getting us to this point this year. Bubba's Mechanical Repair and 3 Peak Exteriors, 2 lifelong friends of mine. They've honestly, without them, I wouldn't be right here right now. And my dad, my mom, and my wife, and my stepson for being out here and supporting me. It's nice seeing little Noah clapping and smiling on the side. So
awesome. Well, good luck in your next race. Thanks, guys. I'm going to send it back up to the booth.
Well, and Chris, just hang with us for a minute, because you're now our pit reporter.
Oh gosh, yeah.
How is it out there? It looks like more than just a mist out there right now.
Hear it hitting the mic now.
Hey guys, come on over. Just 1 second.
Yeah, I was just out there.
Yeah, look at that. It's getting soaked out there. So we can hear one of our microphones. You can hear the rain.
It is really, Bill. I think it was your early prediction. A little bit later.
Pin all this on me.
No,
but
I'll pin it on you.
I will say the most important thing is that this be done by the time I have to walk to my car, because I did not bring my umbrella. I was being optimistic, okay, by not bringing an umbrella, and this is what I get.
Okay, so what you guys missed, in case you want to know.
I heard from an open mic someone saying we can watch the YouTube video already. I heard that part.
Yeah, well, I believe there was some tackling over by the gate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was some hands were thrown, I believe, but this is a family show, of course. But listen, you just and you think about it from the perspective of, okay, you got spun out, and now you got like 4, 5, 6 laps to you think about it, and naturally, when the race is over, you got a lot of pent up, energy.
Well, and Chris,
say.
this is it's an emotional sport. You think of it as a competition, but at times those emotions boil over. Both of the big incidents happened at turn 9 earlier in the race. Josh Smoker, to our vantage point, looked like he had some help getting spun around. Late in the race, it looked like one of the drivers started to spin, and then Richard finished the job at the end. So if we watched it, I'm sure if the 2 of us watched it, we'd probably have like 4 different views on what happened. But
fortunately,
a lot of action down at turn 9.
Fortunately, the legal standard isn't guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I think we'll just go with the preponderance of the evidence. Is it more likely than not that Smoker had some help, or he went out around on his own? But
yesterday we could do the call for replays on demand. The first incident looked like that Smoker got pushed.
Well, listen, let me just tell you the power of live TV, live streaming in 2024, because it looked like it was we had someone was coming on over to the tent here as I started the interview, and I just reminded everybody, hey, you're on live TV, and so that helped. The guys, to their credit, the drivers were shaking hands when it was all said and done, and there were some apologies. So great sportsmanship in the end. It's just about those, those boil over moments.
Well, and Bill, we missed our chance to have the Ken Squire, and there's a fight, that famous NASCAR call that Ken Squire had back in 1979.
Well, preponderance of evidence, so now we have a lawyer on top of our meteorologist and our mathematician. We just, you never know what you're going to encounter here.
We're going to query and see if we can get that replay from our director. We now have Michaela Denny is behind the board. Mikey Lane went out to play with the drones a little earlier. So can we get some replays from the incidents in the previous race?
Does Mikey have to stand in the rain now? Is that how that works?
I got a feeling you guys are going to get a visit. There's some folks wanting to know what happened. So get that footage.
Here's one replay. And that one, well, I'd have to see it again. Smoker was spinning awfully early. And let's see on this one. Yes, okay, the first one, if that was Smoker going around, he just, looks like he just locked it up and the back end went around. That was early in the race. And we'd have to, Bill, we'd have to watch the entire race to see, what point we're at.
That was not the incident.
I think this was the end.
This is it right here, because you see him, he signals, he's to the inside, and then he catches him in the corner. Yeah.
And we can't quite see the numbers for who's who there at that point. So this one looks like, let's see, we see the hand signal. And we see Matt Lassiter's leading. Beyond that, we see a setup. And that looks like some aggressive driving from who's in third place there.
It looks a little mistimed, or he came down a little bit.
He had his own hand up, so there were hands going up at that point.
He hadn't established position yet.
And I think, Michaela, there was one more incident on the final lap in that corner. There were so many incidents, I don't think they were able to snap all of them. So, Bill, we'll have to go back tonight and watch the replay and see what had happened. As the drizzle continues to fall here, and look at those ominous skies. That's looking up turn 2 off to Bill, I don't have a compass here. I think that's looking up towards the north. And that way. I think from where that is on the track, that is looking up to the north there.
You're actually correct. That is north.
Okay. Let me see. Yeah, that's pretty much looking north. We have a compass from where we are, so that's looking off to the north. Further into the North Georgia mountains, as we're located about 3 miles west of the city of Dawsonville proper. At the center of the city of Dawsonville, a couple of historic buildings. So nice. They're actually on the National Register of Historic Buildings. That includes the old police station and the courthouse that sits right at the center of the roundabout in the city. That courthouse no longer used as a courthouse. They have the big new courthouse across the street. But, Bill, definitely a nice centerpiece. So much, in fact, that Dawsonville uses that courthouse, the image of it, as sort of the seal of the city.
Yeah, so it looks like our rain is going to move out of here about 4:30.
All right, Nico, our junior meteorologist.
So we'll blame him. That's what that means when there's a problem. Welcome to meteorologist training.
If that racing thing doesn't work out, you've got to you've got a plan B.
Rule 1 of meteorology training. It's called taking the blame. At this point.
That's also part of racing, too.
That is true.
Well, I'm sure we'll see some, if we knew where to look, we'd probably see some interesting commentary online about what happened in the waning laps of that race. Next group of cars rolling on track. It's our tag cadets. Kean Air, he is going to lead the field to green. He was our pre-final winner. And just like that, the track is soaked, but hints of blue sky up in the air.
What's that blue thing up there? I mean, we're starting to see some rooster tails off of the wheels, so the track is soaked now. So they definitely would have to be on rain.
Well, this might mean that if he's outside, our own Connor from Connor C Media, one of our photographers, he's able to capture those high-speed shots, Bill. And in the past, in some events, he's actually captured the spray coming up off of the vehicle. So we may see some of that great action. That might be Connor in the center of the shot right there, actually. Like we know where he is. We just take the shots of him. So we're scheduled to go 12 laps in our Tag Cadet division, and that is sponsored today by Liquid Molly. So the field comes down the tram lines, and the green flag is out. We are underway. Those rooster tails as well as smoke clouds coming up.
You know, I've always found it kind of cool how I'm in cadet as well, and when I see these things,
One off the track already.
when I see these things fly past me on practice day, you know, I feel fast, but then once one of them who's same age group, same chassis size, wheels, all that kind of stuff, but just a different motor, slow.
Yeah, amazing how that happens. And some you'll feel like you're tied to a post when you see these tags go by. Definitely a little bit quicker. So our field working their way on the far end of the speedway, and there you can see as they cross some of those cracks, the little streams of water, the spray coming up. So Bill, kind of a sign that it might, well, we still see umbrellas. I was going to say that it's not raining, but a lot of liquid down on the track. We're going to come around to complete lap number 1. Big gaps already opening in the field as lap 1, Key and Air leads the way.
And that shot does show the raindrops still falling.
Arthur Nahapedian, we saw his promo package on the break. He's running in second. Camilla Canache running in third. And Bo Stowers, haven't seen him do a lap yet. Bill, you had said somebody went off track, and it must have been Bo, as he is about 15 seconds behind everybody else. Now, yesterday in this race, Bo Stowers was the winner. It was in the rain. For some reason, my notes say he did tag rookie yesterday, and he just about lapped the field. So maybe with the rain out there, he'll rekindle some of that magic from yesterday. He's going to need it. He is 17 seconds behind.
That'll be something worth watching, though. We do have a battle for second there. Nose to tail is Kami and Arthur going at it.
As our leader works his way down to turn number 16 with this track in the wet. This is a tough enough track when it's dry. Now we, add moisture to the mix, and it's going to make it that much more difficult. Camilla takes a look to the inside. At the line, Arthur Nahapedian holds on for second. Let's see if that's switched as they head down the hill. No, it looks like Arthur's still holding on to second place for the moment.
To me, that curve seems to be would be the most frightening one to take in the wet. Is that downhill?
I tell you, in a rental, that thing's scary. Even in the dry. That's the hill, though, viewers. If you ever see some of the really high-quality photography from here, the high-end karts, as we have one going off into the woods there, just about, and high-end still leading. So I don't know if that was Bo maybe going off once again. But Bill, it's in the high-end classes, the tags, the shifters. Karts can actually momentarily catch air as they crest that hill. Ooh, close action there. Arthur almost giving a nose job to Camilla through turn number 14. Camilla backs out, doesn't push the issue.
Don't need more fisticuffs.
As Kian notches lap number 3. So that must have been Bo Stowers, who was off track outside of turn number 9. Well, it could have been Roland Smith.
There go, our leader goes around. Oh. No, sorry, second place. Arthur Nahapedian goes around, and he's stuck in the mud.
Yeah, you can see it's, has company. Roland, that's Roland Smith there. Another kart up the hill. I think that's Camilla Canache, and she's going to have a tough time. She's going to have to back down that hill. So
it looks like Bo just went from 4th to 1st in one turn.
I think 4th to 2nd. I think Kian is still out on track somewhere. Yeah. At this point, he just needs to keep it between the navigational beacons to get to victory.
I think it's just this is where being first is definitely an advantage because all the trouble's behind you.
As that is looks like the 130 going by. So that's Roland Smith is the second in that pairing. So I think Arthur Nahapedian just made his way past Roland. Roland would be a lap down, so he may have had an excursion earlier in this race. Nico, if you were in the situation you had a spin, what's going through your mind as you get back on track? It has to do something to you. It can't just be like, oh, well, and I'm back to it.
Oh, again.
So things that hold on, let me back up. When I was first on this track and I was still testing out the cart that I was going to buy, which is the one I have now, I was used to the rental carts where you have to, floor the brake in order to get some decent, braking power or short distance braking. So instinctively, I did that and I locked it up and I spun. And at that moment, it was.
And for our viewers, solid rear axle, one brake, you lock it up, you're
done.
pretty much going around.
Yeah.
Okay, so continue. You locked it up, you spun it.
It was definitely a different feeling because not only do you have the grippy tires, so you kind of like bounce a little bit, but you also got to what was it? I don't know. It was just a lot of things to sense, and more than God, where are my words today? There was a lot more happening than a rental cart spin, and I was wondering if other people on the track were going to hit me. And kind of funny thing is, before I went out on track, Al said to me that if I break the cart, I buy it. And as soon as I spun that thing, I jumped right out and checked the entire thing to see if it was bent, damaged. So I don't.
And you know what? I don't know if Al was bluffing on that one. Or that way,
Yeah, no,
he was
like,
probably
well.
serious on that one. We love you, Al, but he could have been serious about that. Keon continues to rack up laps. Bo Stowers in second as they come across to the line. You can already see Keon down in the bottom of turn number 2. Stowers has not yet completed this lap, so we're going to try to gauge the gap. It was about 15 seconds the last time around. Third place, Arthur Nahapidi and Camila Kanache. Looks like her race done. So Stowers, 21 seconds behind. That last time around, 63 seconds was their lap time.
And this is coming down to whoever makes the fewest mistakes is going to win this. It looks like Ian Ayer running a pretty perfect race in the rain right now.
Yep, just have to be perfect enough out there as one of the carts swings by our vantage point. And Keon on what we believe is his way to victory. 6 laps down, 6 to go. Yesterday, he picked up the win in the pre-final, but the final for Tag Cadet went to Kalen Berghofer, who was running in that division.
And the track lightening up again, too. So
I thought you said lightning for a second.
Lightening.
Lightning.
There's an extra syllable in there. Lightening up.
That one
yeah,
syllable.
That's all we need.
Yeah,
Let's just throw something else in here.
That one syllable makes all the difference, doesn't it? Just looking for our results from yesterday. Can't find them in the scoring system. So on we go here as we're just following along with Keon Ayer. As Bill had said, really just not making mistakes, and sometimes that is all it takes. As he is working on lap 7, the gap just about 22 seconds back to Bo Stowers. What a change of the script from yesterday. Bo Stowers almost lapped the field when he was running in the tag rookie class in the rain. Today stepped up to the cadets and not quite as dominant here in wet conditions.
Still 4 to go, and only, I say only in quotes, a 20-second or so difference, and just takes one mistake.
Yep, he works his way back up the hill once again.
But at this point, he can afford to be very cautious.
Yeah.
Still running pretty consistent lap times, right about 63 seconds, so we haven't seen really a massive drop-off at this point. That typically, that means that the track is not getting any wetter out there right now, that things, I don't want to say drying out yet, Bill, but at least the track just stops getting worse for the moment.
If there are drops, they're not as heavy, put it that way.
You know, in yesterday's broadcast, I used the term hydrometeor. And I didn't think that we would need that again today. It's just basically saying how big the drops were. Yesterday we had points where it was a very fine mist out there. You would almost feel it on your arm, but your arm wouldn't feel wet. You could definitely feel something like little needles hitting it. What we saw on video as this race started was definitely heavier than that, some bigger drops coming down. Not quite those fat thunderstorm drops, but definitely some drops coming down on track.
I still see umbrellas popped up here and there around the track. I was looking to see if that car on the main track had his wipers going. That'd be another clue.
So Keon works his way to the far end of the speedway once again. A comfortable advantage over Bo Stowers. Arthur Nahapedian in third place. Roland Smith in fourth. And Camila Canache looks like she was not able to get going again when she sort of got stuck on the hill when everybody came through on lap 3 and started spinning.
Yeah, I noticed her lap counter was going up.
Could the chain have come off on the hill in a situation like that? Or?
Could have happened after a spin, and when the chain comes off, your race is done. I'm looking for where her cart might be. There it is, up on the wall outside of turn number 2. So that means the broom wagon is going to make an appearance after this race. Bill, we had a few races yesterday where they were almost out of space on the wagon, bringing in 3 carts at a time. I can testify you can fit 3 carts on the wagon. I don't think 4 would fit.
Unless you stack them.
Yeah, I think that would hurt the product a little bit there. As we see Keon work his way through the back half once again. He already got the popsicle stick, so he has less than 2 laps remaining. 23 seconds his advantage, and then a further 10 seconds back to Arthur Nahapedian, who is running in third.
And it needs to be said that Connor's car ended up on the wall by a Marshall setting it up there, not by the spin. That would have been fun. We'd want a replay of that one.
If you could spin it and actually land it on the wall, that'd be something. Not over, but land it on, park it on the wall. That'd be a you can't park there moment. But there you can see Camilla's car up on the top of that wall. They got it safely out of the way. She might be in the Marshall stand there just to keep her safely away from the car. It's moving around track. So Keon has taken the white flag. He has less than 1 lap to go. Bo Stowers just came by the start-finish line. So Keon almost a half a lap ahead. And, Bill, this is the point. Just keep it between the navigational beacons.
Exactly.
Which I think that's a line from 5 o'clock somewhere.
5 o'clock
but
somewhere, yep.
Jimmy Buffett
Jimmy
comes
Buffett
in
says it,
and
yep.
mentions that. So Keon was the pre-final winner both days this weekend. Was not able to bring home the final victory yesterday, but he is going to do it here in round number 9. Keon Ayer, your winner in our Liquid Molly Tag Cadet Final. Putting on a masterpiece in the wet this afternoon.
Keon Ayer licks the field and the rain and hangs in there, is the one that doesn't make a mistake. As we said before, it's whoever makes the fewest mistakes. And Keon ran a pretty good race. Of course, it's easier up front than when you see carts spinning in front of you to try to avoid them. That'll mess your line up and cause all sorts of trouble.
And that cart was Bo Stowers coming around for second. So the final delta 24.5 seconds. We should see Arthur Nahapedian come by, and there he does to round out our podium. So definitely a bizarre race here in our Tag Cadet Final. Keon Ayer able to bring home the win. Well, Bill, you always have to wonder about some of the characters we have here.
Yep.
Who else can we meet? Let's find out now.
My name is George Cruz.
How long have you been racing?
4 months.
What class do you race in?
Tag rookie.
Do you have a favorite driver?
Yes, Max Verstappen.
Do you know the Max Verstappen song?
No.
No, you don't know that song?
Oh, that's fun. George Cruz should be coming up in our Tag Rookie. He was with us yesterday. Bill, I don't know if you'd know this. I'm waiting for somebody to say Gage Martinez is their favorite driver. If you know who that is?
I do not.
You do not. I'll explain that later, but I believe we're going to go down to victory lane. Keon Ayer had such a big margin of victory. I think he's already got his equipment off, so we're going to send it down to Chris Conowall in victory lane.
Yeah, Keon, I'm here with you. You were our pre-final winner. Congratulations. And we're being joined by Bo Stowers. Bo, All right. So, Keon, let's start with you. Well, I'd love to get your families over here to join you if you want to come back in here, since it's our family first weekend here. Tell us about how many podiums have you had in total here at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
I think like 7 or 8 podiums in this season.
And how are you doing on the points for we got a championship coming up on November 9th. So tell me about where you are in the standings.
Yeah, I'm second in the championship. Next race I'm going to KA because I think we got 100% P2 in the championship secured. So hopefully it'll be fun out there next race.
Now who's in number 1 points?
Callan Berghofer.
Gotcha. Now remind everybody out there watching who we've got here with you behind me and beside you.
My mom, dad, and brother.
And what are their names?
Robert, Nazanin, and Cyrus.
Awesome. All right. So now I've got the Stowers family. Bo, it has been quite the day for you here today with the spin outs and the recoveries, and now you're back and you're going to be on the podium. But before we talk about that and where you are in the standings, I want you to introduce everybody from your family. So who do we have here with you?
I have my dad, mom, and my coach, Mike, and my uncle Lee.
Awesome. And so are they're usually out here. You also have some other family members here, Stowers being a huge name here in the community. And so one of our local drivers, we're especially proud of you being right here from Dawsonville. So where are you in the point standing?
And many, I don't know, this is my first race, and many pretty happy when I was able to leave the field and I had nothing to worry about. Micro Swift, I'm in first.
Micro Swift, you are in first. So so you'll be hopefully buttoning up a championship here really soon. Is that right?
Yes.
And were you our last year's champion?
No.
So this will be your first championship here at AMP?
Yeah, it's your first one.
Yes.
Okay, all right, Dad, you got us covered. So so we're going to see all of you guys on the podium. So if everybody would give a big wave to the YouTube world out there, congratulations to you. It's been a great day. Congratulations to both of you. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to send it back up to the booth. Thank you guys very much. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. Great interviews there with our winners. And here we come with this should be the
K100 seniors.
Is that KA1 seniors? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay, I'm one race behind. KA100 seniors with Mason O'Donnell, Grayson Wade, George Cruz, Lazar Martinenko, Harrison Marich, and Ryan Dehoney in tag rookie.
Yeah, it's tag rookie.
I thought I was looking at the right one, but I had to listen to the kid over here. You know what do kids know? So we're looking at the tag rookie final from for today. We'll have this, and gosh, we have 4 others. For that, again, the K100 seniors will be after this one. Then come the shifter carts, and then the big LO206 seniors, as the tag rookies are getting queued up here. They're taking it really slowly this time, and see if they can come through and get the green flag first time around.
Well, and Bill, even the marshal, you can see the confusion, the shrug of the shoulders, as if to say, what is going on? The field creeping by. They may not be in the tram lines. They're definitely lined up at this point. So some head games maybe going on here for our rookies. Once again, these are drivers age 7 to 10, and all that, and I know go.
No start.
Well, Bill, earlier I had mentioned, wonder if anyone would say Gage Martinez being their favorite driver. On Facebook, there is I'll call it a parody page called Weber Valley Speedway.
Okay.
And it's a mythical 2/8 of a mile dirt track somewhere in Tennessee, location
William
unknown.
has sent me stuff from there
and,
with the baby races and all that.
Yeah, and the old ladies racing in the mobility scooters, and they don't start racing till 4 a.m. and no refunds, and they misspell things so that you go up to get your food at the confessional instead of concession stand, it's the confessional stand.
No, yes,
but,
I have seen that.
Gage Martinez is the is like the 2-time champion, and their premier division is the Bang Bangers, you know, the front-wheel drive cars, and they really have some fun with it. Let's see if we do get a start here. Green flags out. We're underway with our Auto Lube Tag Rookie final.
It makes me.
Ooh, one cart down in the grass there, able to save it.
Cut it a little low there.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster there.
Although traction probably is just as good on the grass as it is on the track right now.
Might be, but when Ricky Thornton Jr. was sort of let go by his dirt late model team, Weber Valley came out and they had put a car, they had like a Chevy Cavalier, you know, the blue color, and they had put Ricky's number on the side, like, we got a ride for you. So definitely one of those fun things. So I'm waiting for some driver to say that Gage Martinez is their favorite. A little tongue-in-cheek humor there from some of the other parts of the world of auto racing. Check them out on Facebook, Weber Valley Speedway, or check out the Infield Tractor Tire. That's another fun meme account where they just poke fun at all the cliches in the racing world. So in the earlier pre-final, Harrison Marich was our winner. He started on the pole. He might have been the one that cut through the grass that time. Let's see, yeah. So Nazar Martinenko leads. Marich, I'm not going to say he cut the corner. He's lucky he survived and didn't go shooting straight across the track. So he's in second.
Hitting that curb's its own penalty.
Yeah, Ryan DeHoney third, George Cruz, who we just saw in our video package, he's running in fourth, Grayson Wyatt fifth, and Mason O'Donnell scored in sixth. In action yesterday, Harrison Marich was the pre-final winner, but it was Bo Stowers who picked up the win in the final. The final yesterday was also a wet race, so these drivers having to deal with it again. You can see the drivers sawing on the wheel as they make it through turn number 9. So Nazar Martinenko out to a comfortable lead for the moment. It was 0.89 seconds the first time around. Let's see if that gap opens up a little bit more when they get to the start line.
Under half a second now, just a hair, 495.495. They crest one hill, then climb another, coming up out of turn 2, up through 3 and 4, and by our position.
Yeah, Marich starting to whittle away at that lead, so we may see a battle for the lead before this race is over. You can see the main track heading the other direction in the background as our top two. The battle has been joined. Martinenko and Marich. Further behind them, DeHoney and Cruz will be battling for the final spot on the podium. A little bit more information about these cars. These are our tag rookies. Drivers are 7 to 10 years of age. They're running on the, we'll call it the small chassis that they run. It's a Micro Swift engine, 10 horsepower. They could hit 50 miles an hour. Whoa, big trouble as Martinenko ends up going around Marich to the lead. Boy, that was a wild spin, Bill. He seemed okay, and then just on corner exit, looks like he just lit up the rear tires.
What in tennis we'd call an unforced error. And there we go. Got another sport worked in here.
Okay. We can work in badminton at some point. We'll be going for the cycle here, but yeah,
Don't
you can
do
see
that when I've got a mouthful.
You can see how quick Martinenko was able to get back on track. He is in fifth, 11 seconds down, so that's about what time it cost him to get out of the grass and back going again. Fortunate he didn't hit anything. We're riding with George Cruz here just in front of us, and George was one of the ones that had the fun. They were trying to get him to sing the Max Verstappen song in our last bumper package. Great view of the drivers working on their machines. So these karts, they could hit speeds of 50 miles an hour, minimum weight 226 pounds, about 20 pounds lighter than what we see in the Cadets. The engine about the same horsepower. Maybe they have a slightly different slide, or in this case, the head that is on the engine.
We're looking 4 laps in now. We're about a third of the way through this final. Merritt still hanging on there over Ryan Dehoney. Last time by was, grown that lead to a second and a half now. As we watch him heading through the kink now up the hill and going to turns number 8, and then that big 9 sweeper that leads into the S's.
Well, Bill, if we want to bring in we got some kart going wide, one going straight across Rainbow Road there. So things getting wild on the back portion of the speedway.
Yeah, they should just keep that wet and make it like a skid pad whenever you hit it. So you get absolutely no advantage.
Well, we do have a skid pad as well as an ice hill here on the facility on the other side of the main track. A great way for drivers to learn to drive in the ice. It doesn't happen often here, Bill, and when it does ice up, it shows that it doesn't happen often. Harrison Marriage leads Ryan Dehoney, George Cruz, Grayson White, still your top 4. But, Bill, that's one of the things where if you want to teach your team to drive, or if you don't want to teach your team to drive, they have driving schools here as well where the teens can do some time on the skid pad, do some time on the ice hill, and learn to drive in some adverse conditions. Once again, AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com to see the list of all programs available here.
And it's best not to be surprised by that because, we don't get ice and snow up here all that often, but when it does happen, to be prepared is primary. It really is.
Honestly, the problem isn't so much the ice and the snow. The problem is that we don't have much flat ground, that they're so hilly here that it ends up turning everything into a ski slalom out there.
I remember one time riding in a car. I was in Duluth, and it had snowed the night before, and I was in the car with my starter wife, we'll say. And we just crossing this railroad track, and she goes, "Here we go," and the car just spun. I still don't know what happened, but she knew it was happening, and we just did a nice little 180 there in the middle of Duluth.
I grew up in New England, so I got a good amount of experience driving in the snow, and it's something when you're on the interstate and suddenly you're looking at the driver in the car in front of you. I remember once it was like a Camaro, something, rear wheel, light in the back, and he came up the ramp and lit it up, and I suddenly remember he's pointed straight at me, and then he eventually, before anything happened, he spun off into the breakdown lane.
That's not the end of the car you want to see in your lane, absolutely.
Yeah, his eyes were pretty big when that happened.
When I was in college one morning, I was walking to class and it had rained the night before. Wasn't cold, wasn't wet. I mean, it wasn't cold, wasn't icy, but it was wet. And this car just right there on North Avenue just spun. I still don't know how in the world you spin on a straight stretch of road unless he just
jacked it up.
Was impaired in some manner. But I just remember seeing this car.
Well, here's our top 3 on screen. Harrison Marriage, Ryan Dehoney, and George Cruz. They have pulled clear of the rest of the field. Ezra Martinenko's worked his way back up to 4th after a spin. Earlier I had said he was 11 seconds behind. He's nibbled into that, 8.8 seconds, but he only has 5 laps remaining. So at this rate, he will not be a factor. Our winner should come from this top trio.
Might need to pick up the pace just a bit. If he does intend to, but
put a supercharger in there.
There you go, or let the rain dry up a little bit more or something. Then everybody would have that advantage.
Or he might want it. He actually might want it wet. We don't know at this point. Looking outside, still just kind of a meh day outside here. Can't tell if it is precipitating. When I stepped out a moment ago, the air felt wet, but it wasn't actively raining. As we're going to see a battle for second here. That number 10 of George Cruz getting right to the rear bumper of Ryan Dehoney, running in second as they sweep by our vantage point. 4 laps remaining, and Harrison Marriage not exactly pulling away. That last time around, his lead actually diminished by about 0.2 of a second. And further back in the field, Martinenko gained about a half second on this field. Boy, if he had a little more time, we might have a different result. But Bill just shows that one mistake was a big one coming off turn 17 early in the race. Spun into the grass, and it just took him a while to get pointed in the right direction. So the field looks to be coming up on the slower car of Mason O'Donnell. O'Donnell just passed the start-finish line. So these young drivers will have to now not only battle each other in the elements, they'll have to try to get past a lapped kart as they do it. There we can see O'Donnell heading up the hill. Looked like for the moment he was getting out of the way.
That's part of the fun of racing, though, is how you deal with live traffic.
He headed down to the weight scales.
Yeah, the only thing about lapped traffic when you're at this stage of racing is that the lapped traffic is still fast, and it's not like slow or, you know, it doesn't take the good lines. They have a sort of defensive line by natural instinct, but they're still fast, so it's kind of hard to get around them.
Not that you've been in that situation very often, mind you, but when you are being overtaken by faster cars, how do you only know when they go by you? You don't have a mirror. How do you know what to do?
So usually every now and then, especially going up the hill in turn 2, I just take a quick look behind me to see who's there, and I can get an estimate of how far away our karts are and how long it'll take him to catch up to me eventually. And that's how I know that someone's back there. And usually if there's a gap between me and another kart, they'll start bump drafting me, and that's another indication that they're behind me. And
kind of hard to ignore that one.
Yeah.
2 to go in this race. That last time around, Ryan DeHoney ran his fastest lap of the race. So, Bill, that's probably an indication this track's starting to dry out. Nazar Martinenko also running the fastest lap overall of the race at lap number 9. So we're seeing that lap times sort of edge downward here in the closing laps of this race.
Okay, you said it, so the next storm gets blamed on you.
I didn't say, I just said the track was drying. I didn't say anything about weather with that. It's a fine line.
I'm your guy, Bill. It looks like it's not going to rain out here anymore today. We're
okay.
good.
One call. Conowall down in victory lane. White flag in the air. Top duo. Looks like they're going to settle who gets the top spot on the podium. Yeah, George Cruz waiting in the wing, so we'll see what happens. Further back in the field, looks like Nazar Martinenko went for a spin. He's now 18 seconds down again. Grayson Waite is running in 4th. So our top duo here, last time separated by about 1/4 of a second. DeHoney not close enough at this point to be able to make a pass into turn number 9. So Harrison Marriage, it's that shortcut there, the Mario Kart attempt. Ryan DeHoney just missed the part of the S's and swept straight through. So we'll see what the judges might think about that one. So far, he hasn't gained a position. Might have gained a little bit on track.
Is that you surrender the position you gained, or is there a time penalty for that?
I think it's a time penalty, yeah.
Well, we'll see, but it's not going to matter. The checker's out. Harrison Marriage wins our Auto Lube Tag Rookie Final here in round number 9. Ryan DeHoney officially scored in second. Oh, big trouble.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, big trouble on turn 14 as the rest of the field comes to the checkered.
Yeah, he went out of his cart. I hope he's okay.
Well, we will try to get word on the driver that was involved in that incident in the wet here.
I did notice that
9.
he did sit up, so that's good. It's a good indication that he's all right. Yeah, he was sitting up.
Well, with that, we have 3 races remaining. Next will be our KA 100 seniors, then the shifters, and our premier division, our LO206 senior division.
I wonder if the track will be dry by the time the shifters are out.
Imagine they're hoping so. It would certainly help matters. But then again, the shifter drivers are also more experienced, so they should be able to handle it.
Well, we also have Chris's guarantee that it will not rain again. So That would mean that it should rain. Radar says it's going to be sketchy as we get down to our finish here. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with coverage of Round 9 of the AMP Kart Championship Series in a few moments.
So while I'm waiting for to put you guys on the air, do you guys go back and watch YouTube? Do you ever go back and watch yourself on YouTube? You do? Do you ever go back and watch yourself on YouTube? When you get home, you do? That's cool. Ryan Dehoney, Harrison Marich. Did you guys do the kart school here at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
Yes.
You did the kart school? Did you do the kart school?
No.
No, but does Eugene Martinenko, does he train you?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. That is cool. You're on a team?
Yeah.
And what's the name of the team?
Kart Freedom.
Kart Freedom, that's right. That's right. And is that what says it right there underneath your thing there?
No, it's just the brand of my gear.
Got you. We're just waiting for them to put us on the air there. So what position did you start in for this race?
Third.
You started third and finished second?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you were there a lot of changes, or did you just one? Meaning, did you go back and back up and down and up?
No.
No. How about you, Harris? Did you lead the whole race?
So no.
Where did you start?
So I started in first, but no.
Mom. P1.
And second place passed me on the first turn, and then I passed him back when the race was in the middle of the race.
And who was the person who passed you?
I think it was number 50.
And what's your number?
115.
115. And who do you have? Who's here in support of you?
Callan and my parents.
Callan Berghofer? Yeah. And who's here in support of you?
My coach Eugene, my mom, and my dad.
Yep. And I think we talked about this before, but the points, right? We've got only one more race to go, and I'm gonna look over at your mom in just 1 second to see if I can get a thumbs up. But have you won the championship on points for the kid kart? LO206 championship is secured. So wouldn't even need to come out and race next race. Is that right? So did you hear that?
Yeah.
So that means you sit here a champion. How does that feel?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Have you been a champion at anything before?
No.
I was a champion macaroni and cheese eater once. But other than that, no championships. So, but you are now a race car racing champion. Does that feel pretty awesome?
Yeah.
Awesome. How about you? Do you know where you are in the points?
No.
No? Have you been a champion macaroni and cheese eater yourself? No? You're not a big macaroni and cheese fan?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, Chris, we have an impasta down in Victory Lane.
Yeah. Well, listen, how about fried mac and cheese balls?
I'm good.
No, you're good. Okay. All right. Well, all right. We'll stick with racing. So, you guys were you on your rain tires?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, does that make things go slower, or is it the same?
It makes it a little bit slower.
Yeah. And so, will you come out on November 9th for the championship race?
Probably.
Good. How about you? Championship race?
Yeah.
Good deal. All right. So, so have you been on YouTube a lot?
To watch my races, yeah.
Yeah. So, have you been on YouTube a lot?
No.
Okay. So if you haven't been on YouTube a lot and you want to, and you have friends that might, you could send these clips to, what would you say to them right now? Look in the camera there. Are you in school? Where are you in school?
Nolan.
Yeah. And so, who's in your class? Who's your teacher?
Miss Wood.
Miss Wood. So, do you want to look in that camera right now and say, "Hi, Miss Wood. I bet you didn't know it, but I'm a race car driver."
Hi, Miss Wood. Did you know I was a race car driver?
Yeah. How about you? Is there anybody out there that doesn't know you're a race car driver?
No.
No, everybody knows you're a race car driver?
Yeah.
So I should get your autograph like soon, right?
If you want to.
I absolutely want to.
Okay.
Okay, good. So you guys got that here first. Get your signings. Harrison Marich, congratulations on your championship. Congratulations on your runner-up. Ryan, is that right? Okay. And we're going to send it back up to the booth. Who I'm wondering if anybody else out there is craving macaroni and cheese. Maybe not.
Well, Chris, if we want to keep the Talladega Nights theme, Harrison needs to sign your forehead.
Okay, we can do that. We can do that once this is all over with.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
Good job. Good job. Congratulations.
Bill, it was interesting to see the gear choice by our drivers. You could see Harrison had on, we'll call it the wetsuit, but it is their rain suit for when they are driving in conditions like that. So next scheduled for the track, our KA Senior Division, sponsored by Primal Racing School. Mateo Rubio Luengo was the winner in the 10-lap pre-final. Now they're set to go 12 laps here. In yesterday's action, Michael Succo was the winner in the pre-final, but Mateo Rubio Luengo stole the day in the final, coming home with the victory. As they're getting to the tram lines, we're set to have 10 karts lined up for 12 laps of action. And, Bill, the only thing we can't know is if they're on slicks or rain tires, but we are underway. Green flag in the air for our Primal Racing School 12-lap final for our KA100 seniors.
The opening lap should be fairly indicative whether we can tell if they're on slicks or on rain tires, but I imagine as long as there's no, as we were saying before, no standing water.
Well, you could see one of the drivers back in the field, got wide on 4, was out in the paint, and you could see him literally drifting and skating to get back to solid pavement to be able to continue running as our top 5 have pulled away from the rest of the field. Looks-wise, that looks like Danny Perez in his green driving suit leading the field. We'll see as they come across the scoring loop where things settled out. After this, Shifters, the apex predators of the karting world, will be on track, and then we'll close the program with our LO206 Senior Division. Lap 1 in the books. It is Danny Perez leading, Mateo Rubio Luengo second, Andrew Hamill, Michael Succo, and Theodore Simonoff rounding out the top 5.
Now, these guys put on quite a show in the pre-final, so this should be a good one here. Again, 2 laps longer. It'll be a 12-lapper.
Ooh, look at them drift through turn 4. A couple of karts almost under our building, and one getting really squiggly off the corner. That was the number 95, Alexander Lozano. So once again, turn 4, calamity corner here. Our top 2 breaking away from the rest of the field. You see Mateo in 2nd. That driver in 5th, Theodore Simonoff, red driving suit with a clean white helmet. He's kind of running off by himself in 5th. We have a pair in front of him, Andrew Hamill and Michael Succo battling. Succo takes a peek to the inside, but falls back in line. Up in front, Mateo Rubio Luengo starting to reel in Perez as he has just run the fastest lap of the race, so 0.21 seconds between our top duo.
What do you think it is about turn 4 that's causing you trouble?
I think it's slightly downhill, which is deceptive, and it is off camber.
Yeah,
and then you have that wide paint area on the, if you do get off course. So, yeah, it's just one of those deceptive corners that in the dry, not much happens there, but in the wet, yesterday and today, it's been chaos aplenty. Now, Luengo must have had a bad turn number 9 because Danny Perez has a big lead, and Luengo falling back into the clutches of both Andrew Hamill and Michael Succo. So wet conditions still a factor here in the racing. As you can see, our patrons urging on their favorite driver to the front. That time around, Perez 3/4 of a second quicker than Luengo and now has about a 1 second buffer back to second place. So again, they come by our vantage point. Everyone looks to be able to make it relatively easily through that triple apex 3, 4, 5 complex. They charge down the back straightaway.
And we're starting to see a groove wear, a dry groove wear in. So I should just quit saying that because everybody accuses me of bringing the rain on.
We know we can blame Chris.
Okay,
we know, we absolutely know that we can
claimed
blame
it.
Chris.
Okay,
Yeah,
so-
he's claimed it. It's on him for this case. If you're looking for football updates, the hometown Atlanta Falcons able to salvage victory at the end against the New Orleans Saints. I believe the final was it 26-24? They had to get a little.
Young Wei Koo with a 58-yard walk.
So I TiVo'd that and was hoping to not know, but thank you. But the sun is actually coming out.
Hey,
so
we didn't say that, Chris. You didn't hear that.
no,
so.
no, you can blame that on me. But the sun is coming out, guys.
I used to do that. I would have to just whip my headphones off whenever somebody announced that.
I'll give spoiler alerts next time if you don't want to
sorry
hear
about
that. If you don't want to hear, other NFL action. I'm a Patriots fan. They're playing like the garbage they are this season right now.
Serves you right.
As they're playing in San Francisco, trailing 20-0. Just one of those days. Great football action yesterday in college football, including what we'll call the big game. Georgia and Alabama, former President Trump in attendance for the game. Bama got out to a big lead, much like in some of these races. Georgia whittled back, made a late surge into the lead, and then with one play, Alabama went deep and retook the lead. So I'm going to put this out there. It's not about rain, Bill, so it's safe.
Yes.
I think those two teams will play again later this season.
I think Georgia's done. I don't think they're going to sniff the championship this year.
I don't mean the championship. I just think they'll both be SEC championship or playoffs. I think they're both going to be.
Somebody else is going to sneak up on Georgia because Kentucky liked to took them out.
Well, Kentucky also beat Ole Miss yesterday, so Kentucky might be a little better than we normally give them credit for as a basketball powerhouse. Here in this race, Danny Perez leads. Mateo Rubio Luengo had that one bad lap, that coming on lap number 3. Since then, he has slowly reeled in our leader. These are two tough customers up at the front. We hear a lot about, Danny Perez racing. He's one of the power teams here, but Mateo Rubio Luengo, a special talent, and he's just about 3 kart lengths back here as we are halfway into this 12-lap final. Michael Succo and Andrew Hamill also having a great battle for third spot. They're about 2 seconds in arrears. Here we see Succo take a quick peek to the inside and sweep by Hamill, so you have a new third-place runner. And a pass up front. Mateo Rubio Luengo gets to the inside of Danny Perez, and there's no overshoot. So there's no hope for a crossover. You got a new leader here on lap 7, Mateo Rubio Luengo. And as we say that, Danny Perez makes the move back at the bottom of turn number 2. Bill, this is what they did in the pre-final.
Yep.
We saw a lot of passes down in turn 2. And while they're battling, here comes Suko and Hamill. We may once again have a 4-kart battle for the lead.
If they keep dicing it up at the front of the field, yes, they will, because that's what you want to see when you're chasing someone down is a battle. Likewise, in your rearview mirror, you want to see everybody chasing you battle.
Yep. On that previous lap, Mateo Rubio Luengo had run the fastest lap of the race, 52.741 seconds. That actually coming on lap 6. Maybe a little contact into 16. Luengo forced the issue, so he goes back to the front ahead of Danny Perez. And officially, Perez didn't lead a lap in there. Let's see what happens down the hill. Perez tries to get alongside of the leader's kart, but can't actually make a pass as they sweep past our vantage point. And Bill, all 4 together once again. So 4 laps remaining, 4 karts battle for the lead. Now we see Suko take a peek to the inside of Danny Perez. Some defensive driving from Luengo. That sweeps him wide off 9. New leader Perez takes advantage. Bill, you could see that happening. Luengo so far to the inside, it pushed him wide on the exit of the corner, and Danny Perez stepped into the void.
That was quick and clean without any real drama. It was just opened up, and there it was, and just like that, here he comes again, and Rubio Luengo will take it, but it'll be close at the line. Will he be able to shut the door as they go through 1 and 2? He does, but
there comes Perez on the outside of turn 2. Suko throws his hat in the mix. All of a sudden, Perez out in the grass. They're 3 wide. Perez goes through the grass in turn 3, so he's going to give up a position there, falls back to 3rd. So it's Luengo, now Suko in 2nd, Perez running in 3rd. I wouldn't have seen 3 wide up the hill there coming.
That wasn't all Perez is doing. He got forced down into the grass too, so he might have a complaint.
As the kids say, he might have beef with the other competitors. So normally the KA divisions, not the ones we look to for excitement, they have over-delivered here this afternoon. As our top 4 come down, they'll see the 2 to go signal as we're getting into the waning laps. Normally we look for this action in our LO2s, so the KAs have delivered it this weekend. Danny Perez goes to 2nd, sweeps wide, and that opens the door for Hamill, who's now in 2nd place.
Hamill took 2 in that one.
Yeah, Perez wide in turn 4. I don't know if he might have broke something on that kart as he is
leaving him now, yep.
Yeah, so our top 3 streak away. Well, maybe Perez just had a really bad lap. Out front, Mateo Rubio Luengo, your leader. It is Andrew Hamill in 2nd, Suko in 3rd, and Perez running in 4th.
And with all that action, it spaces them out. Are we going to have any last lap drama? Because this time around will be the white flag.
We might have spent all the drama on the last few laps, and they really packed it in there as Rubio Luengo comes off turn number 17. He sees the white flag at the line. 1.048 seconds is the difference as the field builds their way back up the hill. And you can see, Bill, they're about equidistantly spaced there as they head up the hill. That's a math word for you there.
There you go, equidistant. That's right.
So they streak down the back straightaway for one final time. Mateo Rubio Luengo has had an excellent day. 3 wins out of 3 times in the seat, looking to go 4 for 4 and add on to what he did yesterday as well. So Primal Racing School, the sponsor of this division, they do it for radicals, but boy, they're seeing a show here in our KA 100 senior division. The checkers are in the air. Mateo Rubio Luengo comes across the finish line in style. Andrew Hamill 2nd, Michael Suko 3rd, and Danny Perez fades to 4th. Christian Foster rounding out the top 5.
Bit of misfortune there for Daniel Perez there at the end, but he got shuffled out and then couldn't really make up any of that.
And I don't know if finally on one of those laps, if he had something wrong. It looked like he came into turn 4 really really awkwardly. We thought he broke, but he seemed to get back going again.
He finished a pace, so not sure.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened. It might just have been a momentum thing.
As we see some of our cars just skip the scales there. I don't know what that means, if they're just far enough back. We'll see maybe what our leaders will think. Our intrepid reporter, Chris Conowall, may be able to extract some gems here as you see the high fives in the tech area. Mateo Rubio Luengo picking up another victory this afternoon. All right, well, Bill, we've had some real fun meeting some of the drivers in our series. Let's see who else Will Rigdon may potentially have interviewed before this race.
My name is Michael Suko. I race in KA Senior. I've been racing about 2 years now. My favorite turn here is probably turn 2. My favorite F1 driver ever has to be Michael Schumacher. I don't know the answer to that song. Oh no, maybe. And in first place, Michael Suko. Sweet.
Oh, a lot of fun there. Will, how about that though? Someone in favor of Schumacher there. Usually all the other drivers have been today's drivers, Verstappen, or we heard of Charles Leclerc. So the current crop, I'm wondering if anyone's going to get back to maybe an Alan Prost or Ayrton Senna.
I'm thinking Juan Manuel Fangio.
That's going back even further on a couple of generations there. Or
That's
Jackie
before my
Stewart.
time. Jackie Stewart. No,
we had mentioned.
I'd rather, if I had a favorite, Jackie Stewart, just because as a personality, I like him.
Or Nigel Mansell, maybe.
And I'll tell you someone who impressed me as a Formula One driver was Mario Andretti. I think I really don't care a whole lot for Mario Andretti, but he came over and was last American to win Formula One title.
All right,
so
we're going
to
send it down to victory lane. Fist bumps aplenty, so take it away, Chris Conowall.
Yeah, for sure. Andrew, I've got to hear from you first, and I've got to echo something my colleague said up in the booth. You guys really brought it today. I mean, this race, for me, this was the race of the day. I mean, this, which is pleasantly unexpected. So let's talk about what was going on. The four of you guys just doing battle, and it looked like to me, if from a layperson's perspective, it looked like you guys each had your teammates and you guys battled it out. So it's interesting. Is that what was going on?
Yeah, I first just want to say thanks to DPC, AMP for hosting this event, all my competitors, just having a great day, and just thanks to everybody for helping me out, and Andres and DPC for teaching me and Danny.
Yeah, for sure. And talk to me about the point standing for you.
I'm not 100% sure about the point standings for me. I think I was like fifth. Start going in this weekend, but so far it hasn't been great. But today it's kind of turned it around. But yeah, the battle out there was hard. I was trying to stay out there. We were struggling a little bit on straightaway speeds. You could probably see I was getting pulled, but I was trying to stay with them. I was trying to hold out with them because I knew something was going to happen. I knew they'd battle, and I was just waiting for that moment so I could pull ahead and get in there with them. And then it was able to happen, and I was able to get 2 positions off of it, and we were just switching in and out the entire time. So I think it was a great race.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Now, Mateo, you there was one lap. I think you may have had one of the slowest laps for a winner and the fastest lap for a winner. That one lap that you went down and Danny got way out, and you were a good solid second behind, and you just creeped up, and then there were quite a few lead changes. So let's walk through it.
I mean, honestly, Danny did such a good job at the beginning of the race. He managed to figure out the kart building. The kart building was probably the trickiest part of the track because it was just wet and like you never could figure out a line. It was always random. So he managed to figure that out, and kudos to him because he did great. Once I managed to figure it out, I started to pick up pace and managed to catch him little by little, and then we just all started duking it out. Everybody was going after everyone, and just you just try and fight for the win and see what happens.
Yeah, so that was actually going to be my next question for you, Mateo, is that once it really got into the grind of things, it seemed like it was anybody's game, right? So the teamwork was sort of out from what I could see the last few laps. Is that about right? It was sort of all drivers for themselves there at the end?
Yeah, honestly, yeah, because Michael was trying to catch up to me and take the lead. I'm sure Danny and Andrew fought, but it's like the last 3 laps, everybody's for themselves. There's not really a team, so you just try and get the win, and today I was lucky enough to manage that.
Very well. So we got the month of October off, and we come back on November 9th. So a lot of practice for you in store?
Yeah, well, I think a couple races before then and a lot of practice and hoping for better weather.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah, for sure. Well, listen, guys, congratulations and way to go. We're going to be seeing you on the podiums a little bit later. Shout-outs for the YouTube world.
I think my mom was watching, and my family, and just thank you guys for all watching, and also my dad for being here and taking me and always supporting me, my family as well.
Yeah, 100%. Dad, if you want to come get in the frame, he says no can do, but he's filming from afar. But what a great family weekend out here. One more shout-out. I mean, it's been a sweep for you today, so and for the weekend, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so yesterday won 3 out of 4 races. Didn't win the pre-final in K last year, but got DQ'd in the final for K, so didn't manage to win that one. But today has been a complete sweep, and I'm just grateful to my family and to my team and Liqui Moly for giving me the resources I need to be able to do that.
Awesome. All right, guys, 2 amazing race car drivers. We will see you guys on the podiums, and congratulations. All right, back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. You can see the shifters rocketing past in the background as well as in the split screen. One struggled at the start. Bill, you could see one driver with their hands up indicating that something stalled. Well, he was the only kart on that outside line since we have 3. That's where shifters can really get dangerous. If you have a big field and somebody doesn't go behind, they're just fully accelerating, aiming at something that is not moving. You can see some real treachery on the start. Lap 1 of the books, Jacob Hughes leads, and I don't know if we have I think Jake Fetter's timing and scoring is not picking up, as Oz Cheek is scored as 7 seconds back, so it was Oz that had the struggle on the initial start. We're going to try to settle out the rest of our scoring as they stream down the back straightaway. Once again, these are the shifter karts, the apex predators of the karting world. A roughly 30 horsepower, 125 cc engine. It is 2-stroke. It is water-cooled. They have brakes in the front and the back, plus that sequential 6-speed transmission. They did a standing start, so they exercised the clutch, and from here on out, no need for the clutch and probably no need for first gear as they are fully on it. Hughes leads Fetter and Oz Cheek.
I'd like to know what the shifting sequence is as they take a lap around here. How many shifts are there involved?
I'm still amazed that they will take a perfectly good hand that's doing a perfectly good job on the steering wheel and reach down, take it off the wheel, drive one-handed for a bit, and operate the shifter. And I imagine down the back straightaway, you're probably going up from 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th gear once they come off turn number 4.
I guess, you watch that right hand and see what they do with it.
And it's quick when they do it. When they pull towards them, that's going up higher gear, more speed. When they get to the corners and downshift, they'll push away from them. It all has to be very, very quick. So it looks like it's Jake Fetter that doesn't have the timing and scoring transponder picking up. He's your leader. Jacob Hughes 2nd. Oz Cheek running in 3rd. Now, that last time around, trying to get the gap. I think Oz Cheek might start to get into the picture here and make it a 3-kart battle. These 3 didn't get as stretched out as we've seen in past shifter races. Usually these are so fast, they get spread out very quickly. As Fetter had the quickest lap on lap 2, 49.359 seconds. So that's on a slightly damp track, and we're still seeing 49-second laps.
That's a testament to the speed of the karts and the skill of the drivers as well. Again, starting to see some patchiness through there, so maybe they're trying to stick to that part. Actually, watch the path they take. They are staying on there, and I guess conversely, that's why it's turning light gray where they're going, because that's the groove.
Right. You got a quick look up the hill. It is that 612 placard, so Jake Fetter is the leader. Jacob Hughes second, and Oz Cheek just coming by our vantage point, 7 seconds in a rear, which is amazing. Bill, the leaders are up in turn 9, and Oz Cheek, as you hear him going by us, knowing that in 7 seconds he'll be all the way down that back straightaway, where they can flirt with speeds of reaching 90 miles per hour, 1 inch from the ground.
The ground is not as intimidating as those walls as they go into those corners, though.
Yeah, that is true.
And you're relying on those 4 little contact patches on those tires.
And there was a quick view. You could see Feder just reach down and grab another gear. Even the drones aren't fast enough to stick with these guys. That'd be about the only way you'd see a shift, where they'll just reach down quickly with their right hand and quick pull of the lever. We can do it on our demo here, Bill. It's not connected to anything, but the shifter lever will move on the model chassis that is for sale in front of us. So grateful to have OzTech on board as the sponsor for our shifter division, OzTech. OzCheek is OzTech, as I understand. So grateful to have Oz. We have his son has been with us before, Oz the Fourth. Again, that sort of family thing that happens here at the races, having both a father and son involved in the racing. Skies might just be lightening up in the distance, although as I look out the window, it actually doesn't look so pleasant out there.
Yep.
At this point, we're tempting fate. We're almost there, brother. Almost to the finish.
Really, what, about 18 laps of action left to go? 6 here and then 12 in the last final of the day. So we can hold our breath, which these races make us do anyway. We'll get there.
I don't know how these drivers breathe, the G-forces that they're undergoing, not just side to side in the corners, forward and back as they accelerate and brake. I've heard in excess of 3 Gs. Literally, they're getting crushed into that seat most of the lap around here. The CEO of Atlanta Motorsports Park, Jeremy Porter, participated in a shifter race last year, and Bill, I saw him a good 10 minutes after the race. And it still looked like, man, he was just beaten. I mean, the physicality that these drivers need, they are athletes out there on track right now.
Those G-forces beat you up, and then you've got to wrestle the thing. It may, there's no power steering or anything like that, so you've got to wrestle that.
Well, and then you have to keep your mind on track of what you're doing. A lot of decisions, not just acceleration and braking points. Now you have to do gear shifts as well, up and down shifts around this facility. That's why one of the drivers in victory lane after the pre-final, might have been Oz Cheek, said he started in a shifter and was running faster times in the tag, just because there's so much going on in the shifter. You almost need a third hand to operate the shifter, and you need like a second brain to manage what's going on. We haven't evolved that way, we'll say, that you got 2 hands, you got 1 brain, as we see Jake Feder powering his way to victory here this afternoon. He was the winner in the pre-final. He had a new quick lap, 49.183 seconds. They were about a second quicker in the pre-final when we know they had a dry track. But, Bill, there you're starting to see those big patches of light pavement in the corners.
And we've seen them several times over the course of the afternoon. And it's good to see them show up again. Let's let them stay there
for
the duration.
In the last driver interview, we heard Mateo Rubio Luengo saying how difficult this turn was, getting right by the clubhouse up here. They were struggling to figure out how turn 4 worked, whether it's wet, whether it's dry, it's off camber. There's a big old building right in front of you if you miss the corner. So now we're getting into the waning laps. Jake Feder should see the 2 to go signal as he comes around. He has opened the advantage to 4 seconds. And 4 seconds in a shifter cart looks like a really long distance, as he's already up and over the hill as Jacob Hughes gets to the start line.
And it doesn't take them very long to get around. These laps are under 50 seconds as opposed to the minute pluses we've been seeing from all the other divisions.
Yeah. So these are the fastest class. The only thing close, the tag seniors can be close, but boy, having that transmission means that you are always at the peak part of the RPM and the torque band. It's like a cheat code when you're going up the hill here, because that's where it's the only spot where the tags really bog down. You're at low speed, low RPMs. You have to build the engine back into the power band. Here, you just downshift once or twice, and off you go. As the white flag flies from the hand of Will Taylor, one final lap for Jake Fetter, and he's going to do it at speed around this facility. Down into turn number 2. He rockets up turn number 3, full gas before he gets to our vantage point here at turn 4.
As we hear him roar by and see him take it into the gate for the final time, turn number 8 there, and now here comes 9 leading into 10 and 11, the S's.
Uh-oh. I just saw, here we go. Here we go again.
No, this is Chris's fault.
You're right. We have a scapegoat.
Yeah,
First part of problem solving is to identify a scapegoat. The man who does not need a scapegoat, he has had all the moves today in our shifter division, and he will see the checkered flag first. Jake Fetter wins our Oztech shifter final here in round number 9 at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Jacob Hughes comes in second, and rounding out our field, Oz Cheek coming home in third.
So what? I've got to leave after this next race, right? So it cannot rain. It's not correct.
Or we need to secure you transportation to get back to your automobile. Where on the property are you parked?
I know people.
I know people. Where are you parked on the property?
I am.
Well, Bill and I are going to talk about that.
Hooks.
We're going to let you see one more of these fun interviews that Will Rigdon did with one of our drivers.
Hi, my name is Carson Craig. I've been racing for about 9 years. My primary class is LO206 Senior. My favorite F1 driver would have to be between Senna and Max Verstappen. Do Max! Max! Anyways. Hi, my name's Will Rigdon. And Carson Craig to the podium! Fair enough.
Oh, some big personality there from Carson Craig. He was our pre-final winner in the LO206 division earlier today. Bill, I forget what the weather was during that. I can tell you what it's going to be in the final. It's going to be a sodden pitch out there for our field.
Well, all you viewers out there, do not miss lap 1 of this upcoming race, because they're all going to be charging into that wet turn 1. And it should be an adventure.
Yeah, it's not just a job. It's an adventure here today. But yeah, be good to see Carson leading the field to green in our final race today, courtesy of Swan Mechanical. The LO206 Senior Division has seemingly always delivered the goods. So now I imagine we might see some umbrellas starting to pop up as we look down into the weight scale area as well as tech. So once again, the rain coming down here in North Georgia. So Bill, we didn't figure out where are you parked on the property. Are you all the way over on the front?
No, actually I am at the tail end of the paddock. So I actually was able to find it. It was a pretty decent space, I thought.
Okay, I got
on
one of the
pavement between lines.
Yeah, I felt like I got one of those last spots. Well, for the second to last time in this broadcast, we're going to send it down to Victory Lane. Chris Conowall has our shifter division winners. Take it away, Chris.
Yeah, we got the tale of two Jakes here, Jake Fetter and Jacob Hughes, 1 and 2. We were talking about, it was a comment that you had made during your last interview about when you went to shifter, you were actually faster in the non-shifter kart initially. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, and so you got a little battle scar here today, Jacob. What happened there?
Yeah, a little bit of something to Jake's. I think it was his chain cover flew off going down the back straight.
Ow.
Hit me straight in the pinky. And it was fine right after it because I was not really thinking about it. And then towards the end of the race, as it spread out, I realized, ow, this hurts really bad.
It's kind of like getting kicked in the shin.
More than that, it's like I don't have any way to describe it. It just hurt really bad. And then it was bumping on the gear lever. So it was bruised or whatever's wrong with it, and it hurt a lot.
But you're okay, and that's good, and you're going to be taking that pinky up to the podium, not to.
Well, and Chris, did Jacob catch the cover and give it back to Jake?
Oh wow, a little was there a
See,
little
Jake's wanting the cover back now, right? Yeah, come on,
Well,
man.
It hit my hand and then my shoulder, so I didn't really have the capabilities to catch it.
All right. So I'm interested to know something that I had asked Will about during one of the breaks is who got their start through the karting school here. Did either of you do the karting school here at AMP?
Oh no, I've been racing go-karts since like 2000. So yeah, like 20 years or so.
Yeah, 24 years. How about you?
I did start at the school with Steve Frank of Eyes Up, and that's who I'm running with right now. So that's been 8 years, almost 10. A long while.
Yeah. So it's definitely cool to have both of you as our great drivers out here at AMP, and of course I want to give you the opportunity to of course say hello to anybody out there in YouTube world, but who watched you sweep. How'd you do all weekend? Did you sweep all weekend?
They didn't have the shifters yesterday, so technically yes.
I like technicalities.
Yeah. I'll take it.
For sure.
For those of you that don't know, Chris is a lawyer, so he lives in the world of
technicalities.
The technicalities
Absolutely. And I will say, come see me after the show today because I'm sure that hurts really, really bad.
If you've been injured by a shifter cover, call
hurt
Chris Connell.
really, really bad.
It's many further damages that Jake is liable for.
Oh, for sure. Negligence.
About
there's
Chris,
negligence everywhere.
Chris, if you were hit by a shifter cover, you're entitled to compensation. Like here come the ads, man.
So a reference from Cat in the Hat. I'm not saying we're going to sue. I'm just saying we have a claim.
No comment.
Awesome. Well, listen, congratulations.
Hold on, Jake, ask for DNA to make sure that it was your shifter cover. Could have been anybody's, right?
In all sincerity, it takes a lot of skill to drive those shifter carts. You guys are hitting somewhere around 90 miles an hour in some spots. And congratulations to both of you. And I guess we'll see you back here on November 9th. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Awesome. How about anything in the interim between now and November 9th for you?
I hope to be working Petit Le Mans, not as a driver, just as a mechanic, and then I'll definitely be here November 9th.
Awesome. All right, guys, I'm going to send it back up after I collect some information from my new client here, Jacob, and we'll see you guys on the podium.
There's going to be a deposition down in Victory Lane by Chris Conowall.
Right. Chris Conowall got me a big settlement.
There you go. Hey, and so yeah, you guys are right. This rainstorm is on me. I think we each have one under our belt today. So this curse is mine and mine alone.
All right, so we have but one race remaining. It is our LO206 Senior Division. We just saw the package interview with Carson Craig. He is scheduled to lead the field to green as we have a little rain shower over us. We do race in the rain. Maybe some teams have picked slicks. Maybe some teams are switched over and gambled and went to the rain tires. We'll see what happens. But, Bill, the way this suddenly came upon us once again, we might see a mix in the field, or some people are scrambling furiously at the paddock area right now.
It's going to depend on whether you see those reflections on the pavement, the puddles. I think if you're not prepared for it, you'll definitely regret it.
Well, it does look like we're starting to see some shine, at least in the paint area there. That part of the track in the background, you see the building we're in with turn number 4 in the foreground. Trying to map out where that is on the track. I think that's turn 2 right there. In the turn 2 and then up the hill towards turn number 3. But looks like some shine in the paint area there. All right, so if you're watching closely at home, rain tires have white letters on the side of them. If you have an eagle eye from the view here, that's something we'll be looking for as final tech happening on our shifter carts. They'll hopefully get back to their haulers without getting too wet out there.
Looks kind of difficult at this point, the way it's coming down.
Yeah, it just makes everything more difficult when it's raining out there. It doesn't matter if you're racing go-karts or just delivering the mail. Rain complicates everything. It's a lot of karts. You can see one covered up in the background just to try to keep all the components dry. There are some electronics on there. And Bill, we have to think, compared to a street car, these aren't hardened in the way a street car would be to be in a variety of conditions. These are meant to go fast, and pretty much everything that's not going fast is not on the kart anymore.
That's right. If you don't need it, tear it out. It's kind of like prepping a demolition derby car. Tear it all out.
As there, we're down at the bottom of the kink. Haven't seen water actually running on the track yet. But you can definitely see the rain continuing to come down. Our microphone catching the pitter-patter of rain here as another rain shower sweeps through.
That's just so sweet.
Yeah. Well, you know, you got to, when you're a meteorologist, they teach you these words at college, right?
I did not realize that was the technical term. Okay. Wow.
Well, that might be more a sound engineer. What the grips would say or something. What is it? The Foley grip, I think, that gives us our sound effect.
The dolly grips and Foley artists. And
yeah.
Or whatever else. Yep, we are really running short on material here, John. So do we want to go back and talk about, what was it we were talking about earlier?
Well, let's salute our winners through the course of the day. We have had 12 finals completed so far. Lincoln Massey was the winner in our LO206 Junior final. Isaac Carvalho picked up the win on LO206 Cadet. We then jumped to Tag Senior. Mateo Rubio Luengo picked up the win. Eugene Panenko was our Tag Master winner. When we had kid karts in action on track in the Comer division, it was Arlo Stowers, complete with his Roman Centurion helmet. He was the winner. Carter Merard picked up the win in kid kart LO206. Gabriel Lopez Velarde swept the day in KA 100 Junior. Then we had our LO206 Masters and Legends on track. It was definitely raining during that race. Matt Lassiter picked up the win in Masters. Jose Garcia was the Legends winner. In Tag Cadet, karts all over the track, but it was Keon Air, the winner, picking up the sweep on the day. Harrison Marriage, the winner in Tag Rookie. In our KA 100 Senior event, Mateo Rubio Luengo was the winner. And in the race we just saw, Jake Fetter swept the day in our shifter, although he may get done with Chris Conowall and, claim that he doesn't.
All right. Salute.
So we're going to learn a little bit more about one of our drivers that we might see in our upcoming LO206 Senior race.
My name is Peyton Bridges. I've been racing for around 10 years. I race the LO206 Senior. I don't really watch F1. I watch more NASCAR than anything. My favorite NASCAR driver is Kyle Larson.
Can you quote the Max Verstappen song?
No, sir. I can't sing that.
Well, sing the song.
I can't sing.
It does my heart good to hear somebody address my son as sir.
I'm convinced every time someone calls me sir, I get another gray hair.
I got plenty.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Trying to think, what would the Kyle Larson song be, or what would a NASCAR song be? Besides, you have this Max Verstappen song.
Kyle Larson. Bum, 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 bum.
Or is there a NASCAR? Talladega by Eric Church. Might be the closest that we would have. So maybe some hints of blue sky out behind turn number 17.
I'm just not sure if any self-respecting NASCAR driver would have a song. That's kind of Euro-y.
But what if it was like Motorhead?
It's got to be country if it's NASCAR.
Oh, that's true.
About that.
I don't know. You could get some hard rockin' songs. Eric Church has Talladega.
There are some country racing songs out there. I have to remember what they are. I know one. What's the one where the line goes, "Now I know how Richard Petty feels," when he's...
Now I know how Richard Petty feels.
Yep.
It's Kenny Chesney.
Okay. It's not a racing song, but it's a reference.
Yeah.
And I know Alabama did a Richard Petty tribute song, but that was during his retirement. I'm trying to think. Now, here you go. Have you ever heard the album NASCAR Goes Country?
No, I have not.
If you could find that, I had it, but it sat in my attic or something and warped, so it's no good anymore. No. But it's Richard Petty, Buddy Baker, David Pearson, Cale Yarborough, Bobby Allison, and Darrell Waltrip singing.
Buddy Baker, all I can think of him is, boy, I tell you what.
You know,
when
Buddy
he was an
Baker
announcer.
sings Butterbeans in that one, yeah. And,
by the way, the song we were thinking of about Now I Know How Richard Petty Feels is Kenny Chesney's How Forever Feels is the actual name of that song. You had mentioned earlier Mario Andretti in the broadcast.
Yep.
Mario Andretti is mentioned in the song Drive by Alan Jackson.
Okay.
When the boy's learning to drive the truck, that knows how Andretti feels.
Here's my trivia, Mario Andretti trivia, is he is the only winner of the Daytona 500 who's not born in America. So if it's ever trivia night and somebody says who is the only only
But
Daytona
I thought he
500,
was an American.
He is an American, but he was born
He's
in
not
Italy.
born in here. Ah, okay.
Yep.
All right. I was not aware of that.
And I actually got asked it twice. The guy forgot he had asked that question a few weeks earlier.
You're just going to the bank at
And
that
I
point,
answered
right?
it, yeah, I was like, well, yeah. I got it right the first time anyway, because I thought, who would it be? I know there's not been – the only other – gosh, I'm thinking of Daniel Suarez, who's raced, who isn't a Native American or native-born American or even an American.
What about Juan Pablo Montoya? Did he win a race?
He didn't win Daytona.
Not Daytona, okay.
And then the other guy I'm thinking of is Earl Smith. He was Canadian. That's kind of way back. He won a race, but it was not Daytona.
I'm trying to think, did Juan Pablo Montoya ever win a NASCAR race?
Ooh.
We're gonna have to look that up.
I know he took out a jet dryer like the son of a gun.
Yeah, that was they had to get the powder tied out there to clean up the track. That was a bizarre, definite bizarre NASCAR win. Juan Pablo Montoya has won 2 NASCAR Cup races in 255 starts. So
Were
he has
they
picked up the
road
win.
courses? Or?
One was at Watkins Glen,
Okay.
and I don't know.
Well, yeah. Well, now
He won it. I think the other was at Sonoma. Where he won
So
it.
we're shooting up the rooster tails here, so we're going to be pretty much certain they're on the rain tires, and it'll be fairly apparent if they aren't, I guess, once they get going here. But here we go.
Well, they're going to have to not only battle each other, they're going to have to work through the murk and the spray. Hopefully this is an opportunity for our intrepid photographer, Connor, with Connor C Media. He loves to get those spray shots. We'll see what he's able to do. And when I say a spray shot, Bill, I actually mean you can see like the individual droplets suspended above the tire.
Cool,
they get that kind of good detail. These cameras nowadays, all the digital, you just fire a bunch of shots in a row, hopefully get the focus right, and you'll see what comes out good. We're back in the day of film. I just don't think you could snap pictures as quickly as you can with the digital camera.
I think it depends on how the speed of the film you have and the speed of your shutter and your lighting and all that.
No, but I mean in a digital you can do that like burst mode. Well, anyways, burst mode.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, I know what you're saying there. Yep.
Burst mode aside, they are in the tram lines 2x2 for our Swan Mechanical LO206 Senior final, and that's looking like a no-go that time around.
So they will be in burst mode as soon as they get the green flag coming around. They didn't look too bad, but what do I know?
Well, they weren't at full speed. The one kart that was struggling to catch up with the group, you could definitely see some spray off the rear tires of that machine. 18 karts officially signed in. We'll see who is able to answer the call. And that one at the back, the 07, that is Zoe Porter, the daughter of the CEO here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, Jeremy Porter. Good to see Zoe in action. She took a hard hit in action yesterday, so good to see her back on track. And you could see some running water, standing water right at the exit of turn 17 there. And it is a no-go, so we're going to get another attempt here. So which driver made the right changes? Which driver was able to get the pressures dialed in, the camber, the caster change for wet conditions? No, we haven't seen our good friend Al Edwards. He must be thrashing wrenches this entire second half of the afternoon.
How many times has he swapped tires?
Or you could probably
Going
tell
back
from
and
the
forth.
color of his hands.
Uh-huh.
The blacker his hands are, the more work he has probably done. As once again, they're creeping towards turn number 16. You can see what might be little puddles out there, little puddlets, but definitely a sheen on the track as the field works their way to the tram lines.
Puddle it with another one of those meteorological terms.
I think I just made it up,
Oh,
but I could make it a meteorological term if needed.
You just say yes, and
Yeah,
we'd
there
all
we go.
believe you.
And they're lined up, at least at this point. The lights on and green. We're underway with our final race of the afternoon, our LO206 Senior Final.
We squeezed through one just fine. Turn 2 will be telling, because that's where there's a big puddle down at the bottom.
No, 4, 5 wide up the hill. Are you kidding me?
Everybody survived that one, but good job.
One driver slow up the hill, really slow. You can see him staring at the engine out front. I believe it's Carson Craig. If we see that blue-colored valence, I'm not certain if he has a white helmet, but spray aplenty down this back straightaway as the echelons are forming. They hit to the brakes for turn 9. It is Carson Craig in the lead. This unfortunate driver here getting freight trained as they work their way through turn number 9. Yeah, a lot of spray there, Bill. So these wet tires have to be on for sure.
So the results in the pre-final will be of no use to us in this one because conditions are completely different.
So that is Carson Craig in the lead. It was Wes Bacon who started on the outside pole. Let's see who's in second here. It's Linus Gugino running in second, Wesley Bacon third, Ryan Curtin fourth, and Richard Pearson currently scored in fifth. If Pearson's name sounds familiar, he was second in the LO206 Master Final. So he's looking to do somewhat of a double today.
Did we figure out who our driver with the trouble going up the hill was?
No, he was pretty far back at the tail of the field. So the field makes their way down the back straightaway. First lap times, 70 seconds. Normally these drivers would be down around 60 or 61 seconds. So we'll see how they do when they have a full lap at speed. But, Bill, I think we're still going to see 5 to 6 seconds off what we would consider normal times here.
Well, how hard are these drivers willing to push it for a win or for a first, second, or third?
A lot of water as they come off turn 14.
Nobody losing control, though. Of
Carson,
course, as soon as I say that.
Carson Craig swinging wide. They're side by side down the front straightaway. Linus has the preferred inside lines. Craig officially leads the lap, but Linus Gugino moves to the front as they head down into turn number 2. You can see some spots are wetter than others, Bill. I imagine next to turn 14 you have that earthen embankment. I wonder if some water is kind of squeezing out of that wall across the track as they tenderly drive by our vantage point and head down towards the kink.
Not a word I expected to hear today, but you are correct, because I imagine everybody's on eggshells with exactly how you press it, and it may get more and more daring as we get closer and closer to the end.
So our top 5 at the moment, it is Linus Gugino who's in the lead, Carson Craig in second, Wesley Bacon third, Ryan Curtin rides in fourth, and behind Curtin we have Richard Pearson running in fifth. Now we see Carson Craig ratchet up the pressure.
I heard what you did there. Behind Curtin?
Oh, I didn't even think of that. That's a good one there. The puns coming out fast and furious here as our top 2. Now officially Linus Gugino leads a lap here, just 1/10 of a second ahead of Carson Craig, which would be about 1 kart length. They navigate the bottom of turn number 2 and charge up the hill one more time. Bacon's running in third, Curtin fourth, and Pearson in fifth. Curtin's not scored in that system, but he is out on track as they make their way by our vantage point once again. Rest of your second half of your top 10, Danny May runs in 6th, Justin Fierro 7th, Lucas Caroba running in 8th, Tristan Garbarine in 9th, and Logan Kowalski running in 10th. Bill, we may actually see at some points the drivers reach over and make one of those carburetor adjustments. They can do it on these karts. It's rare to see it, But these conditions where it's so wet, they may just have the need for that.
But you'd have to take a hand off the wheel, as you were saying about the shifter.
Yeah,
Pick
you have
the right
to do
place.
it at the back straightaway or front straightaway as you just get a moment to exhale. That time around, lap times 1 minute 8 seconds, so they're a good 6 to 8 seconds off what is a normal pace here. We'll see which driver wants it the most in the wet here. Gugino continues to lead Carson Craig, and then it is 2 seconds back to Bacon in third. And there you can see what visually 2 seconds looks like. Bill, we had some races earlier. We thought, the front duo is pulled away, and then they closed back up. But this time it feels like the gap just a little bit bigger.
But there is danger lurking at every corner with the conditions being what they are. So, again, I think it's going to step up who takes the chances the closer and closer we get.
One of the drivers had their hand up.
Yep.
Don't know if it was a mechanical or they're just giving heed to the field coming by them. You can see the driver just get to the side, let the leaders sweep on by as they're going to come around to complete lap number 5. Gugino leads Craig as they come down the tram lines of the front straightaway, and we might get a quick pip in the system to see who that was running further back in the field. I think that was Daniel Camery, scored in 14th spot. So our top duo, 12 hundredths of a second, and then it is 3+ seconds back to Wesley Bacon. So I'm not trying to make a pun here, but Bacon sort of falling away from this lead duo here as...
Bacon back, no, sorry. Never mind.
Can you get the word render in there?
I was trying to figure, work back Bacon into it, but I couldn't.
Well, there you can see what 3 seconds looks like as Bacon about to be caught by Richard Pearson in the battle for third as our top duo makes their way around. You know, they're on rain tires. It doesn't look like they're in their racing rain suits. It looks like they have just their normal suit, as now we see a battle for the lead, or what was a battle for position somewhere there. I thought Carson Craig was looking to the inside of Gugino.
And here comes Pearson, or we had him a second ago, behind Bacon, challenging for that third position. We'll see if...
yeah, Pearson was able to get by Bacon.
He smoked Bacon, actually.
Oh, up the hill goes our lead duo. One slow kart trying to get out of the way once again as Gugino leads Craig. The gap that time, 5 seconds back to now third place. Richard Pearson, Wesley Bacon running in fourth. Ryan Curtin running in fifth. Odd to see Curtin struggling this much. Maybe he didn't make the right choices for the wet conditions as they sweep through the S's. Might have a mechanical further up the road. One of our marshals was walking up the side of the track. As here come our leaders. We are halfway through our final race, courtesy of Swan Mechanical. Normally the LO206s deliver the goods. Right now, Bill, it's, oh goodness, that's an odd place to stop on the uphill.
Well, that's, you can't resume from there is the problem. You've got to come back down.
Right.
And give it a, give it a.
And that looks like, what number was that? The 07?
Issue.
I think.
That would be Zoe Porter.
Zoe Porter, if it was the 07. So our, okay, it was the 07, so that was Zoe Porter. Stuck on the uphill. There's no way these karts have enough power to do a hill start from there, so they have to drop back down the hill. Assuming there's no mechanicals, they'd have to drop back down the hill into the runoff area and gain enough momentum to be able to make it up the hill.
Guys, who will bring it home? Who's going to bring home the...
It's Gugino right now, so don't go there, Chris.
I mean, I'm just feeling left out down here.
Carson Craig, you can see just wipe the visor, trying to just get some of that spray away from his visor.
So he can make those crisp moves through the corner.
Yeah. And he is right there on the rear bumper of Gugino. Spray aplenty coming up. That might be an incentive to get to the front, like in a horse race when it's muddy.
That's
the
right.
Front horse is the clean one. Everyone else absolutely splattered and caked in mud.
We had a driver come off, it looks like number 98 perhaps,
Justin Fierro, I think he just passed under scoring.
Well, if you can continue to follow that story, Chris, our lead duo 6 seconds ahead of third place Richard Pearson, and Wes Bacon not really able to stay connected to Pearson, so it looks like Pearson's going to lock in for third. Our lead duo is who we focus on right now. Carson Craig won the pre-final. He is currently running in second. Gugino was the winner in the final yesterday. So Gugino looking to sweep the weekend. Carson Craig right there. Maybe takes a quick peek to the inside of 14. So, Bill, when did the head game start? When does the defense start here as we're on lap number 9?
I think right about, well, here we go. Finishing lap number 9. I think one more.
That was finishing. That was the finish in lap 9. So, yeah,
so
3 laps to go.
2 laps to go has kind of been the benchmark, I think, the point at which the racing starts. Whenever you can separate yourself out, just to you and the other guy to settle it out, 2 laps.
They're definitely separated away.
A little
running
wiggly there, though, from Carson Craig.
Running
into 3.
67-second lap times here. Our lead duo 7 seconds ahead. So at this point, it's a man-on-man battle. Nobody else in competition right now for the top spot on the podium. Gugino, I believe, a native of the Detroit area. This is not his home track for Carson Craig. This is his home turf. And a little bit of daylight starting to open up there between our top 2. They're going to have to navigate one slower kart, and they do that through turn 15. So this time around, they will see the popsicle sticks in the air. You can already see the staging lanes broken down, opening up the exits here as we are close to the end of the day. 2 laps remaining. If you're enjoying this show, you'll want to see us coming up on November 9th for the 10th and final round of the AMP Championship Karting Series.
And this is where Carson Craig's going to start pushing. If it's going to happen, it'll be very soon.
Starting to look like maybe he's unhitched a little bit here, though. Gugino just consistently running 67, 68-second lap times. Has sort of run Carson off his rear bumper. Hard to do late braking, you have to figure, in the rain. That might be what Carson needs to do to close up once again.
Another driver's come off the track.
Okay, so attrition starting to become an issue here. Danny May now scored in 5th place. Ryan Curtin has slipped back to 7th. So your top 5, Danny May in 5th, Wes Bacon 4th, Richard Pearson in 3rd, and our lead duo here, it's Carson Craig in 2nd, and your leader, Linus Gugino, running in the number 50 kart as the white flag flies in the air. One more lap of competition here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Craig looks like he is closing. He definitely is closing that gap.
And just as you say that, the accordion opens up once again.
I didn't say he had done it permanently, but I just said he had done it going into the corner. He probably late braking a little bit, but there's certainly an inherent danger in that, and it looks like it might have cost him on the other parts of the track as they come through turn 8 now, heading towards 9. Here's another one of those passing zones, but he's got to be a bit closer if he's going to take advantage of that.
I don't get the feeling that Carson came to run 2nd today, so it's probably worth it to juice it a little too much. I mean, he's 7 seconds ahead of 3rd, so he's going to probably finish 2nd no matter what. That might be a little incentive to push it in some corners. They come to turn number 16. Linus Gugino led the way yesterday in action, and he sweeps through turn 17, and he's a kart length ahead, so he sees the checkered unfurled in the air. Linus Gugino, your winner this afternoon. Carson Craig in 2nd. Maybe I don't know if that was happy or maybe a frustration there, a dejection for Carson Craig coming home in 2nd. Richard Pearson finishes 3rd, Wes Bacon 4th, and Danny May rounds out our top 5.
Well, for the wet conditions, that was remarkably incident-free. I think everybody had to take it easy, and we didn't see quite the level of aggression we had seen in the pre-main.
The rain kind of quelled their appetite. As right at the end, one kart went off in the grass on turn 17. It might be Brandon Mobes coming in. No, Tristan Garberine ended up nibbling the grass in turn 17.
Speaking of thoroughbreds.
Yeah. Well, we got horse racing mentioned again.
Yeah, okay, good. We got that in there, yeah.
So they're going to cross the scales, make sure the weights are official before heading to tech, and we should get one closing argument from our pit reporter, Chris Conowall, down in Victory Lane.
Cross-examination. Oh, overall, it was an interesting day. It started out where you were saying it's not going to be like yesterday, and
it became yesterday.
It ended up being like yesterday.
I actually think it was more wet. We had 2 rounds of moisture yesterday, and today I would say we had definitely a third. And
it was like every third race, then we'd say, oh no, here's the rain.
As they'd say in the UK, a spanner in the works. This constant rain. Yep. Well, we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. If you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook, just once again ask that you give a like, a share, a subscribe, click the bell, whatever is appropriate on your platform, so you'll get notified when we go live with content. Our next scheduled race broadcast will be on Saturday, October 19th, as we have the final round of our main track series and the first of our Moonshine series. Let's go down to Victory Lane with Chris Conowald and our LO206 Senior top performers.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Here with Linus Gugino, Carson Craig. Linus, my first interview with you. Where do you hail from, sir?
I'm from Michigan.
Yeah, and how many times you been out here to AMP?
This is my first time. We just decided to come down here. We're testing a new cart. It's called the Happy Cart. This guy named Chris Hamilton helped put it together, and just got to thank them all for their amazing help. The cart has been fantastic this whole weekend, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what it can do at Grand Nationals in a couple weeks.
For sure, and you got to test it in both wet and dry conditions this weekend?
Yep, a bit of both, and we learned a ton. So first race on this chassis and first race at this track.
Nice. And how long you been in kart racing?
This is my 9th year racing.
Very good, very good. Carson Craig, so you had some moves early on, but there toward the end, closing the gap. You had a good 7 karts between you and third place, and looking to make the move, but just a nice, easy stroll across the finish line to take the second place. Tell us about it.
I wouldn't quite say nice, easy stroll. I'm just massively bummed out right now because we didn't have enough time to put the front all the way out, which resulted in a bit of understeer out there. But you know what? It's second place, so I can't really complain.
Well, and a question for Carson. Carson, your hand was in the air after, and I was wondering if that was excitement or more a sense of you missed on the opportunity this afternoon.
I missed on the opportunity, I think, because I know that I definitely had him in a couple of places, but just a little bit of sloppy driving led me to fall off on the last lap. And, I mean, it was a fun race, but not quite the result I'd hoped for.
Yeah. Well, we've got November 9th. Will you be joining us November 9th?
Probably unlikely. I live a long way away.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just came to test this cart before for another race. So, yeah.
Gotcha. And Carson, that means even before this afternoon's race, I mean, you've been our points leader, yeah, going into the championship on the 9th. Are you in contention for the championship?
So I really needed the win today in order to be in points contention for the championship. I don't know where I'll place after this weekend. I'm really hoping that I've moved up. I think last time I checked I was 4th, but there was only a 50-point spread between 1st and 5th. So it's been really, really tight.
Well, and of course, it makes it all the better for those of us watching you race to know that it's going to be tight to the finish. So I'm going to give you both an opportunity now before we wrap it up and send you guys to the podium to really talk a little bit about who you'd like to thank, and then we'll send it back up to the booth and sign off.
Sounds good. I'd like to thank my family and Al Edwards, as well as Atlanta Light Engine and Sunny Mountain Biscuits. So the best biscuits in Georgia. If you haven't had them, go check them out.
Awesome. How about you?
I'd like to thank Chris Hamilton and Ryan Sporowski and the Smokers for helping me put this kart together, and I'm just super thankful to be able to try out the Happy Kart and be on it. So.
All right, now I would be remiss if I didn't do this. I'd like you to stand up and stand beside me here, young man, because this is a pretty sad sight here.
It's a humbling moment.
It is a very humbling moment. You're standing at what, like 6'7"?
I'm 6'8".
6'8". So, you know, if you guys tied the race, we'd probably have like a dunk competition or something like. But you got some hops. You definitely got some hops. So, hey, we're gonna give everybody a wave as we send it back up to the booth. And good meeting you. Congratulations, and we'll look for you on the 9th. All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you, Chris. So a happy ending for Linus Gugino in the LO206 Senior race, winning in the newly christened Happy Chassis. Bill, any closing thoughts as we end our program?
Yeah, how the heck does he fold up into that cart at 6'8"?
He must have the stretch version of the cart out there.
Not to whiz in his Cheerios or anything, but you don't find that many tall racing drivers because it's kind of it's a compact man sport.
Michael Waltrip at 6'4" was one of the few.
Buddy Baker was 6'5". I mean, there are some. And then there was, of course, hope for people like me with Jimmy. Who was it? Oh, my gosh. I just suddenly lost track who it was. He was huge.
Jimmy Spencer, I think.
Jimmy Spencer,
yeah.
Thank you, yes.
Mr. Excitement.
Anyway, so those are my comments. It's been great working with you, John. It's great being back here at AMP, and the kart racing is great as always. We hope you folks online with us enjoyed it, and will join us again next month. If you got a chance, if you're in the area, come on out to Atlanta Motorsports Park. Check out all the facilities.
Yeah,
Maybe
you won't regret it.
Drive. Exactly. It's a great place.
Well, on behalf of Chris Conowall down in Victory Lane, for Bill Rigdon up in the booth, I'm John Matthews. Thanks for watching, and we look forward to seeing you on November 9th for round 10 of our championship series.